Chapter 752. Duermore took a step forwards. But at this time, he frowned and quickly drew back his foot. In the next moment, a pitch-black crack appeared where his foot had landed. Space trembled, collapsing and collapsing. The saint's frown deepened. He flicked his sleeves and flew backwards. A cold and harsh aura appeared in his calm eyes. The sinful attendant, bathed in darkness, walked out from the collapsed space. Her tall figure was straight, but her breathing was rapid. She had already paid a tremendous price to break free from Duermore's imprisonment and forcefully tear open a mystic realm space to arrive here. Saint, this is the Saint Remains forbidden land. It is not a place you can approach. Leave immediately. A hoarse voice sounded out, cold and indifferent, filled with determination and determination. Duermore slowly said, "Sinful attendant, do you not feel anything when you see the skull of your old master?" Shrouded in darkness, the sinful attendant shivered. A bit of pain appeared in her frozen eyes. Bang! Without warning, Duermore attacked. He lifted a hand and pressed forwards. A dazzling light descended like a great sun, covering the sinful attendant within. The darkness that wrapped around her was like frost on a window under the blazing sun, rapidly fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sinful attendant, you want to delay for time so that the divine throne can descend here. But since I've already arrived, I've naturally made preparations. The divine throne won't be able to arrive for some time. The first saint smiled. He stepped forwards. After today, I will fuse with the strength left behind by the Saint Monarch and become his representative in the world. With the help of my old master's skull, I will be reborn and become the ruler of this world. Suddenly, Duermore stopped. A rope formed from the strength of darkness wrapped around his feet. Where darkness and light touched, there was a fierce sizzling sound, like cold water being poured into a pot of boiling oil. Why bother? If I succeed, it can be considered your old master being reborn in another way. He stepped forwards and the rope of darkness around his feet began to collapse. The sinful attendant who was bitterly struggling beneath the bright sun emitted a pained cry. The saint continued forwards, but after taking a step he stopped again. Two palms formed from the strength of darkness drilled out from the ground and grabbed onto him. Duermore let out a deep breath. The fluctuating emotions in his eyes had completely vanished. He turned and looked at the sinful attendant who was struggling beneath the bright sun. I originally wanted to let you live so that you could be my servant, but since you are so stubborn, I can only send you on your way first. He gently sighed, a bit of regret and helplessness in his voice. But his actions were ruthless, without any hesitation or pity. He lifted a hand and the light released increased, 10 times, 100 times greater than before, like an erupting volcano. The light that was almost tangible pierced through the darkness like a sharp arrow. The sinful attendant fiercely raised its head, screaming in pain. Most of the darkness surrounding her had been dispelled by the light. Her figure became clear, curvaceous, and alluring. However, the coldness in the saint's eyes didn't change at all. He wouldn't show any mercy. The sinful attendant's pained voice weakened. When the darkness was completely dispelled, her life would come to an end. At that time, no one would be able to stop the saints from obtaining the power that the Tao Lord had left in the human world hidden in the skull of the deceased master. At this time, another bright sun appeared. This one was several times smaller and its light wasn't as dazzling as the Saint Mo's attack. But the moment it appeared, the saint's complexion changed. He looked up and said, "Your Excellency, divine seat." At the same time, the bright sun he controlled erupted with an even more intense light. But the second great sun that appeared seemed to have a strange absorption attribute. Most of the light was sucked in and the sinful attendant didn't suffer any serious injuries. A face appeared within the second bright sun. Its eyes slowly opened. This was the Western Tomb divine seat, Ji Xiangtian. Saint, I am very disappointed. Duermore had no expression and his eyes were calm. Since he had acted today, he had already expected this situation. The Ji family has ruled the Western Tomb for hundreds of thousands of years and their fortune is unparalleled in the world. They should abide by the rules of the River of Time and be gradually eliminated and faded away. Ji Xiangtian lightly said, "The The Ji family was chosen by the Tao monarch to represent the Western tomb. Your actions today have violated the Tao monarch's will. Aren't you afraid of a backlash and being burned to ashes by the power of Tao arts? Du Ermor smiled. Your Excellency Divine Seat, there is no need to lie to me. The Tao monarch hasn't sent down a decree for tens of thousands of years. During this time, there hasn't been a new cardinal bishop or saint. Does Your Excellency Divine Seat think that I can't sense any changes? His tone was rueful and his expression was one of yearning. It is hard to imagine that an existence as powerful as the Tao monarch would actually perish. You and I have only come into contact with a tiny corner of this world. The reason I acted today was to borrow the strength of the Western tomb to open up a path to a higher level for me. Ji Xiangtian was silent, as if tacitly agreeing with his guess. But at this time, within the second great sun, his face twisted and a pained expression appeared. Ha 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 ha. Du Ermor laughed, his heart carefree. Your Excellency Divine Seat, do you think I don't know that you are attempting to descend into the hell mystic realm? The reason I deliberately gave you time was to wait for you to fall into the trap I left behind. How about it? The taste of withered souls isn't very good, right? This is something I spent 10,000 years to prepare. Now, Your Excellency Divine Seat, it is impossible for you to descend again. And once you force out the withered souls, everything will be over. I, the Western Tomb's first Saint Du Ermor, will fuse with the Tao monarch's strength and revive in the body of my deceased master. I will become his incarnation in this world and sprinkle the light of the Western Tomb over the entire world. Ji Xiangtian was silent. After a long time, he gently sighed. He was a bit helpless, but even more calm. Saint, you are thinking too much. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a light catcher sound that came from the second great sun. Then, the dense cracks exploded and spread. Du Ermor's eyes widened in shock and anger. Ji Xiangtian. Bang, the sun image collapsed. The temperature between the heavens and earth crazily fell. A layer of white frost appeared on the shattered mountain peak, spreading outwards at an astonishing speed. Beneath the dazzling light, the darkness that had been suppressed to the point of being powerless to resist began to violently tumble about, instantly becoming rich and profound. It was like a great slumbering beast had finally awakened at this moment. Du Ermor's complexion darkened. His descending body lifted his hands and a solemn and pious voice came from his mouth. You are eternal, you are nirvanic, you contain all things, you are summed up as one. The dark skies were torn apart by the milky white light. A massive phantom appeared from within. He wore a blue daoist robe and behind him, a sun, moon, and stars revolved. His face was blurry and his indifferent eyes seemed to reflect the flow of the entire world. Beneath the grey stone statue, Qin Yu's pupils shrank. He instantly determined that this phantom was the transcendent Tao monarch that the Western Tomb believed in. But according to the conversation between the Western Tomb's divine seat Ji Xiangtian and Saint Du Ermor, this giant that existed in some unknown world should have perished long ago. How could he still be summoned by divine arts? The Tao monarch phantom lifted a hand and pointed towards the shattered mountain peak. No aura descended, but Qin Yu's mind instinctively screamed out and his soul shivered. At this moment, he could feel the thick shadow of death looming over him. It was like the heavens had turned pitch black, leaving the entire world without light. There is no need to panic. Just wait here and watch. A calm voice echoed out in his mind, revealing a hint of ridicule, as if the scene in front of him was nothing more than a farce. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He decided to believe in the voice's words and bitterly smiled inwardly. In truth, facing the strength of the Tao monarch phantom's finger, he simply had no way to escape. This feeling of having no choice but to believe in the voice filled him with helplessness. Ah! With a loud scream, the darkness that was suppressed by light suddenly erupted and gushed outwards. The great sun of light was instantly corroded by the darkness and swallowed up. Bathed in the darkness, the sinful attendant's body rapidly expanded. In a single breath of time, she was thousands of feet tall. The power of darkness condensed into a suit of armor. She was majestic and awe-inspiring, like a war goddess of the dark world. This was the first time Qin Yu clearly saw the sinful attendant's appearance. Even though she was magnified to thousands of feet tall, she still gave off an exquisite and beautiful feeling. Her waist was slender, her breasts were plump, and her buttocks were high. When combined with the icy cold expression on her face and the armor she wore, it was a soul-stirring sight. At this time, the sinful attendant lifted a hand. The power of darkness surged outwards, condensing into a pitch-black sword in her hand. She slashed upwards. In the next moment, the black sword collided with the Tao monarch phantom's finger. The world fell into a deathly silence. Time and space came to a standstill. It seemed like only a moment had passed, but it also seemed like hundreds of years had passed. With the point of contact as the center, everything shattered and was annihilated. An impact visible to the naked eye swept out. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed, broken into endless powder that vanished forever. The entire process lasted for less than a breath of time. But the entire shattered mountain summit had been flattened. Several thousand layers of stone steps had disappeared, turning into a massive platform that was as smooth as a mirror. Only the ancient skull and Qin Yu hidden within the statue were preserved. The Tao monarch phantom in the skies vanished from sight. Du Ermour's body of light that had descended also dimmed. Across from him, the sinful attendant's body had shrunk back to its normal size. The sword of darkness in her hand had vanished. She knelt on the ground, blood leaking out from her nose and mouth. As it fell to the ground, it shattered. Du Ermour lifted his hand. Light gathered once more, turning into a 10-foot-long spear. The point was incomparably sharp and it shined with a dazzling light. Just looking at it made one feel as if their soul would be torn apart. Locking onto the sinful attendant, he said in a soft voice, "Let's end this." The sinful attendant looked up, a cold sneer on her face. The blood that dripped to the ground began to wriggle on its own, drawing out a rune. It was incomparably complex and scarlet. Traitors who die in sin, this is your final chance. With your body of hatred and resentment after death, you can fight for my master once more. Death is freedom. Chapter 753. The withered and shriveled corpses had died for countless years, but they unexpectedly hadn't decayed. When they broke free of the wooden stakes and fell to the ground, they were like fierce tigers that had been released from their cages. With deep roars, they rushed forwards at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they rushed up the stone steps and hurtled towards the spear-wielding Du Ermour. A look of disgust appeared on the saint's tired face. He took a step back and fell to his knees. The spear in his hand condensed from light ruthlessly pierced into the smooth mountain stone. Bang! The entire mountain was trembling. Then, it began to shake violently. In the next moment, the mirror-like mountain rocks were torn to pieces by the terrifying power. Spear phantoms carried with them a sharp aura that could pierce through all things. They tore through the ground and shot into the skies, piercing through the corpses that rushed towards them. A burning hot aura erupted from the wounds, causing these corpses that hadn't decayed to begin to burn like withered wood. In the blink of an eye, they were turned to ashes. Even so, Du Ermour's crazy slaughter didn't scare away the corpses that rushed at him. On the contrary, they became even crazier. To die was to be freed. Because of their betrayal in the past, they had been imprisoned here after they died. Their souls couldn't find peace and they had to suffer heart-wrenching pain every day. This sort of torture had continued for hundreds of thousands of years. To them, being able to fade away forever was already the best possible outcome. Qin Yu coldly watched from the sidelines. Withered and hideous corpses crazily rushed towards the western tomb saint, where they were burned to ashes in the light. Although he didn't understand everything, he could at least see some clues from what was happening. For instance, the first Saint Du Ermour who had come to the Yellow Springs mystic realm to seize control of the western tomb, as well as the western tomb divine throne who had unlocked the sin attendant and had her stall for time for Du Ermour. It was clear that today wasn't his stage alone. Moreover, the consciousness within the ancient skull seemed to have expected this. Whether it was Du Ermour or the western tomb divine throne, they should all be part of his plans. But even at this moment, Qin Yu couldn't be sure whether or not he would be the one who had the last laugh today. In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a small figure. This was the corpse of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. After drying up, she was even smaller and thinner. She mixed in with the other corpses and rushed towards the saint. Unsurprisingly, she would end up like the corpses in front of her, pierced by the phantom spear, and then burned to ashes in the holy light. But just as Qin Yu saw her, the small corpse suddenly turned her head. Their gazes met in midair and the strange smile on her face widened. In the next moment, the little girl's corpse leapt up and landed atop the stone statue of Qin Yu. Her bell-like and childish laughter echoed out. "Big brother, I said that we would meet again." A familiar voice sounded in his ears, followed by a series of bang, bang, bang. The little girl angrily screamed and sneered, "Do you think you can stop me just because you're wearing a stone armor? Big brother, you're looking down on me too much." Qin Yu seemed to hear the sound of liquid slowly flowing. Then, a bone-chilling aura slowly seeped in. "Hee, stay and play with me. I really like Big brother. When I grow up, I'll marry you and be your bride, okay?" Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. He never thought that by watching from the sidelines, he would be dragged into this. Why was this little girl's corpse different from the others? Why wasn't it summoned by the blood of the sinners? If someone were standing outside at this moment, they would discover that the little girl was lying on Qin Yu's back, her hands wrapped around his neck. Her withered corpse was rapidly rotting away, turning into a thick black liquid that flowed along the grey stone that covered Qin Yu, constantly seeping into him. Her empty eye sockets looked at the back of Qin Yu's head, as if she were considering the sweet and juicy taste of biting into him. However, why did she think that this big brother's flesh and blood could help her resurrect? Moreover, how did she think of all these things? It was as if these thoughts had suddenly appeared in her mind. It was very strange. The little girl's simple thoughts made it so that she couldn't figure out too many complex things. But none of this was important. What was important was that she had to keep this big brother here and have him stay with her forever. If two people fused into one, they could be together forever and never be separated again, right? Hehe, that must be it. The little girl closed her eyes and let out a comfortable breath. She allowed herself to rot into a black liquid that drilled into the stone layer. Hey! A surprised voice sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. In all these years, I never realized that there was such an interesting little thing hidden within the corpse of sin. Haha, this can be considered your lucky chance. Since she has delivered herself to my door, I will help you receive her. In the future, she might be of some use to you. The little girl screamed out in panic. She seemed to have encountered something extremely horrifying, and yet she was powerless to resist. The pitch-black liquid that fused into the grey stone layer was forced together by a formidable strength, finally turning into a ball the size of a knuckle. His palm was cool, as if he had caught a drop of rain. Then, it fused into his flesh and blood. Within Qin Yu's soul space, the chain of stars sprinkled down light and a knuckle-sized black bead appeared. Inside, there was a 7 or 8-year-old girl lying on her back. She had a serene expression and a sweet smile hung on her lips, as if she could open her eyes at any moment. The ancient's consciousness was silent for a moment. Then, it praised once more, "I never thought that you would have such a good fortune. I am even more certain that you will be able to lead the ancient race back one day in the future. Soon, I will give you another good fortune. I will help you complete your great Tao Foundation establishment so that you will have the most solid foundation for growth." It was clear that the ancient's consciousness had already sensed the existence of the purple moon, blue sun, and cosmic sea-cross bell within Qin Yu's body. But this heartfelt praise and emotion didn't cause Qin Yu to feel any joy. Instead, he felt a sense of dread, as if he no longer had any secrets. No one wished to be completely seen through by others. To maintain a certain amount of privacy was the basic desire of any intelligent being. But at this time, Qin Yu didn't say anything. He respectfully said, "Thank you, my lord." The ancient's consciousness lightly said, "You are the only remaining bloodline of my race in this world. I will naturally give you everything I can. But right now, I am still lacking something. Wait a little longer and it will be ready soon." Just as its voice fell, the kneeling sinful attendant suddenly lifted her hand and punched into the skies. After restoring herself to her original state, she was only a woman taller than an ordinary man. Her fist was white and delicate. But as her fist fell, there was a heaven-shaking rumbling sound in the skies above her head. A wild strength swam through the skies like a dragon, tearing apart the skies. Because space was rapidly collapsing, it formed a giant vortex. Duermore's complexion changed. "You are seeking death." He lifted a hand and threw it forwards. A spear of light howled out, bringing with it a terrifying strength and speed as it fell towards the sinful attendant's towering chest. But her expression remained calm, as if she didn't realize that destruction and death was about to arrive. A speck of light suddenly appeared. As the terrifying spear of light stabbed into it, it was like a bubble had been popped. In the next moment, the light vanished and the spear of light also vanished. In the sky, the tall Ji Xiangtian who wore a gorgeous robe walked out from the vortex formed by the shattered space. His expression was extremely calm, and there was no trace of shock or anger. It was as if everything that happened in the Hell Secret Realm was within his expectations. His eyes fell. He didn't look at Duermore, but at the sinful attendant. "Although I took the initiative to retract the imprisonment, with your current state, it isn't difficult for me to suppress you. If you voluntarily allow yourself to be sealed away by me, you can continue living as the sinful attendant. Otherwise, while I can save you, I can also leave you beyond redemption." The sinful attendant's eyes were icy cold, filled with an unforgettable hatred. But her choice was to lower her head and give up all resistance. The Western Tomb's Ji family was chosen by the Dao monarch to be the substitute ruler of the Divine Church's orthodoxy. They naturally grasped some terrifying methods that others didn't know about. The sinful attendant had already experienced this once. She was certain that she couldn't resist, so she continued to live. She believed that one day her master would return. At that time, these despicable traitors would be thrown into the abyss, never to reincarnate. Ji Xiangtian lifted a hand and pointed down. Light gushed out, weaving into runes in the air that instantly sank into the sinful attendant's forehead and fused into her body. The powerful aura around her rapidly faded away like a tide. Her complexion became incomparably pale and her icy cold and hateful eyes became indifferent once more. She fell to her knees. The sinful attendant greets the divine seat. Ji Xiangtian waved his hand. "Draw back." Only then did he look up at Duermore on the ground. This number 1 saint of the Divine Church hadn't taken advantage of the opening just now to do anything. Ever since the Western Tomb's divine seat arrived, he had remained silent. At this time, Duermore looked up and met the divine seat's gaze. The air between the heavens and earth suddenly thickened, as if it would solidify and freeze over. "Saint, if you admit your crimes and are willing to surrender yourself, I can spare your life." Duermore chuckled. "And then? Will you completely extract the divine favor strength in my body and create a new saint? You can use this to warn those who are secretly coveting the Divine Church and prove that the Dao monarch who paid his respects to the Western Tomb is still alive." He shook his head. "I won't let you do as you wish. Divine Seat, if you want to punish me then make your move. In truth, I have wanted to fight you since many years ago, and my long-cherished wish has finally been fulfilled today." Ji Xiangtian shook his head. How stubborn. Since persuasion was useless, he no longer delayed. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Rumble rumble, a trillion rays of light erupted, instantly gathering into a sea that swept out in all directions. Duermore flicked his sleeves and a similar trillion rays of light gathered into a sea. In the next moment, they ruthlessly collided. The two seas of light constantly collapsed and dissipated as they collided. Finally, they cancelled each other out. He laughed. "You are the divine seat and I am the divine church's number 1 saint's son. All the divine arts that you can control, I know them all. Divine seat, how can you kill me?" Ji Xiangtian lightly said, "Is that so?" The Western Tomb's Ji family had ruled the divine church for hundreds of thousands of years. It was unknown how many storms they had experienced, but there had been even more dangerous situations than today. But even now, they still ruled over the Western Tomb and held supreme authority. There was naturally a reason for this. The Divine Church had numerous divine arts. As long as the disciples were devout enough, they could comprehend them and cultivate them, obtaining an incomparably formidable strength. But there were several exceptions. They were gifts from the Dao monarch and only the Ji family bloodline that he chose could successfully cultivate them. He lifted a hand and pointed out. Chapter 754. With Ji Xiangtian as the boundary, the skies behind him were filled with light. A meteor suddenly descended, locking onto the saint and crashing down with unstoppable momentum. It released an incomparably powerful aura, as if it had fallen into the sea. Waves spread out, and wherever it passed, space would constantly shatter and be annihilated. In the Western tomb scriptures, the divine descent art had appeared only a few times. But every time it appeared, it meant that a powerhouse that stood proudly at the peak of the world would perish. Whether it was a hidden danger within the Western tomb or a powerful enemy from the outside world, there had never been an exception. Du Ermour's eyes brightened. His originally weak aura began to recover at an astonishing speed, becoming even stronger than when he was at his peak. He lifted a hand and pointed out. As his fingertip fell, his body trembled and the light around him rapidly dimmed. Bang! Half of the sky was engulfed in light like a volcanic eruption. A meteor that was burning wantonly and releasing endless light and heat appeared from within. It dragged its long tail and drew a mysterious trail as it collided with the meteor that was crashing towards it. Divine descent art against divine descent art. The Western tomb divine seat's calm expression shattered after a moment of shock. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Impossible! How can you grasp the divine descent art?" This was a unique divine art that the Tao monarch had bestowed upon the Ji family. It possessed incredible strength and was the key to maintaining their transcendent status. But now, someone else had actually grasped the divine descent art. This in itself was a massive impact on the Ji family's status. The saint smiled. He lightly said, "Are you surprised? Divine seat. The Tao monarch is the ruler of the Western tomb and all devout believers are his people. They all have equal status in front of him. If the Ji family can control the divine descent art, then I can naturally cultivate it as well." His tone changed, becoming cold and indifferent. The Ji family borrowed the Tao monarch's command to steal the authority of the Western tomb for hundreds of thousands of years. It is time for them to pay the price for this. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted. The shockwaves from the collision of the two divine descent arts were like a true star exploding. A terrifying strength swept out. Hum in the skies, giant chains of light appeared from nothingness. They withstood the shockwaves of the two divine descent arts, constantly dispersing and disappearing. The Yellow Springs mystic realm was a holy relic of the Western tomb. It hid the greatest secret of the divine church, so it was naturally well hidden and guarded. The chains that appeared at this moment were the grand arrays that the West Hill divine sect claimed to be able to seal the heavens. They had the power to trap ascendant realm cultivators. Yet now, under the bombardment of two gods' descent arts, it was unable to endure it, and it started to reveal itself while suffering severe damage. But the key was that the formation set up by the West Hill not only had the function of sealing the Yellow Spring secret realm, it also had the ability to suppress and imprison. Now, with the destruction of the Great Formation, some of the hidden terrifying existences in the Netherworld secret realm began to awaken. There was no strong will that was willing to live in a cage. The desire for freedom would drive them to revolt. The Black Mountain Range lay on the ground and stretched on endlessly. Ancient trees formed a forest that blocked out the sun and sky. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the distance. Two meteors collided in midair. The terrifying ring-shaped shock wave could be clearly seen even from thousands of miles away. Everything within range was directly torn to pieces by this terrifying power, vaporized, and disappeared. The ancient trees that formed a forest on the Black Mountain Range suddenly trembled. Then, cracks began to appear on the rocks that they took root in, spreading out like a spider web. Large chunks of black stone fell down, tumbling to the ground and emitting heaven-shaking rumbling sounds. Dust soared into the skies, gradually obscuring one's line of sight. After an unknown period of time, a pair of grey eyes appeared. As it looked at the place where the two meteors collided, it revealed a bone-chilling hatred. Roar! With a loud roar, a giant shadow shot into the skies, instantly tearing apart the dust. This was an astonishingly large bone dragon. In the Sea of Purgatory, countless souls were soaked in crimson magma, enduring heart-tearing pain at every moment. Suddenly, the calm surface of the magma lake began to tumble and tumble, mercilessly slamming the screaming souls into the depths of the lake. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea of purgatory fell into chaos. An extremely terrifying aura erupted, as if some extremely terrifying existence was being bred within. Bang! A magma arm drilled out, smashing apart the tumbling surface of the lake. Then, a giant head appeared, as well as a body that supported the heavens. This was a giant condensed from endless magma. What was even more horrifying was that this magma giant's body was wrapped with countless souls. They struggled and howled in pain, providing the giant with a formidable strength. Looking up, the magma giant's eyes locked onto a place where light burned in the skies. Its feet moved, rumbling as it rapidly moved forwards. An endless sea of flowers flooded every corner of one's line of sight. Light blue petals gently swayed in the wind, carrying with them a sad aura. A light grey fog shrouded the skies above the sea of flowers. It seemed isolated from the outside world, making the atmosphere even more tranquil. But occasionally, the wind would blow through the sea of flowers, revealing white bones on the ground. This caused the tranquility of this place to suddenly become a bit more gloomy and cold. It was clear that there was no such thing as true tranquility in the hell mystic realm. This seemingly weak sea of flowers had its own terrifying aspects. Suddenly, a gale that carried a blazing aura blew over from the distant horizon, directly blowing away the mist that shrouded the sea of flowers, causing it to be exposed to the dazzling light that suddenly erupted like the self-detonation of a star. Ah! There was a pained scream, sharp and grating like the cry of a child. Then, the endless sea of flowers vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye until there was only a single flower left. The mist that had been blown away by the scorching wind frantically gathered over, forming a dense, almost black mist that enveloped the pale blue flower. The fog tumbled and a pair of blue eyes appeared. It stared at the source of the hateful light, its eyes filled with fear and also a bit of heat. Hufu obediently stayed where he was. He held on to the blood-red stone that Mr. had given him. Several times he felt a dangerous aura approach, but he fled as if he had been electrocuted. This caused Hufu to sigh inwardly. At the same time, his confidence in Qin Yu increased. Mr. seemed to have some understanding of the Western tomb mystic realm. If so, then he naturally had a greater chance of obtaining the resurrection lily. 12 hours passed and Mr. still hadn't returned. Hufu comforted himself that nothing had happened to Mr. At the 14th hour, he couldn't help but stand up and pace back and forth. At the 16th hour, Hufu's complexion darkened. He stared at the blood-red stone in his hand, his eyes cloudy and uncertain. And at this time, it was the 18th hour. There was less than 6 hours left until the transmission gate closed, but there was still no news of Qin Yu. Something must have happened, something must have happened. Otherwise, with Mr.'s abilities, how could he have waited until now? Just as Hufu clenched his teeth and decided to search for Qin Yu, a feeling of fear rose up in his heart. He looked up and saw that in the distant horizon, billions of beams of light erupted. A meteor appeared, bringing with it a world-destroying aura. Hufu's pupils shrank. Godfall art. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he naturally recognized the rumored most powerful world-destroying divine art of the Western Tomb Divine Church. Just what was happening? Why would the Western Tomb Divine Throne arrive in this mystic realm? Moreover, they had released a terrifying Godfall art that was said to be able to kill divine realm existences. Before Hufu could think of anything else, another terrifying aura arrived. It caused his mind to buzz and all the hairs on his back to stand up. A second meteor appeared, bringing with it a similarly terrifying strength. A second Godfall art. Hufu was stunned like a wooden chicken. Could someone tell him whether or not the world had gone insane? It was common knowledge that only the Western Tomb Divine Throne could cultivate the Godfall art. But now he saw two identical Godfall arts, and what was even stranger was that they were clearly hostile to each other. When Hufu saw the first Godfall art, the thought that the Western Tomb was secretly trying to kill him popped up in his mind. But now, he hesitated once more. There was a higher possibility that some unknown change had occurred within the Western Tomb Divine Church, and he and Mr. had simply been unlucky enough to be sucked into it. Bang! A heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, Hu Fu still stuffily coughed. His chest felt heavy as if he had been struck by an invisible blow. His heart nearly stopped beating and his face paled. This was the might of the Godfall art, the Godfall art that could kill divine realm cultivators. Moreover, this was a collision of two Godfall arts. Hu Fu didn't doubt that if he were caught in this collision, he would instantly be vaporized into nothingness. Following that was that terrifying ring-shaped impact. The fluctuations were like a tide, destroying everything in its path. Hu Fu's face paled even further. This was an instinctive fear and awe towards this destructive strength. He could only silently pray that Mr. wouldn't be caught in this collision, otherwise if he was sucked in, there would be no chance of him surviving. Before the shockwaves from the collision of the Godfall art dissipated, Hu Fu stiffened. The skies above his head darkened, as if a shadow was cast down from the highest heavens. He raised his head with difficulty. His neck seemed to have rusted. He could even hear the bones of his neck grinding against each other, emitting light cracking sounds. Finally, Hu Fu clearly saw the figure flying through the skies. It was a half-rotten snake with two giant wings. There was a deep wound on its abdomen that nearly cut it in half. One of its eyeballs had been blown off and the pieces of flesh and blood were stuck to the outside. At this time, the half-rotten snake lowered its head. Its remaining eye directly met Hu Fu's. At this moment, a bone-chilling chill erupted from the depths of Hu Fu's heart. He felt as if he had entered an ancient cave of ice and all the blood in his body nearly froze. Endless fear filled his heart. He wanted to immediately run away, but it was like his feet had taken root in the ground and he couldn't move at all. Hesitation flashed in the half-rotten snake's eyes. If this were normal times, it wouldn't let go of this dessert that was delivered to its mouth. But right now, there was an even more important matter. Chapter 755. When the half-rotten snake vanished from his line of sight, Hu Fu shivered as if he had come back to life. He gasped for breath, his body shivering. Just a little bit more and he would have died in the snake's belly. Just now, the half-rotten snake's hesitation hadn't escaped his eyes. Luckily, it seemed to have something more urgent to deal with. That damned Western Tomb Divine Church. Even though they knew such a terrifying existence existed in this mystic realm, they still sent them here to take the resurrection lily. Hu Fu took a deep breath and suppressed his chaotic emotions. He knew he couldn't stay here any longer. First was the collision of the two Godfall arts and then this half-rotten snake appeared. This was a great monster at the divine Tao level. The mystic realm had become an Azura field. If there was even the slightest accident, he would have died on the spot, and his death would have been worthless. Mister, I hope you can be safe. Hu Fu lifted a hand and slapped his forehead. The mark he left in his body was activated. Space fluctuated in front of him and a transmission gate appeared. But what happened next caused Hu Fu's complexion to change. This was because this transmission gate was blocked and he couldn't enter. That damned Western Tomb Divine Church. Hu Fu's prayer was clearly useless. Not only was Qin Yu caught up in the shockwaves of the Godfall arts, but he was also at the center of the shockwaves. His line of sight was distorted by the destructive strength and he couldn't see what was happening around him. Luckily, the layer of stone that the ancient covered his body with had incredible defensive abilities. Even in the shockwaves of the Godfall arts, it wasn't damaged in the least. This caused Qin Yu to realize that the ancient possessed a strength that far surpassed the Western Tomb Divine Church. But then, a doubt appeared in his heart. If the ancient possessed such strength, why didn't he leave this place? Perhaps he might even attach himself to a new body of flesh and blood to complete his resurrection. Although this was an unthinkable matter, Qin Yu believed that to the ancient, this was a simple matter. Why did he stay in the mystic realm? Or, was there some other reason? Or was he waiting for some turning point? Qin Yu couldn't guess the answer. But, a cold chill lingered in his heart. Hey! The ancient's voice sounded out in his mind. Someone used the strength of a Tao monarch to open the transmission gate. There are some blood vitality fluctuations you left on his body. Qin Yu immediately guessed that the one who opened the transmission gate was Hu Fu. It was clear he felt a threat and had no choice but to leave first. Sir, he came here with me. The ancient said, if that's the case, Then I will help him and allow him to leave here alive. Dragon City, Shadow Clan's camp. At Julie's side, Ji-yoon, who was trying to console her, suddenly changed his expression. He stood up and looked towards the main hall. Opposite him, Julie subconsciously clenched his fists. What's wrong? A trace of shock flashed in Ji-yoon's eyes, but he soon calmed down. The portal has opened. It seems that they have returned. Julie's breathing relaxed slightly. Then, he snorted coldly, according to what you said, the red spider lily does not exist in the world of the living, and it will wither upon contact. I want to see exactly what kind of miraculous object it is. Ji-yoon bitterly smiled inwardly. He thought that this excuse of yours was a bit too shoddy. But at this time, he wasn't in the mood to dwell on it. He nodded and walked out. When he avoided Julie's gaze, he furrowed his brows and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. The portal was actually opened. How was this possible? Soon, he and Julie arrived at the main hall. With a wave of their hands, they opened the array formation and stepped inside. In the spacious hall, the distressed Hu-fu had a pale complexion. As he saw them, he coldly said, "Young Master Ji-yoon, regarding the mystic realm, the Western Tomb needs to give me an explanation." Time slowly passed. In the Yellow Springs mystic realm, Hu-fu was standing outside the portal, unable to enter. He was discovered by a blood-eyed spider. It didn't fear the aura of the stone left behind by Blood Qin-yu at all. Instead, after being stimulated, it became even crazier. Just as Hu-fu was about to be torn apart by the blood-eyed spider, the stone in his hand suddenly shattered and he was sucked into the portal. Ji-yoon took a deep breath. He said, "Sect Master Hu-fu, may I ask what happened? I have to know before I can explain it to you." Hu-fu's breath caught in his throat. He wanted to speak of what he saw, but the clash of two godfall arts was something that would shake the entire Western tomb orthodoxy. If he were to speak of it, there would be endless troubles in the future. Moreover, from how terrifying that half-rotten snake was, there was definitely a great secret hidden within this mystic realm. All of these were the sources of disaster. A character that could become the master of a sect naturally had a good temperament and shrewdness. After a brief imperceptible pause, Hu-fu coldly snorted. "Not long after I entered, I encountered a blood-eyed spider. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. I summoned a portal to escape, but I had to wait a long time before I could enter. I was nearly buried in the jaws of that blood-eyed spider." His words were a mixture of truth and lies. It wasn't easy to see through them. Ji-yoon's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. But before he could speak, Julie's flustered voice sounded out, "Sect Master Hu-fu, where is your companion that entered the mystic realm with you?" Hu-fu had a heavy expression. He said with difficulty, "Not long after I entered the mystic realm, I was separated from Mr. By the time I returned, there was no news of him. Although there was no evidence, the terrifying events that occurred in the mystic realm were likely related to Mr. If this was true, then perhaps Mr. had already. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in Qin-yu, but that the collision of the godfall arts and the appearance of that half-rotten snake were enough to destroy any confidence. That was a strength that could cause even divine Tao cultivators to perish. Julie's feet softened and her heart twitched in pain. In truth, after her initial anger passed, she already regretted it. She should have tried to persuade Qin-yu again. How could she have allowed him to die like this? But now, from Hu-fu's words, it wasn't hard to judge just how terrifying the Western Tomb mystic realm was. Even the sect master of one of the 7 great sects had to flee in distress, so what could an ordinary person like him do? Perhaps he was already in a perilous situation. No, that wasn't right. Qin-yu still had a slim chance of survival. The one controlling him from behind was Ning Qin. That person's background was mysterious and his supernatural abilities were vast. He definitely wouldn't send him to his death. Perhaps Ning Qin had a way to preserve Qin-yu's life. For instance, an avatar could descend, or he could possess a body, or some other method. But after she asked, Ji-yoon's answer shattered the last bit of hope in her heart. "I'm sorry, Julie. I can't lie to you. This mystic realm has an extremely important status to the Western Tomb. Without permission, no one can enter. In other words, Qin-yu was alone and no one could protect him. Julie's tears fell down. She didn't know why she was crying. Everything was clearly his own choice, and Qin Yu had brought about his own destruction. She had already done everything she could. But her heart was still sour. Emotions flooded her mind like a tide. For the first time, Julie hated herself for her pride and arrogance. She couldn't forgive herself for watching Qin Yu die with her own eyes. Seeing the woman he liked cry for another man certainly wasn't a good experience. Ji-yoon was silent for a moment. Julie, perhaps he can come back. In fact, although he didn't want to admit it, he really hoped that Qin Yu had died inside. Julie's complexion was pale. It was clear she hadn't heard his words. Ji-yoon was smart enough not to say anything else. At this time, remaining silent was the best choice. He looked at Hu Fu and said, "Before entering the mystic realm, I already warned the sect master that the inside of the mystic realm is extremely dangerous." It was the sect master who took the initiative to go pick the resurrection lily. So, regarding what happened to the sect master, the Western Tomb can only express our apologies, but we cannot give you any more explanations. Screw your mother's balls. Hu Fu cursed inwardly. Even something like the Godfall art had appeared, and yet this fellow was still trying to coax him. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that this would cause trouble for the Hidden Fog sect, he would have already publicized this matter and made the Western Tomb famous. On the surface, he gloomily nodded. "Young Master Ji-yoon, I need to wait here for Mr. to return." Ji-yoon nodded. "Of course, before the 24-hour deadline arrives, Sect Master Hu Fu can stay here." Hu Fu didn't say anything more. He glanced at the dazed Julie and sighed inwardly. Before entering the mystic realm, this saintess and Mr. had parted on bad terms. But it was likely that this would be the last time the two of them saw each other. His thoughts raced for a moment before he immediately suppressed them. Right now, Hu Fu wasn't in the mood to pity others. This was because once something happened to Mr., the Hidden Fog sect's trip to Dragon City would come to an end. Not only would he die a worthless death, but he would also expose his intentions to resist. It could be foreseen that the Hidden Fog sect would be in turmoil. Ever since he inherited the position of sect master and learned of the sect's secrets, there hadn't been a single day that Hu Fu hadn't been preparing. Just as he was about to achieve his dream, all of his efforts had failed. Could this be fate? The heavens were so unfair to the Hidden Fog sect. The hall fell silent. The portal emitted gentle fluctuations that illuminated every corner. Suddenly, Julie, who had been crying silently this entire time, rushed forwards. Ji-yoon's complexion changed. "Julie, stop." But she was extremely close and there had been no warning. Just as his voice fell, she had rushed to the portal. "Qin Yu, in the end, I was the one who harmed your life. Today, I will die with you. This can be considered repaying you with a life." Bang! A shaking strength sent Julie flying backwards. Ji-yoon's face was filled with fear. He flicked his sleeves and caught her. "Julie, what are you doing?" Luckily, the portal was still in a sealed state, otherwise she would have been sucked in. Just thinking about the consequences left him scared. "Ji-yoon, open the portal. I want to go in." "Calm down, I won't allow you to die." Ji-yoon roared. He immediately sensed something and hurriedly said, "The mystic realm is too dangerous. With your cultivation, it is impossible for you to come out alive. At that time, even if you die inside, you will have died in vain. It will be impossible for you to help him. Julie, you must understand that you are not alone. Your grandfather and grandmother are waiting for you at home, waiting for you to support them in their old age. If something happens to you, what will happen to the two elders? Will they be able to accept this reality?" Julie pushed him away. She looked at the sealed portal in a daze, tears flowing down her cheeks once more. Chapter 756. The aftermath of the collision of God's arrival gradually dissipated. It was as if an invisible hand had descended and wiped the heaven and earth picture scroll gently, causing it to suddenly lose a piece. The towering mountain range, the stone steps built along the mountain, and the sharp wooden stakes soaked in blood that had stood for who knew how many years. Now, all of this had disappeared. What replaced it was a giant pit the size of a bowl. It sunk deep into the earth and covered an astonishing surface area that stretched as far as the eye could see. The inner walls were incomparably smooth and were covered in a layer of melted enamel. One could clearly see the bright skies above. All the darkness and clouds were dispersed by the impact of the collision of the god's descent technique. Perhaps the sky at this moment was the brightest it had been since the birth of the Netherworld's secret realm. Gentle rays of light sprinkled down and landed on the ancient's huge skull. The bones that were as clean as jade reflected a misty brilliance that contrasted with the milky white halo around its mouth and nose. There was an unremarkable crack on the skull. But this wasn't related to the god's descent art. Rather, it was a backlash that the ancient had suffered when he tried to reverse the 3,000 vortexes and find out why the ancient race had been destroyed. In terms of pure power, even 100 god's descent spells would not be able to cause any damage to it. At the same time, the statue that Qin Yu had turned into was undamaged. After all, he had died to the power left behind by the Tao monarch. The Western Tomb Divine Throne and the Saint's son, who were panting slightly, did not suspect anything. "Du you have profaned the will that the Tao monarch left behind in the world. As the Western Tomb Divine Throne, I will strip you of your title of Holy Son." Ji Xiangtian slowly spoke. His expression was calm and his eyes were indifferent. And then, Du smiled. "Deny my identity and then suppress and kill me, maintaining the Ji clan's control over the Western Tomb." Ji Xiangtian didn't say anything else. He stood up straight and the weak aura on his body dissipated quickly, becoming strong and cold. Boundless might was released from his body, and strands of light appeared, turning into a large radiant sword. He raised his hand and slashed forward. Du raised his hands, and a dazzling light erupted. His entire person was like a great sun, so dazzling that one couldn't look at it directly. The sword of light slashed down, and the dazzling sun's silhouette instantly caved in. Its surface trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Puff, amidst the muffled groan, a patch of scarlet appeared within the radiance of the great sun. Shortly after, it quickly spread outwards, and the great sun turned into a blood-red sun in the blink of an eye. Then, inch by inch, it began to collapse, revealing Duo Ermor's figure. His exposed skin was covered in countless tiny cracks. One could see the dark red flesh within, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. He coughed with difficulty. Drops of blood spurted out and dyed Du Ermor's pure white, luxurious robes red. Pain and helplessness appeared on his face. Although he could master God's descent and several other divine arts, the price he had to pay was much higher than that of a divine throne. After performing the God's arrival spell and the Sword of Light, Ji Xiangtian's face looked gloomy, as if he had aged dozens of years. However, there were no ripples in his eyes. There was only a boundless coldness and a dense killing intent that hadn't diminished in the slightest. Duo Ermor must die. Let's end this. Ji Xiangtian raised his hand. Ignoring the weakness in his body and the possible backlash, he launched the third divine art. Ruling Spear. Not too long ago, Du Ermor had used this divine art to resist the resurrected corpse on the wooden stake. But now that it was used by the Western Tomb Divine Throne, it clearly possessed an even greater might. The spear condensed from light was incomparably sharp. It flashed with a light that left one's heart racing, able to pierce through and destroy all. Whoosh, the ruling spear howled out, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It pierced through the skies like a beam of light, thrusting straight towards Du Ermor's chest. The expelled saint had a calm expression. He looked at the falling ruling spear and suddenly said, "Kill the divine throne, I will become the new ruler of the Western Tomb. I vow here that I will grant you your freedom." Ji Xiangtian's pupils shrank. In the next moment, with a loud explosion, the ground covered in enamel shattered. Endless magma erupted like a volcano had suddenly erupted. The ruling spear was submerged in magma. With a heaven-shaking explosion, magma splashed out in all directions. Countless cries of pain filled the air. The splashing magma didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it seemed to be attracted by an invisible strength and rapidly fused together. From the cracks in the ground, magma continued to flow out. A magma giant condensed and appeared. Its body was wrapped with millions of souls, all of them howling in pain as they were burned. Its scarlet eyes fell on Duermore. Its deep and low voice rumbled like thunder, "Remember your promise, otherwise I guarantee that your soul will turn to ashes in the magma." Doma nodded. "I will never go back on my word." He looked up at Ji Xiangtian. "The Ji clan of the Western Tomb has imprisoned you here for their own selfish reasons. This is against the teachings of the divine sect. When I ascend to the divine throne, I will expel all the people of the Ji clan from the Western Tomb and let you deal with them as you wish." He naturally understood the principle of cutting weeds and eradicating the roots. Moreover, this was a very heavy weight. All those from the Western Tomb's Ji family must die. With a resentful roar like billowing thunder, a giant bone dragon flew in from afar. Soul flames burned in its eye sockets, causing the rapidly rising temperature of the world to fall even further. Its massive bone body was stacked together, its bones as white as mountains. It raised its head and locked onto the Western Tomb divine throne. It opened its mouth and a dark grey spectral dragon breath came out. Ji Xiangtian's robes suddenly lit up. Motes of light appeared, like stars in the pitch-black night sky. The spectral dragon's breath covered him, but it wasn't able to cause him any harm. Those flashing motes of light offset and dispersed all of its strength. In the legends, the Western Tomb divine throne saint robe was bestowed upon them by a transcendent Tao monarch. It possessed a formidable defensive ability that could resist the power of a divine god. After its strike failed, the bone dragon emitted an angry roar. But it didn't continue attacking. Instead, its aura converged, as if it were waiting for something. An invisible wind rose and a light fragrance spread outwards. It carried with it a gentle flavor that made one feel a sense of longing. Duermore relaxed a little. He said in a soft voice, "I knew that you wouldn't be absent from today's grand meeting. Since you've come, make your decision. Will you help me obtain my freedom, or will you be imprisoned here forever?" A light blue flower fluttered in the wind. It fell not too far away and began to rapidly sprout. In the blink of an eye, it grew to half a man's height. There were wisps of light flowing on the surface of each petal, and a blurry face could be vaguely seen on each petal. "Why should I believe you?" A faintly discernible voice sounded, estranged and lonely, flowing with a faint coldness. It was actually a woman. Duermore lightly said, "Since you have appeared here, that means you have already made your choice. If today's plan fails, I will naturally die. But I fear that in the endless years to come, it will be impossible for anyone else to leave this place. Killing Ji Xiangtian is in line with our mutual interests." The ancient's voice suddenly sounded out. "I am going to attack. No matter what happens next, do not resist." The light blue flower petals gently trembled. Tiny halos of light spread out, forming ripples that fell towards the Western Tomb divine throne. The giant bone dragon sneered. The soul flames in its eye sockets shrank into two tiny pinholes that stubbornly locked onto his aura. "Roar!" the magma giant roared. Its body loudly collapsed, turning into flowing magma. The soul that was wrapped in the magma screamed as it surged towards the Western Tomb divine throne. In the hell mystic realm, the three most terrifying existences that had been sealed and imprisoned had simultaneously attacked the Western Tomb divine throne. Even though the Western Tomb Great Array had been destroyed and couldn't be restored in a short period of time, their strength wasn't suppressed at all. Moreover, the Western Tomb divine throne's Godfall Art, Great Sword of Light, and Judgment Spear had all been used. They were no longer in peak condition. Duermore's descending body revealed a smile. His eyes became passionate once more as he looked at the giant skull of his old master. He murmured, "I have come according to your will. I will inherit the power you left behind and become your new spokesperson in the world." The Rock Demon, Bone Dragon, and Resurrection Lily had all attacked. Ji Xiangtian would die without a doubt and no one could stop him. Duermore stepped towards the giant skull. His expression gradually turned pious. He knelt on the ground and said, "Please bestow your strength upon me." Behind him, the battle between the divine throne and the three sealed ancient wills had already erupted. With the protection of the divine throne's saint robe, even though he was at an absolute disadvantage, he wouldn't be easily killed. Ji Xiangtian lifted a hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. With a loud cracking sound, the white holy light on the surface of his body began to burn like blazing flames. On the surface of the divine throne's saint robe, the star-like motes of light erupted with endless light, as if a great sun had arrived. The light blue halo that lingered around his body was like tumbling fog in the wind, rapidly evaporating and dissipating. Beneath the illumination of this light, the magma rapidly solidified and cracked. Then, it broke apart and fell off. The bone dragon roared in pain. Billowing black fog rose up from its body, covering its massive body. As the fog and light came into contact, there was a violent sound of corrosion. In that moment, the three ancient wills were suppressed. The Western Tomb Divine Throne was known as the existence closest to true divinity in the world. They always had cards in their hands that no one could imagine. He fell to one knee and began to chant, "You are eternal, you are nirvanic, you contain all things, you are summed up as one." The heavens shattered and a phantom appeared. This phantom stepped between the heavens and earth. Behind him, the sun, moon, and stars revolved. Its blurry face seemed to contain all the dignity of the world. The Tao monarch's projection appeared once more. It was even more corporeal than the one summoned by Du-ermor, and its aura was even more vast, like a boundless sea of stars. He raised his hand and pointed at the silent giant skull on the ground. Roar! A loud roar sounded out. It seemed to cross through endless space and time, coming from the endless distance. It still carried with it a terrifying aura that suppressed all living beings in the heavens. At that instant, the three ancient wills that were sealed up let out a cry and trembled. In particular, the giant bone dragon crashed to the ground. It trembled and its soul flames danced in its eye sockets. Drops of black tears flowed out. This was because this was the will of its only master, the supreme ruler of the world. The Tao monarch's projection stepped forwards and fused into the skull. Milky white light began to emit from its 7 orifices and immediately began to burn. An indescribably boundless majesty erupted from within. It was like a towering mountain from the highest heavens had arrived, pressing down on everyone's chests. Du-ermor felt that something was wrong. His eyes widened and he looked at the giant skull floating in the air. A chill drilled out from the depths of his heart. Space quietly shattered and a black vortex appeared. The bone dragon, rock demon, and resurrection lily cried out miserably as they were sucked in. Rumble rumble, the black vortex crazily spun. A powerful swallowing strength covered Du-ermor. His face paled and disbelief filled his face. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The one you chose was me, so how could this be? No one answered him. A boundless will crashed down like a divine pillar that supported the heavens. It smashed into Du-ermor's mind, tearing his will to pieces and swallowing it up by the black vortex. His body spun along with the vortex and rapidly dissipated into powder, vanishing from sight. After several breaths of time, all that was left over was a mass of dazzling light. Within this mass of light, one could faintly make out Du-ermor's pained and twisted face. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't avoid his final fate. Du-ermor's face shattered, vanishing into the light. The pale and weary Western Tomb Divine Seat fell to his knees. Your strength stands above the world. You are the ruler of all creation. He looked at the mass of light in the vortex, his eyes excited and filled with desire. Du-ermor had already died. The strength he left behind would be bestowed upon new saints so that the Tao monarchs could continue to walk the earth. And here, only he met the requirements to fuse with the holy light. If he could obtain this holy light, perhaps his strength would break through the limits and reach a completely new boundary. The black vortex trembled and the mass of light howled out. Under Ji Xiangtian's stunned gaze, it smashed into the stone statue that everyone had overlooked and instantly fused into it. Chapter 757. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the grey statue. Then, large pieces began to fall off, revealing Qin Yu's figure within. Beneath his black robes, he was wrapped in a milky white halo of light. Within his soul space, a blurry phantom appeared. As he arrived, an invisible aura covered the entire area, suppressing all. Then, he took a step forwards and directly fused into Qin Yu's soul. There was no negative feeling at all. Rather, it was like drinking a cup of refreshing cold drink on a hot summer day, refreshing to the heart. Pa Qin, you could clearly hear the cracks that remained in his soul after he used the dragon soul, the sounds of them closing and closing. Bang, a powerful soul aura erupted. The soul injuries that had troubled Qin Yu for so long were now completely healed. Moreover, the strength of his soul had broken through to a whole new boundary. It was a feeling as if he was one with the world, and with a wave of his hand, he could disturb the stars in the sky. The ancient's voice sounded out. I discovered that you had some injuries on your body, so I took advantage of the situation to help you repair them. Moreover, now that you have the status of a saint's son, it will be much more beneficial to your next actions. Of course, most importantly, you will only have the opportunity to inherit the power that the Tao Lord left behind in this world after becoming the Holy Son. As for breaking through boundaries, he didn't even mention it. Perhaps in the eyes of the ancient, Qin Yu's current level of strength was too low, so he wasn't worthy of his attention. The great divine seat of Western Tomb Ji Shangtian was stunned for a long time. Finally, he regained his composure and looked at Qin Yu, who was wrapped in the light. Shock, confusion, astonishment, and other emotions flashed in his eyes. Finally, they turned into bitterness, unwillingness, and anger. He never imagined that the good fortune that should have belonged to him would end up in Qin Yu's hands, someone who had nothing to do with the Western Tomb and was even a medium that he had wanted to kill not too long ago. How could Ji Shangtian accept such a result? He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Yu, a cold light in his eyes. In order to inherit the power of holy light and become the new saint's son, one needed to have a pious faith in the transcendent Tao monarch. Only then would there be a chance of fusing with him. Otherwise, this holy light would be a terrifying bomb, enough to blow up the person who had fused with it into nothingness. Was this black-robed man from the Hidden Fog sect a devout believer of the Tao monarch? What a joke! The great divine seat's expression calmed down. He didn't know why the Tao Lords would choose this person. But this must be wrong. Could it be that because the main body had fallen, the summoned projection had also lost its consciousness? Ji Shangtian took a deep breath and suppressed this blasphemous thought. His heart became devout and resolute once more as he prepared to fuse with Duo Ermor's power. After Qin Yu's body exploded, he was the only one left here that met the conditions. No matter what the Tao monarchs will considered, it could only choose him. In the end, what's mine is mine, it's just that it's been delayed a bit. But in truth, Qin Yu didn't feel the least bit of a test. As the holy light entered his body, it directly fused with him. Moreover, as time passed, the fusion speed became increasingly fast. After his soul injuries were completely healed, his strength continued to rise. This sort of clear and perceptible increase in strength was astonishing. Although Qin Yu still had some doubts in his heart, he couldn't help but immerse himself in it. He hoped that this process would never end. 3 breaths of time passed. Ji Shangtian's expression was cold. "Brat, you're going to die." Another 3 breaths passed. Ji Shangtian's expression remained cold. "Brat, you're going to die." After another 3 breaths. Ji Shangtian's expression was still cold. "Brat, you're going to die." Suddenly, the holy light that wrapped around Qin Yu began to weaken. In the blink of an eye, it completely shrank back into his body. Before the grim expression on the divine throne's face could fade, he saw Qin Yu appear in front of him after the holy light dissipated. Wait a minute. What was going on? Didn't he say he would explode to death? Fused, he actually fused. This bastard actually fused. Ji Shangtian felt his chest tighten and the aura that was suppressing his injuries suddenly scattered. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with misery. What was this? An inexplicable person had actually managed to smoothly fuse with the holy light and become the divine church's new saint's son? "Thou, have grievances." The majestic voice sounded out once more, like a million thunderclaps. Ji Shangtian quivered. His complexion paled and his pupils shrank. He suddenly realized something. Whether or not the Tao monarch had perished was only a guess he, Du Ermor, and the others had made. The truth might not be like this. If the transcendent Tao monarch hadn't perished, then what happened now might have been the choice of his will. As the Western Tomb Divine Throne, he was known as the Tao monarch's representative of the world. If he had any grievances against the ruler he believed in, there was no need to mention the consequences. Cold sweat instantly soaked his robes. Ji Xiangtian fell to his knees, his noble head touching the ground. Your will is the highest ruler. Bang! The space behind him suddenly shattered. Ji Xiangtian was sucked in and expelled from the Yellow Springs mystic realm. The Western Tomb Divine Throne was an existence that held the highest authority within the Divine Church. For him to be expelled from his own sphere of influence, if this matter were to spread out, it was unknown just how many jaws would fall off. The black vortex that crushed Du-Er-Mor rapidly shrank. It submerged into the ancient's skull and was submerged in a rich holy light. Then, the fluctuations of his consciousness sounded out, I know you have many questions. I will explain them to you. A mass of holy light flew out, submerging between Qin Yu's eyebrows. His mind was instantly sucked in and countless images appeared in his mind. In the skies above the towering dragon city, a giant dragon bathed in blood reared back its head and roared. There was a terrifying wound on its massive body, nearly cutting it in half. One could clearly see the broken bones and large amounts of ruptured organs within the dragon's body. The dragon's eyes clearly reflected a battle that was occurring in the clouds. The winds and clouds moved together, and the sky shattered and distorted. One could only see the occasional figure that appeared. One side of the battle was the ancient race that had constructed Dragon City. Across from him was a blue-robed Daoist. Although this Daoist was as small as an ant in front of the ancient race, the aura he erupted with was like a true sun that hung high in the highest heavens. No one dared to underestimate him in the slightest. Even facing the ancient race, this Daoist didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Every time he raised his hand, beams of light would cut through the skies, bringing with them a heaven-shaking aura. The ancient race didn't have any fancy moves. But, every punch and kick contained a boundless strength that could shatter the heavens and crack apart the earth. With the level of strength of both sides, if they fought like this, the shockwaves would be enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, erasing everything in this world. But in the void, a layer of golden light appeared, completely cancelling out and absorbing the shockwaves from both sides. Dao Monarch, you and I are not great enemies, so why are you doing this today? The ancient's deep voice echoed out. The Dao Monarch lightly said, on my road of the great Dao, you are nothing but a stepping stone. What a tyrannical path of a heavenly monarch. Then, let's see whether or not the Dao Monarch has the strength to trample me beneath your feet. The scene changed. On the lofty plateau, there were many divine palaces. On top of the 109 divine palaces, there were blood-colored flames burning. Suddenly, space shattered and the ancient stepped out. He lifted a hand and grasped at the ground. Bang! Flames shot up from the 109 temples, condensing into 109 crimson pillars of fire. Between these pillars of fire, the phantom of a saber appeared. Its entire body was crimson, as if it had drunk the blood of 1,000,000,000,000 lives. Even though it was only a phantom, it caused the heavens to shatter and massive cracks to spread out like an abyss. Outside the divine palaces, trillions of believers were prostrating themselves on the ground. At this time, they raised their hands, fanatical expressions on their faces. Deep within their eyes, flames burned. Their eyes were crimson red. From the shattered space, the Dao Monarch's figure appeared. He looked at the crimson saber phantom and paused for a moment. He lightly said, if you nurture this saber, I might not be your match. Chapter 758. The Dao Monarch lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Bowl-sized golden lotuses appeared. As the lotuses bloomed, countless halos of light were released. The halos of light spread out like a tide, swallowing up the crimson saber phantom. It was like two celestial bodies colliding as a wild strength swept out in all directions. Par, cracks began to appear on the golden lotuses, as fine as a spider web. The Dao Monarch frowned for a moment before composing himself. He looked down at the 109 divine palaces that were still burning. The blood saber in the ancient's hand trembled. White runes appeared on it. Their aura was gentle, but they divided and imprisoned it. Outside the 109 divine palaces, a warm white color appeared within the burning blood-red flames. It seemed to melt into water as it rapidly spread outwards. More and more white runes appeared on the blood saber. The ancient roared, "You dare to betray me." He lifted a hand and clenched his fist. The 109 divine palaces exploded at the same time, revealing the cultivators wearing divine robes within. Their faces were deathly pale and blood flowed out from their orifices. Their eyes were filled with fear, but their expressions were calm. They prostrated themselves on the ground. "You are eternal, you are nirvanic, you contain all things, you are summed up as one." Milky white holy light emitted from their bodies, expelling and burning away the remnant blood energy in their bodies. After a brief period of pain and struggle, their faces became calm and gentle. The fragments of the 109 divine palaces danced in the air. Then, as if they were attracted by an invisible strength, they rapidly flew back and gathered together. In the blink of an eye, they were restored to their original appearance. But now, they were bathed in a soft and warm white holy light. The Tao monarch's voice was calm. "You have lost." The ancient roared, "Despicable." The blood saber in his hand shattered, turning into countless blood-red fragments. "All those who betray me must die." Outside the divine palaces, trillions of believers exploded at the same time. Like firecrackers being lit, everything turned scarlet. Seas of blood, mountains of corpses, and blood energy soared into the heavens. The Tao monarch had an indifferent expression. He flicked his finger and a golden lotus howled out. It opened its mouth and swallowed the ancient. The scene changed again. The Tao monarch held the blood saber in his hand. This was the treasure of the ancient that had been destroyed. His voice was icy cold. "The ancient cultivators have slaughtered trillions of lives and have stained themselves with great karma. Today, I will dismember my body and suppress this world, never to transcend." Shua, shua, as the saber light slashed down, the gigantic body of the ancient race being was split into 5. His head flew up into the sky and was swallowed up by the collapsing space. The remaining 4 parts of his body, including his hands and feet, flew out in all directions. Along with a loud rumble, they were suppressed into the ground. The Tao Lord looked down at the crimson saber in his hand, which had absorbed the lifeblood of billions of living beings. Then, he casually tossed it into the air. The existence of the weapon of slaughter was unknown, so it was suppressed together with its damaged body. After millions and millions of years of corrosion, it finally rotted away. The Tao Lord turned around and disappeared with a single step. Yellow Spring Secret Realm. Rumble. Thunder roared without end. Resplendent lightning interweaved into a net that covered the entire space. Suddenly, the sky shattered, and a large object fell down. The lightning that filled the sky seemed to be attracted by it, and madly gathered over to envelop it. As the lightning wreaked havoc, all the flesh and blood quickly dissipated. With a loud bang, only the white skull fell to the ground. The huge mountain peak instantly shattered and caved in. Large cracks appeared in the lightning. "Tao Lord, you plotted against me. I can't accept this." The illusory figure of the ancient race appeared within the lightning and roared into the sky. Shua, the Dea Lord's figure, appeared. His expression was calm. "I don't need you to accept me." He lifted a hand and lightning erupted, tearing apart the ancient's figure. A wild strength swept out, causing the mountain peak to become even more disorderly. He turned his hand and placed it between his eyebrows. The Tao Lord pulled out a mass of holy light and thrust it into the ancient's skull. Between the ancient's 7 orifices, massive amounts of holy light began to shine out. The cruel aura rapidly dissipated, becoming calm and dignified. "I hope I won't need to use these arrangements in the future," muttering to himself, the Tao Lord glanced at the ancient's skull and then left. Qin Yu's mind trembled. With a bit of dizziness, his vision slowly recovered. "Now, you should understand the general situation. I will explain the specifics later." The ancient's voice was calm. "In the past, although I was defeated and killed in a trap, I cannot help but acknowledge that the Tao Lord was a formidable opponent. If he could succeed in becoming a heavenly lord, he would be able to freely wander through the heavens, shining as brightly as the sun and moon. But there was one point, and that was that he misjudged my strength. He also didn't truly understand why the ancient race was so strong. In the past, when I was dismembered and suppressed, a wisp of my remnant soul was hidden in my soul, avoiding the Daelord's divine sense. Thus, I was able to live to this day. Of course, I have already died. The meaning of living is only to maintain a wisp of my divine sense and not scatter, waiting for someone of my race to inherit my strength. Moreover, because of certain reasons, I have to draw support from the Daelord's strength in order to exist for a long time. You can think of this as some sort of fusion. In this fusion state, I cannot take even half a step away from the skull. It is the same as being forever imprisoned here. I have no idea how many years have passed and I have waited for you. But, I never imagined that my ancient bloodline would also arrive together with you. I never imagined that news of my bloodline being destroyed in the endless river of time would also arrive. The ancient fell silent. The air was heavy. Qin Yu was silent. He knew that he didn't need to say anything right now. He only needed to be a good listener. After a moment, the ancient sighed. He continued to say, "Luckily, the heavenly Tao left behind a sliver of hope. Your existence is the hope for the revival of the ancient race. I will do my best to help you inherit my strength and the Daelord's strength. Perhaps you might be puzzled as to why the strength of the Daelord who killed me would be controlled by me. This is a very complex question, but you only need to remember that the Daelord has already perished and the strength he left behind is now ownerless. If you can control it, then you have a chance of becoming a new Daelord. You can step onto the road of becoming a heavenly monarch. This is a transcendent great Tao that stands above the highest heavens, one that overlooks all the heaven." Within Qin Yu's body, the holy light that fused with him faintly trembled. Then, a longing feeling surged out from the depths of his heart. Countless incomplete images flashed through his mind. Most of them weren't clear, but there was one that was particularly clear. The phantom of a Daelord stood high above the highest heavens. 1,000,000,000,000 rays of light emitted from his body, illuminating the world like a great sun. Countless lives prostrated themselves beneath his feet, chanting and worshipping him with pious looks on their faces. This Daelord's face was Qin Yu's. At this moment, an omnipotent thought appeared in Qin Yu's mind, as if he were the ruler of the world, able to cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in with a single thought. As far as his eyes could see, everything was his own domain. Even with Qin Yu's formidable mind, he was instantly entranced. An intense intuition swelled up in his mind. If he could inherit the strength of the Daelord and step onto the heavenly monarch great Tao, then this would be his future achievements. But at this time, a throbbing feeling spread out from the depths of his soul. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, dousing his fervent thoughts. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu stiffened. A cold sweat gushed out from his forehead, causing his entire body to turn icy cold. In an instant, his mind had fallen into a trance. If it weren't for this sudden throbbing feeling, he feared he would have continued to sink deeper. In fact, he might even be affected and his mind distorted, turning into a puppet that fanatically pursued the heavenly monarch great Tao. At that time, Qin Yu would still be Qin Yu, but he would no longer be him. The ancient sighed in praise. "As I thought, I wasn't wrong about you. By relying on your own will, you were able to resist the temptation of the heavenly monarch great Tao." Its tone changed, filled with pride. The heavenly monarch great Tao is indeed a wondrous and transcendent technique that can reach the highest heavens. Once you succeed, you can suppress the heavens. But, my ancient bloodline does not need to care about this. As long as we continue to temper our bodies and awaken our bloodline, then by relying on our ancient body, we will be immortal and indestructible, forever suppressing immortals and demon. You are very good. You didn't need me to do anything and you were able to break free of the temptation on your own initiative. Like this, I can rest assured that you can fuse with the strength of the Daelord. The heavenly monarch great Tao will become a supporting strength for your ancient body in the future, helping you step onto the peak. Qin Yu bowed. "I will listen to Senior's instructions." His tone revealed a bit of excitement, anticipation, and of course, a bit of restlessness and unease. Movie King acting activated. Qin Yu didn't know why, facing this existence that was also an ancient, he felt restless from start to finish. But, he believed in his own intuition. Moreover, That throbbing feeling just now was a warning from the little blue lamp. Even to this day, Qin Yu still didn't know what the little blue lamp was. But, compared to the ancient in front of him, he was more willing to believe in the little blue lamp that had gone through life and death with him and had walked step by step to where he was today. The ancient said, "Don't worry, you are the only hope of my race. I will not allow anything to happen to you. The lucky chances sealed away in this world can only be inherited by you. Today, I have used up too much of my strength. Leave first. I will guide you through the holy light within your body. Remember, you are an ancient, the most noble bloodline in the world. There is no need for you to feel fear and there is no need for you to bow your head to anyone." Space shattered and Qin Yu was sucked in. The Yellow Springs mystic realm quieted down. The blazing flames on the ancient's skull gradually shrank and fell silent. Those empty eye sockets looked at the place where Qin Yu vanished. After a long time, there was a deep sigh. 24 hours passed. The spatial gate closed and dissipated. Hu Fu closed his eyes in pain, his heart filled with unwillingness. In the end, he had failed. But soon, he opened his eyes once more. Now wasn't the time to despair. He had to make arrangements as soon as possible and hope that the hidden fog sect could survive the upcoming turmoil. Hu Fu took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. "Young Master Ji Yun, I bid my farewells." His voice was hoarse. After speaking, he didn't linger and left. Ji Yun watched him leave. Then, he turned and looked at the dazed Ju Li, his eyes complex and his heart sour. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a soft voice, "Ju Li, the dead are gone. Don't be too sad." Ju Li nodded blankly. Although she had already guessed the result, when it truly appeared in front of her, she still felt as if her heart had been hollowed out. Qin Yu had died. The man who had appeared in her world, the man who had changed her fate, would never return. "Ji Yun, I know that this isn't your fault, but he died in the Western Tomb's mystic realm. I hope that you won't disturb me for the time being." Ju Li turned and walked away, her long skirt dragging on the ground. She was still beautiful, but she was like a wilted flower that had lost all spirit. "Qin Yu, I will not let you die in vain. Someone will pay the price for this. Please believe me." An hour later, Ju Li stood in front of the Shadow Clan Patriarch. She said in a soft voice, "Patriarch, I have already considered it. I am willing to enter the Shadow Clan's holy land." The Shadow Clan Patriarch frowned. "Saintess, I have already told you about the dangers of the Holy Land, so I won't say anything more. But, you must consider this matter carefully. There is no need to be impatient." Ju Li said, "I have already decided." She needed formidable strength. The Shadow Clan Patriarch sighed. "All right. I will personally send the Saintess into the Holy Land." Chapter 759. West Hill. The majestic main hall of the Divine Palace. A teleportation portal stood in the middle of the hall. At this moment, intense spatial fluctuations spread out, and the teleportation portal suddenly opened. Ji Xiangtian walked out with a gloomy expression. His eyes were gloomy and his thoughts were spinning at an alarming speed. Du Ermor considered himself to be cautious, but he didn't know that his actions over the years had already been noticed. The reason why he tolerated it was that he hadn't done anything out of line, so there was no reason for him to make a move. Secondly, the Great Divine Seat is also waiting for an opportunity to use Duo Ermor to take another step forward. Finally, this time, Duo Ermor could not help but make a move using the matter of the Yellow Springs mystery realm. Things went very smoothly. Aside from the fact that he could actually control God's descent and other forbidden divine techniques, everything else was under his control. But His Excellency Great Divine Priest had never thought that a little bug, who had never been considered in his plan, would suddenly emerge and take away the power that should have belonged to him. Was this a warning from the Tao Lord? Thinking of this, Ji Xiangtian's expression became increasingly ugly. If the Tao monarch hadn't died, it would have been easy for him to take away the Western Tomb's authority. He was a great god with an extremely venerated status, but in the end, he was just a spokesperson for the Lord of Tao in the world. He had to find out the identity of this newly appointed Holy Son as soon as possible. Perhaps it could help him understand the situation at hand. At this moment, the Divine Seat's expression changed. The portal in the hall suddenly condensed again. It was larger and more exquisite, and its surface was covered in fine patterns that interweaved with each other, emitting a noble and dignified aura. The black-robed figure walked out from within. "It's you," Ji Xiangtian bellowed. He glared at Su Mo, exuding an oppressive aura. Qin Yu never thought that the ancient would transmit him to the Western tomb. His thoughts stirred. He said, "Esteemed divine seat, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us." Ji Xiangtian was expressionless. A person of unknown origin suddenly became the divine sect's holy son. "What do you think I should do?" Qin Yu lightly said, "Your Excellency divine seat, the Tao monarch's will does not need to be explained to anyone. I hope that you can remember it." Ji Xiangtian said slowly, "Holy Son is right. I will naturally obey the Tao Lord's will. However, I really want to know your true identity. How could a mere hidden fog sect have such a character? There must be a secret hidden under the black robe." Since the great god had become the divine sect's saint's son, he naturally had the qualifications to ask this question. Qin Yu shook his head. "My identity involves the arrangements of the transcendent Tao monarch. I cannot tell you right now." After a slight pause, he continued, "Great divine seat, there is no need to worry. Although I have become the holy son, I will not stay in the Western tomb, nor will I try to seize your authority. The divine throne is the Tao monarch's spokesperson in the world, and I'm just carrying out the Tao monarch's will to complete a certain task he gave me. Once the task is completed, I'll leave." Qin Yu had no interest in controlling the Western tomb divine church. In fact, he even instinctively didn't want to have too many connections with the Western tomb. So although his tone was calm, one could clearly feel his sincerity. Ji Xiangtian had a deep look in his eyes. "Should I trust the saint?" Qin Yu said, "Time will prove everything." Ji Xiangtian nodded. "Good. Then I will stay here and congratulate the saint's son in completing the Tao monarch's mission as soon as possible. If there is anything that the Western tomb needs help with during this time, the saint's son can speak freely. However, your identity as the holy son is a secret. How can the cultivators of the god sect identify you?" Qin Yu was startled. Could it be that the Western tomb divine seat couldn't sense the holy light in his body? He carefully swept through his body. The fused power of holy light was wrapped up in his blood energy, like calm water beneath a layer of ice. His thoughts stirred. Qin Yu lifted a hand and grasped the air. A mass of holy light immediately appeared. "If necessary, I will reveal my identity. Moreover, I ask that great divine seat keep my current identity a secret. Perhaps I should temporarily hide the fact that I have become the new saint's son." Ji Xiangtian smiled. "All right." Du Ermor had died and the holy light had fused into the body of a strange cultivator, but it hadn't chosen him. He hoped that no one would ever know of this matter. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Great divine seat, please help me open a portal to Dragon City. I haven't grasped this ability yet." Ji Xiangtian nodded. "Sure." He flicked his sleeves and space fluctuated as a gate appeared. "Saint's son, please." Qin Yu turned and stepped in. He wasn't worried that Ji Xiangtian would attack him. At the very least, he wouldn't dare to before he figured out his background. The reason was simple. He was the new saint's son chosen by the Tao monarch. As Qin Yu stepped in, the transmission array trembled and vanished from sight. The calm Western tomb divine seat's complexion suddenly paled. The holy light aura that Qin Yu released just now was in no way inferior to his own. In the strict hierarchy of the divine religion, this was a mistake that could not be allowed to exist. Or, to put it more bluntly, Qin Yu already had the qualifications to replace him as the new divine seat, who after a long time, the divine seat let out a long breath. Just as Qin Yu thought, he didn't dare to do anything now. He would wait and see. If this new saint's son really was like he said and only existed to complete the Tao monarch's mission, then the Western tomb would do its best to help him achieve his goal as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Ji family that had ruled the divine religion for hundreds of thousands of years still had the ability to resist. In the past, they had betrayed their master and sent him into the abyss of eternal damnation. So, why couldn't they do the same thing again? A faint light flashed in Ji Xiangtian's eyes. Of course, This was only a last resort. He hoped that things wouldn't reach this step. Dragon City, Hidden Fog Sect Station. Hu Fu had already returned with news that something had happened to Qin Yu. Although he didn't explicitly state that Qin Yu had died, the meaning behind his words was clear. The Hidden Fog Sect had originally held on to hope and were filled with anticipation. But after a brief moment of shock, they all fell into panic. Mr. had died and there was no hope of saving the Darkstar Ice Serpent. Although the arena finals hadn't begun, the Hidden Fog Sect had already been defeated. They were doomed to lose the championship, and once they were defeated, the Hidden Fog Sect would inevitably pay for their previous glory. Everyone was filled with bitterness. Hu Fu issued a series of orders. The messengers hurried back to the Hidden Fog Sect and made a series of arrangements. In the eyes of the elders, the sect master's response was a bit too intense, as if he were resisting a great life or death calamity. But at this time, no one tried to stop him. After all, it was always better to make some more preparations. As for Yun Dai, with Mister's death, the halo of light that surrounded his beautiful disciple also faded away. In the chaos, no one had spare thoughts to care about her. She walked out of the hall and looked up at the blue skies and white clouds. Although the sky was bright and clear, it was dark in Yun Dai's eyes. To her, the entire world had lost all color. Her teacher had died. He had died. Although he didn't dare to believe it, Sect Master Hu Fu wouldn't joke about this matter. "You are so powerful, how could you die?" Yun Dai was silent for a long time. Then, she revealed a firm expression. "Teacher, this disciple will not let you be alone. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I will accompany you." Yun Dai turned and walked back to her room. Her face was pale and sad, but as she took a step forward, she gradually calmed down. Her teacher had died and the Hidden Fog Sect was doomed to fail. They had lost the bet with the hidden influences, but she would never allow the chaotic sky mirror that was stained with the blood of the Ying family to fall into the hands of others. Shua, a shadow flew out from a corner and blocked in front of Yun Dai. This was an extremely ordinary-looking man, one that would be impossible to find in a crowd. He looked to be around 30 years old and had an expressionless expression on his face. His eyes were indifferent. Yun Dai's heart skipped a beat. She suppressed her panic and said, "Draw back, I want some peace and quiet." The average-looking middle-aged man shook his head. "Miss Yun Dai, your teacher has died. The bet is over." Yun Dai's pupils shrank. If this person dared to directly state his identity, then he clearly had absolute confidence he could capture her. Without any hesitation, she opened her mouth to call for help. The middle-aged man lifted a hand and pointed out. The invisible air in space was instantly sucked out. His faint voice sounded in her ears. "According to the bet, Miss Yun Dai will leave with me. I ask that you do not try to resist, otherwise I can only apologize." After all the air was sucked out, her entire body seemed to freeze. A powerful suppressive strength made it so that Yun Dai couldn't move at all. Despair flashed in her eyes. So she couldn't even commit suicide? Suddenly, ripples appeared in the deathly still space. A portal appeared and Qin Yu stepped out. The first thing he saw was Yun Dai. Then, he felt a formidable suppressive strength in the air. He immediately frowned. He lifted a hand and punched out. Bang! The imprisoned space instantly shattered. The complexion of the average-looking middle-aged man changed. He clearly recognized Qin Yu. Damn it, was this a trick? But those people from the Hidden Fog Sect looked as if they had lost their parents. He didn't have time to think about what was happening. He took a deep breath and lifted his hands. A rich black light erupted from his palms. In the next moment, with a dull thumping sound, the man's eyes widened. The bones in his palms and arms emitted crackling sounds as he was sent flying away. "Teacher!" Yun Dai cried out, tears flowing down her cheeks. Qin Yu nodded. "I'll send him away first." The middle-aged man tumbled into the ground, creating a long trench in the ground. His face was deathly pale and he cursed the people from the parliament who had gathered information. "Fuck your strength. You said you were ordinary, but you nearly hammered me to death with a single punch. This is absolutely a great Dao realm master." No, he had to hurry and run, otherwise he would be screwed. With a tumble, the middle-aged man diverted the strength that crashed into his body. Then, he faded away like a shadow, about to vanish from sight. Humph! The cold snort was like a clap of thunder. Blood spurted out of the middle-aged man's 7 orifices. He felt as if a mountain had smashed into his head. Aside from a buzzing sound, he could not think at all. In the next moment, he felt his neck tighten and he was caught in someone's hand. Those 5 iron-like fingers left the middle-aged man in no doubt that as long as he used a bit of strength, he would be crushed to death. "My lord, please forgive me. I only mistakenly thought that you had died, so I acted according to the bet. I had no intention of offending you." As expected, it was someone from the Dark Parliament. Beneath the black robes, Chinyu glanced to the side. He could already sense a large number of auras rushing over. The people from the Hidden Fog sect were about to arrive. Strength flashed in his palm. The middle-aged man spat out several mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying away. "Out of my way!" The middle-aged man tumbled to the ground, turning into a shadow and vanishing from sight. In the next moment, Hu Fu and the others from the Hidden Fog sect arrived. As they saw the black-robed figure in the messy courtyard, their eyes widened. "Mr. Chinyu turned around, his eyes indifferent. "I only came back a moment late. Is this how you all take care of my disciple?" If he had been a step slower, Yun Dai would have been taken away. The consequences could be imagined. Like a cold wind blowing past, everyone who was swept by Qin Yu's gaze stiffened. Before the joy in the hearts of the Hidden Fog sect people could spread, it turned into unease. Everyone panicked. Hu Fu took a deep breath. He cupped his hands together and said, "Mister, before this we thought that you had neglected Miss Yun Dai. It was our mistake. Fortunately, Mr. returned in time and Miss Yun Dai wasn't harmed. The Hidden Fog sect is willing to offer a generous gift to express our apologies. I ask that Mr. forgive us." After he finished speaking, he had a pleading look on his face. "Miss Yun Dai, this was all our mistake. I ask that you be magnanimous and put in a few good words for my sect." With his status as a sect master, his attitude was extremely low. It was clear that Mr. had returned from the dead and the Hidden Fog sect had hope once more. He wouldn't allow any accidents to occur. Yun Dai wiped away her tears. "Teacher, don't blame sect master Hu Fu and the others. I ran out on my own." Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He coldly said, "This gift must satisfy Yun Dai." Hu Fu was overjoyed. "Yes, yes." He bowed gratefully towards Yun Dai. Then, Hu Fu hesitated. Although Mr. had returned, he didn't know whether or not he had obtained the resurrection lily. This concerned the fate of the Hidden Fog sect. Qin Yu lightly said, "I haven't obtained the resurrection lily." Sure, Hu Fu's face instantly drained of blood. Qin Yu glanced at him and coldly coughed. "Immediately prepare the other materials. I will begin the treatment in 2 hours." It was like he had risen from the abyss into heaven. Hu Fu was stunned. His face flushed red and it was only then that he discovered that his robes were soaked with sweat. He certainly didn't dare to complain that Qin Yu was deliberately scaring him. Hu Fu repeatedly nodded and led the overjoyed Hidden Fog sect disciples away. Without outsiders, Yun Dai couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into Qin Yu's arms and hugged him tightly as she cried. Teacher was still alive. He was alive and well. Tears soon soaked his black robes. Qin Yu revealed an embarrassed expression. Not only was Yun Dai beautiful, but her figure was also domineering. At this time, she was so excited that she lost all scruples. When she hugged him, she used a lot of strength. Cough cough. "All right, teacher is fine. I don't have much time left. I need to obtain the resurrection lily as soon as possible." As expected, this topic shifted Yun Dai's attention. She looked up with tears streaming down her face. Teacher, you, really, didn't obtain the resurrection lily?" Qin Yu nodded. "It's true. But, I have my own methods. Stand up first." Yun Dai was stimulated by this news and sobered up. She looked at her black robes that were soaked in tears and drew back several steps. "Teacher, do you have any methods?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "It should be useful. You stay here and don't let anyone disturb you. Watching him enter the room, Yoon Dai's tears stopped. What did teacher mean by this? What did he mean by it should be useful? Teacher, if you can't obtain the resurrection lily, then your beautiful flower-like female disciple will be taken away by others. Chapter 760. The Dark Parliament's middle-aged man fled in distress. When he was far away from the hidden fog sect station and determined that Qin Yu wasn't chasing after him, he finally relaxed. But his years of training had taught him to be cautious, so he didn't dare to be careless. He circled around in circles and used every method at his disposal to confirm that he wasn't being followed before arriving at the contact point. This was an ordinary courtyard. A young couple lived here. The middle-aged man had arrived at a bad time. The two were in bed making the next generation. However, both sides only paused for a moment. Then, the two faced each other on the bed and stood up, not caring at all that their bodies were exposed. They rolled up their bedding and revealed a pitch-black entrance. The middle-aged man jumped in. The young couple made the bed and then hugged each other again. Fiery breaths filled the air. From start to finish, only several breaths of time had passed. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Pars with a light sound, the illumination array formation in the darkness lit up. Bright light sprinkled into every corner, illuminating this simple chamber. On a black square table, there was a single-line communication array formation. As the middle-aged man poured magic power into it, the runes of the array formation lit up one after another. Soon, a projection appeared in midair. The middle-aged man knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Subordinate greets protector. What is it?" "Ning Qin has returned." Just as subordinate was about to capture Yoon Dai, he stopped me. Moreover, regarding this person's cultivation, the information that the Dark Parliament gathered was wrong. Ning Qin is at least a great Dao realm master and his soul force is even more astonishing. He thought back to the cold snort that interrupted him when he turned into a shadow to escape. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook his mind. The projection was silent for several breaths of time. "How did you escape?" The middle-aged man honestly said, "I didn't escape. It was Ning Qin who let me return on his own initiative. It seems he has some self-awareness." The projection paused and continued to say, "You know the rules. Soon, someone will come to hand things over with you. Leave Dragon City." The middle-aged man respectfully nodded. The projection shattered and dissipated. Looking at the contact point he had used for decades, the middle-aged man revealed a complex expression, as well as a bit of relief. He turned and walked towards the transmission array in the corner. The array formation activated and the person vanished from sight. The illumination array formation dimmed and the underground contact point returned to darkness. Without accident, it wouldn't be used again for at least 100 years. Hidden fog sect station. In the room, Qin Yu suddenly frowned. Before this, he had done something to the middle-aged man's body. This was a small skill he had grasped after his soul made a breakthrough. He could lock onto a person's position. If he could find the location of the Dark Parliament in Dragon City, he would have more room to maneuver when dealing with them. But now, the middle-aged man's aura was rapidly disappearing into the distance. Clearly, he had already left Dragon City. There was indeed a reason why the Covenant of Darkness could hide from the world for so many years. They were sufficiently cautious. Shaking his head, Zhongxian suppressed his thoughts. It was just a casual arrangement. Success was to be congratulated, but failure was nothing. Now, it was time to get down to business. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sank his mind into his body, activating the holy light that had been concealed by his blood vitality. His entire body began to emit light, and every pore on his body emitted strands of light. Holy and majestic. He calmed down all his thoughts and bowed. "My lord, there is a matter that I need your help with." There was silence and no change at all. Qin Yu's expression was calm as he maintained his bowing posture. Without a sound, space collapsed inward, and a crack appeared. The ancient's calm voice echoed out, "What is it?" As he thought, after fusing with the Dao monarch's strength, he could communicate with this person. Qin Yu's expression didn't change. He continued to say, "My lord, The reason this junior entered the mystic realm was to obtain the resurrection lily. This is extremely important to me, and if possible, I hope that my Lord can bestow the resurrection lily to me. His injuries had already healed and his cultivation had risen by a great deal. But he still had a bet with the Dark Parliament. Since it concerned Yoon Dai's life and death, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't ignore it. The ancient said, "Of course." Several breaths of time later, a figure stepped out from the spatial crack, a blue flower petal in his hand. "A flower petal is enough for your needs. The ancient attendant will remain by your side for the time being. She has recovered a portion of her strength and can ensure your safety." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you, my lord." The spatial crack vanished. Qin Yu looked up at the ancient attendant in front of him. She was nearly as tall as Qin Yu and her entire body was bathed in darkness. One could faintly make out her proud and domineering figure. "Greetings, master." The ancient attendant knelt to her knees. Her voice was slightly hoarse, as if it were made of metal. It was cold and indifferent. But now that such a beautiful woman was respectfully kneeling in front of him, it gave one a great psychological satisfaction. Qin Yu nodded. "Rise." He didn't speak further on this matter. He couldn't refuse the arrangements of the ancient. "Give me the resurrection lily petal." "Yes." The ancient attendant offered it with both hands. Qin Yu took it and directly asked, "You want to stay by my side?" The ancient attendant nodded. "This is the old master's order." Qin Yu had no expression. "But right now, I am your master." The ancient attendant was silent for a moment. "I will follow master's orders." Qin Yu said, "Very good. You can stay here. When I need you, I will naturally call for you." He turned and left. After leaving the ancient attendant's gaze, Qin Yu's face darkened. It seemed that some of his thoughts could be sensed by the ancient. For instance, he needed the resurrection lily to treat the dark star ice serpent. In Qin Yu's eyes, this certainly wasn't good news. Leaving the ancient attendant behind was Qin Yu's counterattack and probe. He wanted to let the ancient know that he wasn't a chess piece in his hands. Of course, this was also a normal cultivator's response in the current situation. It wasn't too excessive. For the time being, Qin Yu didn't want to create a rift between him and the ancient. Perhaps the ancient really was wholeheartedly helping him. After all, Qin Yu was the only ancient left in this world, but even so, Qin Yu still wasn't sure. He had always been confident in his own intuition. Shaking his head, Qin Yu suppressed these thoughts. He stood up and walked outside. Thinking too much was useless. He would take things one step at a time. Right now, saving the Dark Star Ice Serpent was the most important matter. Yoon Dai's heart was in a mess. She had been standing guard outside the door the entire time. As she saw Qin Yu push open the door, she welcomed him. "Teacher." She looked him up and down. Qin Yu reached out a hand, revealing a petal between his fingers. "I've got it." Yoon Dai bit her lips. "Teacher, it's just a petal. It's enough." With the ancient's vision, if he said it was enough, there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Qin Yu stepped forwards. "Let's go." Yoon Dai hurriedly followed behind. A moment later, all the materials needed to save the Dark Star Ice Serpent had been gathered together. Qin Yu gestured with his hand. Yoon Dai stepped forwards and carefully inspected them. She turned and nodded. "Teacher, there's no problem." Hu Fu let out a long breath. He bowed. "I'll have to trouble Mr. Qin Yu nodded and left. Yoon Dai put away the materials and followed. Seeing the master and disciple leave, Hu Fu sighed inwardly. The hidden fog sect's relationship with Mr. Ning Qin had eased up a bit, but after Yoon Dai was almost captured, it was clear that their points had been deducted. If only they could obtain Mr. Ning Qin's approval. Even if they failed in the end, the hidden fog sect would still be sheltered. Hu Fu secretly decided that the compensation he prepared for Yoon Dai would be 30% more generous. He had to let her feel the hidden fog sect's sincerity. Currying favor with Yoon Dai could be considered a roundabout way to save the country. He would do that. Laboratory. All of the array formations were activated and there were layers upon layers of hidden fog sect masters standing guard outside to ensure that not even a fly could fly in. The success or failure of this trip to Dragon City would depend on whether or not the Darkstar Ice Serpent could be saved. Teacher, I'm ready. Yoon Dai took a deep breath and stood in front of the experimental table. Qin Yu nodded. Begin. Yoon Dai was incomparably nervous and also excited. She never thought that she would have the chance to participate in such a high-level treatment. Besides the resurrection lily, the other materials that the hidden fog sect had prepared were also incomparably precious. Each one could be called priceless. I can do it. I can do it. Yoon Dai took a deep breath. She activated the Chaotic Sky Chronicle and began to mix medicines according to the directions it gave her. Reincarnation fruit, cloudstripe wood, deep-sea spirit extract, spiritual materials were placed into the mixing vessels. They began to react with each other. Bubbles tumbled within the crystal tubes and their colors constantly changed. Qin Yu paid attention to Yoon Dai's expression. After the initial panic, she became increasingly calm as the mixing process continued. Her movements were smooth like flowing water. The rigorous process of mixing medicines left one feeling pleasing to the eye. He relaxed a little. It seemed that there wouldn't be any problems with this step. Qin Yu revealed a look of appreciation. This fake Grand Master eldest disciple seemed to have an outstanding talent as a beast trainer. The final material was the resurrection lily. One needed to draw support from its extreme yin power to instantly absorb and gather all of the medicinal efficacy so that the medicine would take shape. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. He could feel Yoon Dai's caution. This step was the most critical one. If she made a mistake, then she would lose everything. 2 white fingers picked up the resurrection lily. Then, she let go and it fell. In an instant, the petals melted. It was like a giant transparent net had appeared, instantly covering all of the medicinal liquid. Then, it constantly contracted. Contracted, contracted, contracted. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. Is it over? Yoon Dai let out a long breath. It's over. The most difficult and crucial step he had imagined was unexpectedly easy. However, the speed at which the medicinal liquid contracted was a bit too slow. Thus, Qin Yu asked a critical question. Yoon Dai, how long will it take to complete this medicinal liquid? Yoon Dai let out a breath of relief. Just as she was feeling excited, she carefully thought about it. Then, she closed her eyes and sensed for a long time. Her face paled. Qin Yu immediately had a foreboding premonition. And in the next moment, he heard Yoon Dai cry out. 1 month. Qin Yu's face stiffened. He couldn't catch his breath and his field of vision darkened. Chapter 761. Teacher, what do we do? Yoon Dai's hands and feet were icy cold. Qin Yu took a deep breath. You leave first. I will give it a try. Yoon Dai's eyes brightened. She thought back to the 400-some mature shadow trees. Her teacher could do what others couldn't to begin with. Yes. She bowed and drew back. Qin Yu stood in front of the medicine container, his eyes gloomy. With a loud shout, all of the blood vitality in his body erupted. The holy light that fused into his body allowed him to form a connection with the ancient's consciousness. Qin Yu wasn't sure if he could completely block it out. But in the current situation, he could only give it a try. Yoon Dai was no longer a stranger to him. Qin Yu couldn't watch her fall into a hopeless situation without doing anything. He closed his eyes and sent out a summons to the distance. In the current situation, only the little blue lamp's strength could change everything. But, he didn't know whether or not it would help. The little blue lamp's principle had always been to hide itself above all else. Perhaps Qin Yu might have it take the risk to help, but Yoon Dai wasn't on that list. If the little blue lamp felt threatened, it wouldn't send its strength down. Time slowly passed. Qin Yu's complexion gradually darkened. He opened his fingers but no blue light appeared. Was it really impossible? Qin Yu didn't have full confidence he could convince the little blue lamp. But if he gave up like this, Yoon Dai would be beyond redemption. His thoughts raced. Just as Qin Yu decided to give it a try, faint traces of blue light flowed out from his palm. Far away, A small world floated in the endless nothingness. After rapidly growing, it gradually stabilized. The great sun hung high in the highest heavens. Mountains and rivers covered the land, and the air was filled with rich spiritual strength. The aura of life began to appear. For instance, fish in the rivers, beasts in the mountains, and birds in the skies. However, their sizes were 10 times or even 100 times larger than ordinary fish or birds. In a rapidly flowing river, a goldfish suddenly leapt up. Its scales reflected the dazzling sunlight and its massive body cast a massive shadow. Then, it fell into the river, stirring up tumbling waves. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle resounded in the skies. Its wings were thousands of feet wide and its eyes were cold and its aura powerful. But there was actually a blade of grass on its head, its thin leaves swaying in the wind. The great eagle rapidly descended, its wings folding together as it landed in the majestic palace. The great hall beneath its feet emitted a brilliant light. From afar, it looked like the projection of the great sun in the skies. The majestic and untamed giant eagle that looked down on all living things on the ground was standing in the main hall with extreme respect. It gathered all of its feathers and lowered its head submissively. That stalk of grass suddenly jumped up, like a small opened umbrella. It slowly flew down and landed in the main hall. "Sir, I don't quite understand." A green light surged on the grass as it spoke. A figure sat on the main seat of the palace. His entire body was covered in light, and only a blurry figure could be seen. When he heard this, he opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a billion bolts of lightning flashing in the hall. Xiao Cao shrank back a little. Although it had seen him many times before, the adult's aura still made it feel incomparable awe. But thinking about it, with the Lord's noble status, who in this world can compare to him? That was a true existence that soared above the 9 heavens. "Did you feel it?" A light voice sounded out. The grass felt warmth in her heart, but as it fell into the ears of the great eagle, it was like a million peals of thunder. Its body fiercely trembled and it hurriedly grasped onto the ground to avoid the tragic fate of falling down. "That's right. I don't think that my lord should descend your strength at this time to help Master Qin Yu." The green grass paused. "No, I was wrong. Master Qin Yu must be helped, but there is no need for that woman. Haha, this matter isn't as simple as you think it is. I didn't plan on helping at the beginning, but at that moment I suddenly had a feeling. Don't worry, Qin Yu won't suffer a loss. I have my own reasons, but I can't tell you right now." The green grass tapped its tender leaves. "Then I can rest assured. You cannot be discovered right now, otherwise there will be great trouble." The small roots slapped the ground and the grass flew up. "Well, I won't disturb my lord's cultivation any longer. I'll leave now." "Hold on." The figure in the light lightly said, "How has your control been recently?" Good, it's all good. I'll finish soon." The grass dryly laughed and flew even faster. She flashed out of the hall. But at this time, the clear skies above her head suddenly darkened. In the next moment, a bolt of black thunder came crashing down without warning. The grass wailed, "My lord, why did you use this move again?" The cry of a sword reverberated through the highest heavens. The dark skies were cut apart by a sharp blade and light sprinkled down, illuminating the blades of grass that blocked out the skies. It came from the highest heavens. Its blades of grass could cut apart the heavens and split the earth, shattering stars. Bang! The black thunder was split apart. The grass cried out miserably as it fell onto the great eagle's head. It immediately flapped its wings and soared into the skies, flying far away in the blink of an eye. Within the hall, the figure in the light smiled helplessly, but his eyes revealed a satisfied look. In the rumors, there was a star-cutting grass that existed in the world, and its blades could shatter stars. But what he wanted wasn't just this. To participate in the breeding process of a world, to even fuse with the world, to have its roots planted deep within the source of the world. How could this star-cutting grass be ordinary? It was destined to shake the world. The doors to the laboratory opened. Qin Yu walked out with a dark expression, his eyebrows tightly furrowed together. Yun Dai paled. Not even her teacher could do this. As she thought, she couldn't escape her tragic fate in the end. Squeezing out a smile, Yun Dai said, "Teacher, There is no need to trouble yourself for this, disciple. I am already satisfied that I was able to live to this day. Qin Yu waved his hand. There is still time. You don't need to despair. But as for what to do, he had no clue. The little blue lamp had indeed taken action and sped up the fusion speed of the medicines. But beneath the deep blue light, the quality of the fusing medicines also rose. And this sort of increase also slowed down the speed of the fusion. In the end, it would still take a month for the fusing medicines to complete. Yun Dai nodded, yes. There was the sound of footsteps. Hu Fu and the other hidden fog sect cultivators had obtained the news and they hurried over to the laboratory. Mister, what is the matter? Qin Yu coldly said, there isn't enough time to fuse the medicines. Ah. Then what do we do? Could this be the will of the heavens? My hidden fog sect is destined to have no fate with the position of chief. The elders sighed in disappointment. Hu Fu suddenly asked, how much time does Mr. need? Qin Yu glanced at him. 1 month. Hu Fu respectfully said, Mister, there is a mystic land in Dragon City that only the 7 great sects and the Shadow Clan know of. That place is related to the secrets of time. Everyone's eyes brightened. That's right, we actually forgot about that place. 1 month of time. As long as we bring out enough sacrifices, it isn't difficult to accomplish. The heavens always leave a path. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. The power of time? That's right. Hu Fu said, Dragon City is an extremely mysterious place and there are many places that we have yet to explore. This mystic land is located in the center of an altar. After offering sacrifices, we can change the flow of time, speeding it up or slowing it down. In the historical records, 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 37 days in the altar. As long as the medicines are brought into the altar, they can complete the fusion in a single day. Qin Yu said, Hu Fu, immediately prepare the sacrifices and bring the medicines into the altar. The power of time? He never imagined that there would be such an astonishing place in Dragon City. And this strength was something that Qin Yu had once seen many years ago. The source of this strength was the little blue lamp. Chapter 762. The place where the power of time was hidden was a mystic realm in Dragon City. On the surface, it seemed that only the 7 great sects and the Shadow Clan knew of its existence. But because the 7 great sects hadn't managed to obtain the right to control Dragon City, this mystic realm was temporarily controlled by the Shadow Clan. Explaining so much wasn't nonsense, but to point out the reason why Qin Yu was bitterly smiling. Right now, he felt a headache coming on from this little girl Ju Li. By now, news of his safe return to Dragon City had already spread out. If Qin Yu didn't go to the Shadow Clan station, then Ju Li might vent her anger on the hidden fog sect and cause complications. And right now, what he lacked the most was time. Forget it. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He stood up and hurried towards the Shadow Clan station with Hu Fu and the others. Before this, there were already hidden fog sect elders who had set off to discuss using the mystic realm with the Shadow Clan. There was good news and bad news. The good news was that Ju Li was in seclusion, so Qin Yu wouldn't feel uncomfortable in front of her. The bad news was that the mystic realm that contained the power of time had been used by Radiance Temple first, and it had been extended until the start of the finals. Those women, they are doing this on purpose. A hidden fog sect elder clenched his teeth and roared. There was the sound of footsteps and a gentle breeze carried a delicate fragrance. It was formed from the fragrances of over a dozen beauties, leaving one subconsciously intoxicated. Yo, how come I feel like someone is speaking ill of me? A soft and gentle voice carried with it a soft affection. With a deep roar, the hidden fog sect elder's body stiffened. Fine white frost rapidly appeared, covering his entire body. Hiss, his body shivered as if he had just walked out from a world of ice and snow. The cultivators of Radiance Temple had arrived. They were all absolute beauties, each one swaying in the wind, their postures enchanting. Sect Master Hu Fu. Radiance Temple Master nodded. It is not good to talk about others behind their backs. Hu Fu was expressionless. What did he care about talking about others? He wished he could directly attack and tear apart this old woman who was pretending to be young. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. North Cheong Temple Master, my sect needs to borrow the mystic realm today. I didn't think that Radiance Temple would reserve it in advance. I wonder if Temple Master could transfer the right to use it. I am willing to pay 3 times the price. Just how mysterious was the power of time? Opening it once consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Temple Master Jade Light's eyes flashed. Oh, I wonder what sect Master Hu Fu is talking about. I can't believe you're willing to invest so much. Hu Fu said, my sect's Darkstar Ice Serpent suffered some injuries, but they have mostly healed. They just need some time to sleep so that they can restore their strength before the finals. He coughed. In the finals, although the Hidden Fog Sect and Radiance Temple are opponents, Temple Master is well aware of just how strong the Darkstar Ice Serpent is. If you are willing to make things convenient for us today, my sect will surely repay you. For instance, in the finals, the Darkstar Ice Serpent had shown mercy. There was a mixture of truth and falsehood in his words. For someone at the level of the Radiance Temple Master, it was impossible to just run one's mouth. Bei Cheung cursed inwardly. If she didn't have other channels, then she might have been deceived. Did you really think that your dying Darkstar Ice Serpent would dare to take it out to discuss conditions? She faintly smiled and said in a soft voice, I'm really sorry. Our Radiance Temple's Phoenix Luan has suddenly grasped a turning point in her advancement. She needs some time to complete her breakthrough. So, we cannot give up the Time Mystic Realm. Sect Master Hu Fu, please think of another way. In addition, although the Time Mystic Realm is isolated from the outside world and won't be affected, I still hope that everyone from the Hidden Fog Sect can leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there is a problem with the Phoenix Luan's advancement, I fear it will be difficult to explain. This was a direct refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. Hu Fu's complexion paled. Fuck off, think of another way. In the entire world, there was only one known place that contained the power of time. Even if there was another place, where would they go in 2 short days? These women really were doing this on purpose. How hateful. Not having enough time to concoct the potions was an unexpected situation. It was impossible for them to know ahead of time. Was it really fate that the Hidden Fog Sect couldn't escape their predetermined fate no matter how much they struggled? The Hidden Fog Sect Master felt his heart turn cold. Haha, both of you are masters of one of the 7 great sects and have a deep relationship. If there are any problems, just explain yourselves. There must be no conflict. The Shadow Clan's one-eyed elder laughed, but he was actually roaring in his heart. Bastard, why did they have to play a standoff in their Shadow Clan's territory? If this were outside, I wouldn't care if they fought each other. Even if my head was bleeding, I wouldn't even frown. No one responded. The atmosphere was awkward. The Hidden Fog Sect had nowhere to retreat to. The Time Mystic Realm was their last chance. If they missed it, there was no hope for the Darkstar Ice Serpent. They would suffer a crushing defeat. Radiance Temple knew the inside story. Although they weren't too clear on what was going on, they knew that the Time Mystic Realm was the last chance for a group of salted fish to make a comeback. They certainly wouldn't back down. It was impossible for them to sacrifice themselves to help others. The Shadow Clan's one-eyed elder, blue veins popped up on his forehead and his smile twisted. These 2 groups of men and women were absolutely shameless. They were definitely trying to make him lose face in front of everyone. Endure it, I have to endure it. The reason that the Shadow Clan was able to peacefully survive for so many years despite being surrounded by the 7 great sects was not just because of their own strength, but also because of their outstanding ninjutsu. The one-eyed elder had a fiery temper to begin with. But, since he was able to become an influential figure in the Shadow Clan, he naturally had his own unique ninjutsu cultivation. He reached out a hand and pinched his thigh. Then, he forcefully twisted it. A sharp pain struck his heart and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He immediately felt himself break free from his violent state. Cough cough. In truth, fellow Taoists of the Hidden Fog Sect, there is no need to be so angry. After all, there is a first-come first-serve basis for everything. Sure, the Hidden Fog Sect disciples glared at him. Humph tilde the beautiful women of Radiance Temple looked away. The one-eyed elder paused. Of course, as an elder of the Shadow Clan, I maintain an absolutely neutral stance. I will not be biased towards either side. They were all damned bastards. Damned bastards. According to our Shadow Clan's many years of research, it has been shown that the Time Mystic Realm's altar has a great selection of sacrifices. To put it simply, the altar has a simple screening spiritual sense. It can choose better items that it needs more. Hu Fu's eyes brightened. Elder One Eye, are you saying that our hidden fog sect can offer sacrifices now? If the quality of the sacrifice is high enough, then we can obtain the right to use the Time Mystic Realm. The Radiance Temple Master's eyes were like arrows. The group of beauties behind her all lost their smiles. Elder One Eye pretended not to see anything. That might be the case, but the Shadow Clan has never tried it before. I cannot guarantee whether or not it will work. He had to resolve the current situation. He couldn't allow these two sides to fight in the Shadow Clan station. Now, he had a solution. If the Hidden Fog sect couldn't obtain the right to use the Time Mystic Realm, that was because they were too poor. On the other hand, if they succeeded, then it would be because Radiance Temple was useless. It would have nothing to do with the Shadow Clan. He had easily cleaned out the Shadow Clan. The surrounding Shadow Clan cultivators all praised Elder One Eye inwardly with worry. He was truly worthy of being an elder-level character. Not only was his cultivation formidable, but his wit was also admirable. Good. Hu Fu shouted out loud, we will immediately offer sacrifices. This time, even if they had to empty out the entire Hidden Fog sect and turn everyone into paupers, they still wouldn't hesitate. The Radiance Temple Master shouted out, stop. Her eyes flashed with electricity and her aura rose. My sect's spirit beast, Phoenix Luan, is in the process of advancing. It absolutely cannot be disturbed. Anyone that dares to ruin this will be a mortal enemy of my Radiance Temple. The salted fish of the Hidden Fog sect could forget about rising again. Hu Fu stepped forwards, opposing her with equal harshness. Is that so? Then I would like to have a good taste of Radiance Temple's wondrous techniques. At this time, let alone a mere Radiance Temple, he wouldn't even hesitate to fall out with the Western Tomb Divine Church, the #1 divine church under the heavens. If a god blocked him, he would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked him, he would kill a Buddha. The Hidden Fog sect cultivators trembled. As they looked at their sect master's back, they felt as if they had finally seen his true appearance. So it turned out that the Lord Sect Master was such an overbearing and straightforward man. With just a single word of disagreement, he would start fighting. Elder One Eye's remaining eye was stunned silly. How come in the blink of an eye, the Hidden Fog sect and Radiance Temple had come to blows again? Moreover, this rhythm was far more terrifying than before. It was clear that a small spark could erupt into a heaven-shaking battle. Shua, a beam of light hurled forwards, dispersing to reveal the Shadow Clan Patriarch. His hands were held behind his back and a boundless aura erupted from his body. His eyes were as cold as hell. Sect Master Hu Fu, North Jade Palace Master, the Shadow Clan regards you two as honored guests and has always treated you with the utmost respect. Is this how you two repay us? His voice became increasingly low and deep, rumbling through the world. If the Shadow Clan's patience and respect can only be treated with contempt and rudeness, then I ask you two to lead your sects and leave, otherwise you will be the enemies of the Shadow Clan. The Hidden Fog sect and Radiance Temple cultivators both revealed awkward expressions. This scene caused the panicked Shadow Clan cultivators to let out a long sigh of relief. Then, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the Patriarch could become the Patriarch. Elder One Eye, who had played together with the Patriarch, was not only blind in one eye, but was also only an elder. This disparity was far too obvious. Hu Fu and North Jade Palace maintained their silence. At this critical juncture, they didn't want to become enemies with the Shadow Clan that controlled the Mystic Realm. The Shadow Clan Patriarch descended and his aura slowly converged. The altar is right there. If you two wish to use it, you can rely on your own ability. The Shadow Clan will not interfere. The method just now was tossed out once more. The Shadow Clan didn't want to be drawn into this matter at all. Hu Fu cupped his hands together. What happened just now was indeed the Hidden Fog sect's rudeness. I ask the Patriarch to forgive us if we offended you. He looked at North Jade Palace. Everything will be as the patriarch says. Radiant's temple master clenched her teeth. Good. She sneered inwardly. In terms of wealth, their Radiant's temple didn't fear anyone. As for today's losses, as long as they could take the position of chief, what did it matter? They could naturally make up for it. Humph humph. Hidden Fog Sect, this time it was you who sought death. I will remember today's debts and slowly settle them in the future. Chapter 763. After passing through the spatial gate, they entered a grey space. All that entered their eyes was a deathly silence without the least bit of life. An altar stood alone in the center of this space. It wasn't too large and was only 100 meters high. Like this space, it was also dark grey. No, it was more accurate to say that it was even darker. It was like this altar was the source of the entire space being dyed grey. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu frowned. In his eyes, the altar was right in front of him, but in his heart, he felt as if it were far away. As if no matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to reach the altar. This sort of feeling was strange and wonderful. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then stepped forwards. Although his steps didn't seem fast, they were actually faster than thunder. After a dozen steps, Qin Yu stopped. As he thought, the distance between him and the altar hadn't decreased at all. The Shadow Clan patriarch lightly said, "Fellow Daoist, the time altar contains an unknown strength. Although it exists here, no one can approach it." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He said, "Patriarch, may I ask if you know the origin of this altar?" The Shadow Clan patriarch shook his head. "It already existed here before my clan entered Dragon City. So, my Shadow Clan has no comment on this question." He turned around. "That's enough. My clan is only the guardian of the altar. Now that we have opened the entrance for Hidden Fog and Radiance Jade, our mission can be considered accomplished. What happens next will depend on your own methods." Hu Fu took a deep breath and bowed. "I, Hidden Fog Sect's Hu Fu, am willing to offer a sacrifice in exchange for opening the gate of time and borrowing the power of time." He waved his hand and a great expanse of light appeared. Countless spirit stones, materials, and treasures gushed out like a broken dam. In that instant, the light of treasures soared into the heavens. Sect Master. Behind him, several Hidden Fog Sect elders widened their eyes, astonishment and shock on their faces. Although everyone knew that curing the Darkstar Ice Serpent was the most important task at hand, they still found it hard to accept paying such a great price. Hu Fu didn't turn his head. He said in a low voice, "If the Hidden Fog Sect can obtain the position of chief, any price is worth it. I will bear all the consequences of this matter." There is no need to speak further. There were some matters that couldn't be made public yet. But this was the final chance. He wouldn't miss it. Above the dark grey altar, light condensed into a tray. This tray swallowed all of the treasures offered, like a bottomless abyss that could never be filled. Far away, in the boundless void world. In the main hall, the figure shrouded in light suddenly opened his eyes. Power of time. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. The reason he had helped Qin Yu before was because he had faintly felt a special aura. Although he couldn't clearly see what this aura represented, he could faintly feel that it represented some kind of beneficial factor. However, he didn't expect to make such a shocking discovery so quickly. The power of time was a top-notch power in the myriad heavens and 10,000 worlds. Only true peerless experts could control it. The power of time actually existed in this world. Was it really just a coincidence, or did it have some other origin? After remaining silent for a long time, the figure in the light raised his hand and pointed at the void. A spatial passageway opened up, and the palm-sized Xiao Cao screamed as she flew out. "My lord, your methods are too violent. My waist was almost torn apart. I don't have time to bicker with you now. There's something I need you to do," the figure under the light said calmly. Xiao Cao's tone changed. "I will listen to the Lord's orders. I will take a blade of grass from you and give it to Qin Yu. If you feel anything wrong, immediately sever the connection with your body." Star-cutting grass. A single leaf could shatter a star. Not only did it rely on one's own strength, but it also had the blessing of the heavens and earth. By relying on this blessing, it could easily sever one's own aura and blind the primal chaos of yin and yang, allowing one to jump out of the 3 realms and 5 elements. Xiao Cao grimaced in pain. It took a long time to grow a single blade of grass. But since the Lord had spoken, there had to be a reason. Xiao Cao nodded, but her tone became pitiful. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss. If there are any harvests this time, I will give you some good fortune. This was the power of time. If he could absorb it, he would be able to restore a great deal of his strength. He wouldn't need to be as careful as he was now. Time alters space. As a massive amount of top-grade grass fell onto a tray, a transparent scale phantom appeared and began to tilt. Hu Fu's spirits rose. When the scales completely tilted, the hidden fog sect would be able to replace him and obtain the qualifications to borrow the power of space and time. Not too far away, the Radiance Temple Master coldly snorted, her face icy cold. Although both sides hadn't attacked yet, they had already torn apart all pretense of civility. There was no need for her to keep up a facade. You want to obtain the right to use it. Keep on dreaming. The Radiance Temple Master stepped forwards and bowed. Radiance Temple is willing to continue offering sacrifices. I humbly request that you leave the right to use the altar to us. She lifted a hand and pulled in front of her. Space split open and countless treasures surged out. In terms of wealth, even Sky Declaring Pavilion, which was said to have business connections throughout the world, might not be able to compare with them. Who told their ancestors to be so lucky? They had dug up the largest spirit vein that had ever been discovered in the world. Moreover, it was controlled by Radiance Temple alone. It could be said that spirit stones were rolling in like a tsunami, inexhaustible. The beautiful Radiance Temple elders all revealed looks of disdain. They had never been afraid of comparing wealth. This was truly worthy of being the wealthy Radiance Temple. The Shadow Clan cultivators sighed with emotion. Looking at the current situation, the Hidden Fog sect had no chance at all. Hu Fu had a calm expression. He had already expected this, but since he dared to make a move, he naturally had a backup plan. And this backup plan was himself. He was a person that was about to die. If he could contribute to the sect, he was willing to bear anything. I, Hu Fu, am willing to sacrifice my lifespan in exchange for the right to use the power of time. Above the altar, the floating scale phantom paused. In the next moment, a thought fluctuation sounded out in everyone's hearts. Are you serious? Hu Fu bowed. I am willing. I will not go back on my word. Sect Master, please wait. You cannot be impulsive. I ask Sect Master to take back your promise. You cannot sacrifice your lifespan. The Hidden Fog sect elders were all shocked. Hu Fu didn't take back his words. I have already made up my mind. There is no need for you to speak any further. His expression was calm and his eyes were as firm as iron. In the end, he hadn't been able to achieve the best result. After today, he would inevitably be discovered. There wasn't much time left, but Hu Fu didn't regret it. If he could die for his greatest wish in life, to save the Hidden Fog sect, he would be willing to die even if his bones were torn to pieces. Permitted. An invisible strength spread out from the altar, covering Hu Fu. He stuffily coughed and his complexion paled. His entire body began to rapidly age at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hair withered like weeds and wrinkles covered his face. His straight back became stooped and he emitted a lethargic aura, as if he were on the verge of death. The entire audience fell deathly silent. No one expected that in order to obtain the right to use the power of time, Hu Fu would do this. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration as he looked at Hu Fu's back. He had once withstood the pain of having his lifespan sucked out. But what Hu Fu experienced now was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than what he experienced in the past. But Hu Fu didn't make a single sound. Even if his body trembled in pain and dark red blood flowed out from his head, he wouldn't be able to resist. The scales rapidly tilted. Life was meaning. Once one died, everything became nothing. Chapter 764. The Radiance Temple Master sat in a daze. Her face was icy cold as she gnashed her teeth. As the Hidden Fog sect master, Hu Fu was her best comparison. In order to use the power of time, he had even sacrificed his lifespan. What would she do? Sacrifice her lifespan as well? The key point was that Bei Qiong felt that she was in the prime of her youth and that her life was beautiful and colorful. She hadn't found a man she liked to dual cultivate with yet she was unwilling to die like this. Everyone's eyes gathered on her, waiting for the Radiance Temple Master's next response. There were several gazes that came from behind her, filled with anticipation. You bunch of sluts, you want this old woman to sacrifice her lifespan and let you take advantage of me? Dream on. Taking a deep breath, the Radiance Temple Master slapped her forehead. A rainbow-colored light gushed out and a dazzling seed flew out. Myriad enlightenment fruit. The Shadow Clan Patriarch shouted out loud, his expression shaking. Behind him, Elder One-Eye's complexion changed. What? This is the Myriad enlightenment fruit. In the legends, it isn't. The Shadow Clan Patriarch interrupted him. He looked deeply at the Radiance Temple Master. Radiance Temple's methods are truly good. I admire you. Everyone in the world had been mercilessly played with. Myriad enlightenment fruit. A voice suddenly sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. An invisible strength spread out, instantly covering his entire body and shielding his several independent consciousnesses as well as isolating him from the outside world. The little blue lamp. It had already been a long time since it had taken the initiative to contact Qin Yu. As his cultivation rose, it became even more cautious. At this moment, as Qin Yu heard its voice, even though there was a connection between them, he still felt a bit of joy at reuniting with it. However, Qin Yu didn't waste any time. He directly asked, "Is this Myriad enlightenment fruit useful to you?" If the little blue lamp was directly communicating with him, it was inevitably taking a great risk. "This fruit is useless to me, but it is a treasure for you. The reason I sent my consciousness here is for this altar." The closer he got, the clearer he could feel the mature power of time lingering around the altar. Of course, if he considered it from another perspective, it might also contain greater dangers. After all, someone that could control the power of time to such a degree was absolutely an incomparably formidable character. And most importantly, the little blue lamp didn't feel the aura of death from this altar. In other words, the master that refined this altar was still alive. Is it bait? In the distant world, the figure bathed in light spoke softly. There was some hesitation in his eyes. The risk was higher than he thought, but it would be too much of a pity to give up like this. Moreover, according to the wisp of aura he sensed, this wave might be slightly risky, but it shouldn't be too big of a problem. Let's do it. Qin Yu, I have brought something. Take it and offer it. As the fluctuation of his consciousness fell, a part of Qin Yu's soul space quietly collapsed and a green blade of grass flew out. It was only 3 or 4 fingers long and there was a watery sheen around it. It was clear that it had just been cut off. Whoosh, the grass and leaves flew out of their own accord, circling around Qin Yu's soul and dancing in the air, seeming particularly intimate. But at this time, Qin Yu's entire body stiffened and his thoughts nearly froze. He could clearly feel the violent energy contained within the blade of grass. Even the tiniest bit of it was enough to tear his soul to pieces. As if discovering Qin Yu's distress, the blade of grass stopped in front of him and did its best to restrain its aura. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He felt as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. As he looked at the somewhat aggrieved grass in front of him, his mind stirred. Star-cutting grass? The blade of grass forcefully nodded. It's me, Master Qin Yu, you've finally remembered me. Qin Yu still remembered that many years ago when his consciousness had entered into the distant world, he had seen that weak little grass. But now, just a single leaf of it was powerful to such a degree. As he thought, the speed at which one's cultivation rose could only be described in relative terms. In these past years, he felt as if he was racing a car, while the other party was driving a rocket. After a moment of sadness, Qin Yu immediately shook off this thought. You are the sacrifice. The little blue lamp lightly said, don't worry, nothing will happen to it. Moreover, if you want to save this cultivator who is currently sacrificing his lifespan, you had best hurry up. He will soon die. Qin Yu looked up. Indeed, Hu Fu was as thin as a stick and his body was covered in death energy. His vitality was like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any moment. Sect Master, why are you doing this? Even if you can't seize the position of chief, we will still have a chance in the future. That damned Radiance Temple, they harmed our sect master to this extent. We must definitely take revenge for this enmity. The Hidden Fog sect elders were filled with despair. They never imagined that their sect master, who had always seemed weak and cowardly, would actually act so fiercely. Teacher. Yoon Dai revealed a look of unwillingness. She was a kind-hearted girl. Chinyu said, "Don't worry, he won't die." He lifted a hand. Light flashed in his palm and a blade of grass appeared. The moment the blade of grass appeared, Chinyu felt a gaze on him. It was like a pair of invisible eyes were staring at him. "Thou, do you wish to offer a sacrifice?" A thought fluctuation came from the altar. Chinyu nodded. "I am willing to sacrifice this blade of grass to help the Hidden Fog sect obtain a chance to use the power of time." Of course, without needing the scales to weigh it, the thought directly agreed. In the next moment, a strength was drawn out and applied to the blade of grass. Chinyu's eyes flashed. His fingers suddenly grasped the blade of grass. "Wait a moment. Thou wish to renege?" Above the sacrificial altar, the projection of the grey scales released an extremely terrifying aura. Chinyu shook his head. "I only have a few conditions." At this moment, everyone was shocked. This was the first time they had seen someone dare to bargain with the time altar. Didn't he fear death? This was a blade of grass that contained the power of time. One didn't need to be a genius to know that its origins were absolutely astonishing. Perhaps he could casually move his pinky finger and crush them into dregs. In this situation, he still dared to raise conditions. Everyone looked at Chinyu as if he were a madman. Did you think that just because you were holding something that the time altar was interested in, you could recklessly offend it? Dream on. You would definitely be screwed. Subconsciously, the Shadow Clan and Radiance Temple cultivators pulled away from Chinyu. The remaining Hidden Fog sect cultivators all had tangled expressions. They didn't know if they should stay or leave. Only Yoon Dai looked at him, her eyes sparkling like little stars. He was truly worthy of being her teacher. Even facing the time altar that had its own consciousness, this legendary existence still dared to raise a request. She believed that her teacher could definitely do it. He definitely had confidence in himself. The time altar was quiet for a moment. The terrifying aura on the scales slowly converged. "State your request." He succeeded. He actually succeeded. The people from Radiance Temple were stunned. They never thought this would happen. Time altar big boss, with your status, you actually compromised so casually. This didn't make any sense at all. You should have directly smacked this bastard into dregs with one slap. A foreboding feeling gushed out from their hearts. If the time altar was able to compromise, it was clear that this grass leaf was extraordinary. Could the dignified Radiance Temple be defeated by a grass leaf? No, absolutely not. Bei Qing grit her teeth. The speed at which treasures gushed out from the spatial crack suddenly accelerated. She had even offered up the myriad enlightenment fruit and paid such a heavy price. The Hidden Fog sect would never be able to rise again, never ever. As long as there were enough sacrifices, the time altar would definitely change its mind. Chinyu glanced at the Radiance Temple Master, who had a fierce expression on her face. He shook his head at her struggle. Since the little blue lamp had taken action, how could it give you any room to resist? Even if you sacrificed yourself, you still wouldn't be able to redeem yourself. It was just that he didn't know what had been done to this star-cutting grass leaf that the time altar would be so interested in it. Gathering his thoughts, Chinyu said, "First, undo the plundering of Hu Fu's lifespan." Yes. The swallowing strength emitted by the time altar vanished without a trace. Hu Fu's body softened and he slumped to the ground. Although he had managed to keep his life, he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Chinyu lifted a finger. "The second request is that Radiance Temple sacrificed a myriad enlightenment fruit just now. I am quite interested in it." The time altar, this seemed to be the first time that someone had dared to take something out of its stomach. After a moment of silence, a thought fluctuation sounded out, "All right. Hum, the scales rapidly trembled. After several breaths of time, a rainbow-colored light flew out from the abyss-like tray. Qin Yu grasped it. The Radiance Temple Master's face paled. Her eyes stared straight at Qin Yu. If looks could kill, Qin Yu would have already been riddled with holes. Her myriad enlightenment fruit, the myriad enlightenment fruit that she had nourished with her blood vitality for hundreds of years, the myriad enlightenment fruit that was about to mature and be used. Her heart ached to the point of exploding. No, calm down. Don't feel this heartache for now. Right now, the most important matter wasn't this. Once the Hidden Fog sect obtained the qualifications to use the spacetime mystic realm, they really might be able to reverse the situation and trample Radiance Temple beneath their feet once more. If so, then everything that Radiance Temple had sacrificed would become meaningless. They would have to face an extremely grim situation. How hateful. Just who was this black-robed man? For the spacetime altar to value him so highly, the grass leaf in his hand was definitely a treasure. For the Hidden Fog sect, he was even willing to sacrifice such a treasure. Just what was he doing? Unfortunately, Qin Yu wouldn't explain this to the Radiance Temple Master. When he obtained the myriad enlightenment fruit, he let go and allowed the suction force to take away the star-cutting grass leaf. Sure, it fell onto the scale tray. The side representing Radiance Temple was sent flying away. The spacetime altar shook. Its surface opened, revealing an entrance. Bang! The Luan Phoenix's giant figure was directly expelled out. Its body curled up and fluctuations of strength constantly shook around it. It was in an extremely unstable state. This Radiance Temple spirit beast was actually in a state of ascension. The Radiance Temple Master was left dumbfounded. Who could tell her that the Phoenix Luan had been perfectly fine? Why would it suddenly begin to advance? This was definitely a good thing, but the timing was too bad. During the process of ascension, it had been expelled from the time altar. The flow of time around it fluctuated, instantly causing it to lose control of its strength and fall into the abyss of failure. No. The Radiance Temple Master screamed out loud. Her fingers danced in the air, forming a series of sealing law formulas to suppress the Phoenix Luan's rampaging strength. Chapter 765. Qin Yu didn't care about Radiance Temple Master's resentment. He didn't even glance at her. His eyes fell on the entrance to the time altar and his thoughts raced. It was clear that the little blue lamp had designs on it. In this situation, staying as far away from it as possible was the best choice. That was it. Sect Master Hu Fu. This sort of dangerous matter was best left to the people of the Hidden Fog sect. But just as Qin Yu opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the little blue lamp's thoughts. What happens next will require your cooperation, so you must personally enter. The white-haired Hu Fu gasped for breath. Mister, what orders do you have? Although he was about to die, he was actually overjoyed in his heart because the Hidden Fog sect had a chance to take a turn for the better. It was just that after today's events, they owed Mr. even more favors. But sometimes, owing favors was also a way to pull relationships closer. As long as Mr. didn't mind, he hoped that the Hidden Fog sect would owe him more favors. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. It's fine. I will enter the time altar. You can all wait outside. Looking at the entrance to the mystic realm on the altar, he was filled with anxiety and helplessness. He felt as if it were a giant mouth waiting to devour him. Teacher, will you enter by yourself? How about this disciple accompany you? Yun Dai sincerely asked, a hint of anticipation in her voice. This was the legendary strength to change time. If she could personally experience it, that would be the best. As for dangers, if she followed at teacher's side, that didn't exist. After experiencing so many things and experiencing so many ups and downs, Yun Dai's confidence in her teacher had completely exploded. Unfortunately, her teacher wasn't willing to accept her. Giving the Chaotic Sky Chronicle to her teacher was the best repayment she could give him. Perhaps after entering the time altar, the distorted time would also affect her teacher's decision and make him willing to accept her. Thinking of this, Yun Dai blushed red and a faint sheen of tears appeared in her eyes. Qin Yu looked up at the heavens, speechless. If he could choose, he wouldn't want to go in. Moreover, it's fine if you want to go in. But why are you blushing? It's fine if you're blushing, but what's with that bashful look when you look at me? Those that don't know the inside story might think that I did something to you. You're being wronged. Cough. Teacher has his own arrangements. You can stay outside. Qin Yu walked away, not giving her a chance to speak. As the entrance to the time mystic realm opened, the mysterious strength that covered the time altar vanished. With just a few steps, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and stepped forwards. Little blue lamp, we haven't seen each other in a long time, so don't try to trick me. It was like passing through a layer of icy water. A chill instantly invaded his body, reaching deep into his marrow. Even his consciousness paused for a brief moment. When he returned to his senses, he'd already appeared in a misty world, and his surroundings were completely empty. Besides the ground beneath his feet, there was nothing else. This is the secret realm of time. It's much bigger than I imagined. There doesn't seem to be an end to it. Qin Yu silently thought. The little blue lamp's thoughts were calm. In truth, this is only an illusion. As his voice fell, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. In the next moment, in the boundless space, many straight lines appeared. They were neatly arranged, with one appearing at the same distance apart, and they continued to spread outwards until they reached the end of their vision. This thing. A mirror. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he suddenly reacted. The little blue lamp said, "What you said isn't wrong. To be more precise, this is a spatial duplication and overlapping built upon the power of time. It is a very high-end ability that can extend an area the size of a room to infinity. It seems that this place has an even greater origin than I thought." Qin Yu, he had a very bad premonition. He thought for a moment and earnestly said, "If you don't have full confidence, can we consider giving up?" The little blue lamp lightly said, "It's too late. After the time altar accepted the sacrifice of the star-cutting grass, it already began." Qin Yu rubbed his temples. "Then what can I do?" "You don't need to do anything. Qin Yu, asterisk and percent and yuan. If you don't need to do anything, then what am I supposed to do? Are you at the altar? Can you open the door? I want to go out. Don't waste your efforts. It can't hear your thoughts, and even if you shout yourself hoarse it's useless." Since Qin Yu had his eyes on this altar and wanted to seize the power of time contained within, the little blue lamp had already prepared a response. Everything here was isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, as soon as he tried to do anything he would be sensed by the creator of the time altar. If that were the case, he might as well go home and play with mud. In truth, what I've said is a bit inaccurate. You need to wait here for my arrangements to take effect and then follow my instructions to complete the final and most critical step. So, you must stay here. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. I don't seem to have any other choice. You must be careful and not mess around. He only had one life. If he gave it away, it would be gone. Spatial duplication and overlapping built upon the power of time, he simply couldn't understand it. But, this sort of high and mighty term clearly represented a heaven-shaking strength. To provoke such an existence, just a casual wave of a hand would be enough to cause him to die without a grave. Indeed, something like the little blue lamp that had a heaven-defying attribute shouldn't have appeared here. Every time it did, something major would happen. If he could live past today, then it would be best if they met as little as possible in the future. The little blue lamp, it suddenly felt a stifling feeling in its heart. My companion was originally a strong, hard-working, and powerful youth of the cultivation world. How could he have become like this after not contacting him for a period of time? The overlapping of the power of time and space could cause a cultivator's personality to change. He had never heard of such a phenomenon happening before. The little blue lamp fell silent. It carefully sensed the connection between it and Qin Yu. After a long time, it let out a long breath. It was still the same Qin Yu, his body hadn't been seized by someone. As it thought of the possibility that he would be like this in the future, the little blue lamp felt tired. It wondered if it would ever have the chance to change to a new and amazing companion. I'm waiting online. I'm very anxious. Qin Yu took out the container of medicines and placed it to the side. Then, he closed his eyes and tried to sense the changes in his body. 1 day in the outside world was 30 days inside. This was a difference of 30 times the flow of time. It was simply unbelievable. If he could sense 2 or 3 times and obtain just a tiny harvest, it would be enough for him to benefit greatly. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. Qin Yu opened his eyes and sighed. As I thought, wanting to perceive the power of time is nothing more than the ravings of an idiot. His legs were numb from sitting and he hadn't obtained any harvests at all. There didn't seem to be any difference between staying in the time mystic realm and staying in the outside world. The only difference was that the concentration of spiritual power in the air here was much higher than in the outside world. However, he, Qin, had never relied on the spiritual power of the outside world to cultivate. To him, this was of little value and basically had no effect. The little blue lamp was left speechless. The power of time. Only when one stepped onto the peak of cultivation and completely solidified their domain, reaching a level where a single thought could cause the world to descend upon them, would they be able to control this supreme strength. In the legends, when one reached a profound understanding of the Tao of time, they could even summon the river of time and reverse its flow in a small area, reviving all life that had been extinguished in the river of time. In the myriad heavens and realms, there were countless supreme beings that yearned to comprehend the mysteries of the power of time but couldn't. With Qin Yu's cultivation, wanting to touch upon the power of time was simply the ravings of an idiot. 10,000. If Qin Yu really succeeded, then that would truly be unreasonable. As the little blue lamp decided to remain silent, Qin Yu looked for him on his own initiative. Little blue, do you have a way for me to control the power of time? Ha ha ha, if I had this ability then I would have already unified the heavens and become the ruler of the great desolate. Why would I need to go through so much trouble hiding? Moreover, what the hell was this little blue? I don't. The refusal was straightforward. Qin Yu revealed a disappointed expression. I thought there was nothing you couldn't do, but it turns out there are things you can't do. The little blue lamp continued to chuckle. What nonsense. There were many things it couldn't do. Is there really no way? Qin Yu continued to ask. The little blue lamp was about to pour a bucket of cold water over Qin Yu's head to extinguish his unrealistic thoughts, but then he suddenly thought of something. In truth, it's not like there's no chance. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Little blue, hurry up and tell me. The little blue lamp clenched its teeth. Don't call me little blue. Okay little blue, hurry up and tell me, don't delay me. I said don't call me. I understand little blue. The little blue lamp was silent for a moment. Then, its voice was particularly faint. Just now you exchanged for a myriad sage fruit from the time altar. Eat it and meditate on it. If your luck is good, you might be able to obtain some harvests. Qin Yu flipped his hand and took out the myriad sage fruit. Eat it. That's right. Thank you little blue. The little blue lamp watched as Qin Yu finished off the fruit in 2 or 3 bites and even the core. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to meditate. The little blue lamp sneered. The myriad sage fruit could be considered a small top-grade spirit fruit that could assist in cultivation. After eating it and meditating on it, there would be an extra boost to one's perception. But to rely on the myriad sage fruit to meditate on the power of time, there were only 3 words to describe it. Ha ha ha. If it were really useful, then it would have already been snatched up by the great figures of the universe. Of course, that didn't mean there was no chance at all. After all, the power of time itself had its own corresponding time laws. As long as one diligently meditated on it, there would eventually be a chance to touch upon it. Of course, just like the little blue lamp said, one needed enough luck. As for how much luck was enough, if it was as high as the heavens, then it would be enough if it was multiplied by several tens of thousands of times. The little blue lamp closed its eyes, waiting to see Qin Yu's disappointed expression. This companion of his needed to experience some setbacks in order to restore his twisted nature. He focused his mind and sensed the star-cutting grass leaves that he had sacrificed. The traps he had laid down ahead of time were about to be triggered. If everything went smoothly, he should be able to achieve his goal. Fusing with the strength of the time altar would be far more beneficial to him. At the very least, This power of space would be able to allow the world that had slowed down to step back onto the track of rapid expansion. However, there were some loose ends that he had to thoroughly clean up. Otherwise, if they caught up to him, the consequences would be dire. After an unknown period of time, a strange fluctuation appeared. The little blue lamp's thoughts trembled as if it had been electrocuted. Hey, 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 am I dreaming? Chapter 766. Within the time mystic realm, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the space around him was shrinking at an extremely small rate. There were slight fluctuations. It wasn't his own aura that was causing space to change, but the flow of time around Qin Yu had changed. With the little blue lamp's vision, it was impossible for him to be wrong about what this meant. But even after looking for a long time, he still couldn't believe it. What kind of joke was this? This was different from the simple 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Rather, it was the supreme power of time. With a single thought, he could change the flow of time and the heavens were beneath his feet. Only a big boss amongst big bosses, a peak amongst peak existences, had the qualifications to touch this power. Even for him, if it weren't for his status, it would have been impossible for him to possess the power to control time in his current weakened state. But now, he could clearly feel a factor affecting time from Qin Yu's body. This didn't make any sense at all. Could it be that in the years he had been asleep, the myriad enlightenment fruit had been cultivated to a new effect? But he wasn't blind. The fruit that Qin Yu was chewing on was clearly the most ordinary myriad enlightenment fruit. Although his memories weren't complete, he could vaguely remember eating this fruit as a snack a long time ago. The little blue lamp took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He had an ability that transcended his body. With a single thought, he could enter a programmed state. This was a kind of talent that was extremely useful in a critical moment. The space in front of Qin Yu suddenly collapsed. A great sun phantom appeared in the pitch-black darkness. Then, a figure condensed, blurry and indistinct. After quietly watching for several breaths of time, the great sun phantom lifted a hand and pointed at Qin Yu's eyebrows. The fingertip passed through the great sun's aura, revealing a slender fingertip that shined with a jade-like halo. It gently fell between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Qin Yu frowned, as if he could feel something. But, he soon composed himself. After a long time, the fingertip retracted back into the sun phantom. He whispered, "It's actually true." What is the reason? Indifferent and calm, without any fluctuations of emotion. After a moment of silence, the great sun phantom gently waved its hand. The sun phantom suddenly enlarged, covering Qin Yu. Green trees formed a forest, overflowing with an ancient aura. It was a small hill with a radius of only a few hundred meters and a height of about 70 to 80 meters. If it wasn't for the ancestral shrine built on top of the hill, it wouldn't be eye-catching at all. One could easily find hundreds or even thousands of similar places. However, with this ancestral shrine, even if it was only one of the countless ordinary mountains, it became even more extraordinary, and it had the qualifications to look down on the heavens and 10,000 worlds. This was because the horizontal board of this ancestral shrine had a black background with the word Hua in gold, surrounded by intricate patterns. The black represented the endless abyss, the gold represented the nobility, and the patterns represented the materialization of the rules. Clang, clang. In front of the ancestral shrine, there was a brass bell tied to a crooked locust tree. The mouth of the bell was facing downwards, casting a faint shadow under the sunlight. The bell tolled, but the brass bell attached to the locust tree didn't move in the slightest. What truly shook and trembled was the shadow cast down from the ground. Perhaps it was because the information it sensed was not important enough for it to shake its tired body, so it let the shadow speak for it. There was a small courtyard at the base of the hill. There was a courtyard gate, a fence, and a single room, all of it woven and constructed from bamboo. The sound of a bell echoed out and the door opened from within. A man in plain white robes walked out. At first glance, he looked to be in his 30s, but at second glance, he felt as if he were in his 50s. Looking at him any longer, he felt as if he were facing a dignified and amiable elder. In short, this was a man whose age was a mystery. He looked up at the hill and at the ancestral shrine hidden in the trees. A smile appeared on his face. He stepped out and followed the stone steps up the hill. It was unknown how many people had passed by, but the surface of the stone steps had been polished smooth, as if they had been coated with a layer of paste. Standing in front of the ancestral shrine, he lifted a hand and the ringing of the bell vanished. The gently swaying bell silhouette returned to tranquility. He couldn't help but shake his head. You really are becoming more and more lazy. If you continue like this, what use are you? The brass bell was silent. Although it didn't say a word, it vividly displayed the word proud, disdainful and disdainful. The man shook his head helplessly. But he also understood its temperament. He didn't delay any longer and bowed towards the entrance of the ancestral shrine. Then, he lifted a hand into the void and closed his eyes to receive information from the ancestral shrine. Soon, he opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. The power of time. He quickly thought about the several people in his tribe who might be able to break through. But no one met the conditions. The man's face lit up with joy. It isn't that there are several people who are about to break through. Could it be that another proud son of heaven has appeared in my tribe and touched upon the path of time ahead of time? With a flick of his sleeves, a golden book appeared in front of him. It opened on its own, and on each page, a figure was projected. What they had in common was that they were all young, arrogant, and extraordinary. The golden book flipped through page after page, but no one met the conditions. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. It seems that this is the pearl of my tribe that has been overlooked. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Even within his tribe, there were many shady matters. But a proud son of heaven that could comprehend the power of time could not be suppressed in any way. If this was true, then someone would have to pay a heavy price. The man revealed a dignified expression. With a flick of his sleeves, the golden book grew thicker. Page after page flipped through, recording the basic information of everyone in his tribe. Filtering slowly like this would take up a great deal of time. But, compared to finding a proud son of heaven that had touched upon the power of time, it was worth it. 2 hours later, the last page of the golden book closed. The white-robed cultivator, whose age was a mystery, frowned, his face dignified. No one. He compared the entire golden book and pulled out everyone in his tribe. But no one matched the information transmitted to him by the ancestral shrine. There was only one explanation for this. The person who touched upon the power of time wasn't in the golden book. How was this possible? When all tribe members were born, their blood essence would be collected and they would be protected by the ancestral shrine. Their information would be recorded into the golden book. But now, there was no information about this person in the golden book. Could it be that there was a bloodline of his tribe left behind in this world? This person put away the golden booklet and turned to leave. He walked down the hill and pushed open the door to enter the courtyard. When the door opened, his feet landed on the ground. In front of him was an incomparably magnificent palace. Endless majesty and a noble aura swept out in all directions. Chio, why did you leave the ancestral shrine without permission? The sunlight receded to reveal Qin Yu sitting cross-legged. The space fluctuations around him had stabilized. This meant that he had truly touched upon the path of time. Although this was only the tip of the iceberg and he was still far from crossing the threshold, and he was even unable to use it with his current cultivation, this was still the power of time. It also represented an invitation that led to the peak of the highest level. As long as he didn't die in the future, once Qin Yu's cultivation met the requirements, he could push open the door and truly control the power of time. The figure covered in sunlight would never admit that he was jealous of Qin Yu. But, to be able to touch upon the path of time at his current cultivation and age, even looking at the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, he wouldn't be any weaker than those so-called proud sons of heaven. If his cultivation conditions were taken into account, he might even surpass them by a great deal. He would be smashed into the ground and beaten up in midair. He is truly worthy of being a descendant of that legendary race. The power of his bloodline is actually so formidable. I originally thought that Qin Yu wouldn't be discovered for a short period of time, but since he has touched upon the path of time, he will inevitably be discovered by that race. I fear this will be troublesome. The little blue lamp didn't believe that after Qin Yu was discovered, what would happen next would be a scene of him hugging his head and recognizing his kin. This was because when he personally came to investigate, he discovered a secret. The reason Qin Yu's bloodline could be hidden without being discovered was because it had been stripped away not long after he was born. It was just that Qin Yu's innate physique was different from that of an ordinary person and his bloodline hadn't been thoroughly extracted. Moreover, there had been some mutations that caused his bloodline to instinctively enter a hidden state. The better a companion's talent, the more advantageous it was for it. But sometimes, being too good could also cause a headache. You say I'm troublesome? You are the greatest troublesome one. Every time something happens, I have to help you clean up the mess. The little blue lamp's resentment rose. He had already withdrawn from that state where the heavens and earth were all external objects to him. In truth, although this state allowed him to make the most rational decisions that suited his own interests, he didn't like it. It was like he wasn't himself and had transformed into another consciousness. After complaining, the little blue lamp looked at Qin Yu, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed. He frowned. He had to help Qin Yu avoid this. The Radiance Temple Master stood in front of the dressing table. She poured magic power into the mirror. The surface of the mirror fluctuated and soon turned dark. In this pitch-black darkness, a light voice sounded out. Why did you contact me? The Radiance Temple Master sucked in a deep breath. The right to use the time altar was seized by the Hidden Fog sect. As she spoke of this, she couldn't help but think of the myriad enlightenment fruit and her heart began to ache. The voice in the darkness was silent for several breaths of time. Tell me the entire story. With Radiance Temple's background, they had actually failed. This was beyond his expectations once more. The Radiance Temple Master didn't hide anything. She quickly explained what had happened. The darkness in the mirror fell silent. It was him again. It was because of Ning Qin that their plans had failed several times. It seemed that it was reasonable for the Parliament to value him so much. I understand. After speaking, the mirror rapidly restored itself to its original state. The Radiance Temple Master relaxed. What she feared the most was that the other party wouldn't interfere anymore. But now, it seemed that they hadn't changed their original intention of dealing with the Hidden Fog sect. Although she wasn't sure of the identity of the person in the mirror, she didn't doubt their strength at all. If it weren't for the strength they had displayed that they could absolutely trust, then with her status, how could she have easily agreed to cooperate with them? If it weren't for that mysterious black-robed man suddenly appearing from the Hidden Fog sect, Radiance Temple would have already emerged from the crowd and seized the position of champion of the arena. How hateful. In a small courtyard, the middle-aged man brewing tea paused for a moment. Then, he drained his cup of tea and slowly placed it on the table. I have a feeling that Ning Qin will be a great calamity in the future. If we cannot eliminate him soon, he will endanger the safety of the Parliament in the future. The time altar, then let this place be your burial ground. To have such a mystical and mystic realm as your grave, you should feel gratified. Chapter 767. Within the time mystic realm, the great sun figure rapidly moved. His fingertips pointed at the void, each finger causing ripples to appear. All of the ripples collided with each other, gradually fusing together. It was like an invisible water surface that covered Qin Yu. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Even if that clan discovered him and chased after him, he could isolate Qin Yu's aura so that he wouldn't be locked onto. At this time, the great sun phantom paused and then extinguished. The collapsed space was restored to how it was in the beginning. In the next moment, an invisible thought crossed through the endless space and arrived. The spatial fluctuations around Qin Yu intensified, as if it would shatter at any moment. Within Qin Yu's soul space, the great sun phantom had shifted here. As it felt the aura of the outside world, the atmosphere became extremely dignified. This is bad, a powerhouse of this level has actually taken action. This is troublesome. In a hall filled with a monstrous aura, the mysterious man named Autumn had a dignified expression. In front of him, the patriarch sat quietly with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the patriarch coughed and opened his eyes. Endless thunder appeared within them. Patriarch, is there really a bloodline of my clan that has wandered outside? Autumn furrowed his eyebrows, his voice heavy. It seems to be the case now. The patriarch's voice was calm. I don't know the exact reason, but since he is my clan's bloodline, we must bring him back to the clan. He lifted a hand. On the 12 stone pillars of the hall, the eyes of the beasts carved into them lit up and they emitted deep roars. In that moment, his divine sense traced back to the source and found that bloodline descendant. But he had been isolated from the outside world by some strength. In this world, there weren't too few people that could stop him, but there weren't too many either. How could such a character have coincidentally appeared beside this bloodline descendant? The patriarch couldn't help but think about it. After all, in the endless heavens, there were countless people that coveted their bloodline. From ancient times until now, they had never been able to kill all of them. No matter what, this clansman that had wandered outside had to be brought back to the clan. He could not be allowed to fall into the hands of those with evil intentions. Open! With a loud shout, light shot out from the eyes of the 12 beasts. The light gathered together into a vortex that opened a channel. From within the patriarch's body, a phantom rose up and stepped inside. The moment the vortex formed and opened up a channel, the spacetime secret realm sensed it. The projections of the great sun and small blue lamps looked up and locked onto a certain space. He could already feel the terrifying strength that was currently descending. It was like an abyss, like a prison, like a boundless ocean. With a single thought, it could cause the heavens and earth to collapse. There was a peerless powerhouse that was currently using the ability to trace back to the source to lock onto this place, forcefully opening up a space to descend. It was clear that the person who had just arrived was the one who had failed to investigate Qin Yu. Once this person arrived, it would be impossible to conceal the existence of the little blue lamp. If he were to be discovered, a great calamity would surely follow. At that time, Qin Yu would absolutely die. Thus, there was only one choice left for the little blue lamp, to immediately leave. Otherwise, not only would it not be able to help Qin Yu, but it would also send him beyond redemption. If he was taken away by that clan, perhaps there would be some other turning point. I'm sorry, Qin Yu. The little blue lamp whispered. The moment its voice fell, the figure within the great sun became cold and indifferent. He once again allowed himself to enter a state where heaven and earth were illusory to him. Indeed, he didn't like it, but in this state, he could quickly make a decision. The great sun phantom trembled. It was about to shatter space and leave. But at this time, the entire time mystic realm suddenly trembled. Runes appeared one after another, each one emitting a sharp aura. They were like invisible swords that could cut apart all. The trick he had placed on the star-cutting grass had taken effect. According to the original plan, Qin Yu should have attacked at this time to complete the final step of activating the runes and seize the time mystic realm. But now, he had fallen into a state of sudden enlightenment and the little blue lamp couldn't take the initiative to attack. All of his arrangements had been in vain. Moreover, if he couldn't smoothly activate the runes, everything that happened here would be discovered by the creator of the time altar. The already dim great sun phantom that had nearly escaped into space paused for a moment. Then, it came to a stop in this state. Perhaps there was still a chance. Even if the chances were slim, he still had to try. If anything went wrong, the little blue lamp would immediately leave. He still didn't undo his transcendent state. The reason he chose to stay behind was because this was more advantageous to him. If something were to happen to Qin Yu, he would lose his companions and the road to recovery would be infinitely far away. A celestial mountain floated in the highest heavens. Stars and moons shined overhead, gathering into a vast galaxy. A grand banquet was being held on this celestial mountain. Transcendent sword immortals had taken action and flattened the summit of the mountain as the venue. White jade tables were arranged in rows. Immortal maidens danced and the clouds gently tumbled. This was the atmosphere of a celestial immortal. Behind every white jade table sat a figure. Most of their faces were blurry and indistinct. This wasn't because they were using some concealing technique, but because the rules of the world were actively concealing them. If one's cultivation didn't reach a certain degree, it was impossible to see them clearly. At this time, The dance of the immortal maidens reached its climax. Some people cheered out loud. Behind the seventh white jade table on the left, a red-haired daoist faintly smiled. He picked up a cup of wine and drank with his companions. As he lifted his hand to drink, his eyes flashed. In that instant, it seemed as if a radiant saber light cut through the highest heavens. The saber light burned with raging flames, igniting all the clouds in the skies. The flames raged and raged, as if they would never be extinguished. Over the years, one of the places that he had set up had been touched by someone. This was originally a very common thing, but this time, it was rather interesting. Not only had the person discovered his intentions, but he had also wanted to swallow his bait whole. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an interesting person. The red-haired daoist put down his cup of wine and closed his eyes. Since this was a place he had arranged, he naturally had a way to control it. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have laid down bait to fish for the heavens but would have foolishly delivered a generous gift to someone. But the moment he closed his eyes, the calm red-haired daoist's eyebrows fiercely jumped. Through his connection with the time altar, he discovered a powerful aura locking onto him. Moreover, he wasn't unfamiliar with the origin of this aura at all. It was actually that tribe. Could it be that the one who wanted to eat his bait was a cultivator from their tribe? Feeling the powerful aura that was about to arrive, the red-haired daoist fell silent. He decided to retreat. But this didn't mean that he would give up on this time altar. Every bit of the power of time was incomparably difficult to obtain. Once he lost it, it would mean that he had regressed in the path of time. Even if it was someone from that tribe, they could forget about harming his cultivation. To erupt with strength and warn them that this altar had an owner was the correct way to open it. Then, the cultivators of that tribe would retreat in the face of difficulties and both sides would drop the matter. The red-haired daoist lifted a hand and brought two fingers together. He gently drew a line in front of him. Space quietly split open, swallowing up the flames. Within the space channel, the patriarch's avatar suddenly frowned. He came to a stop. With a flick of his sleeves, a massive expanse of darkness appeared, condensing into an endless abyss. In the next moment, flames appeared. They erupted from the size of a star, instantly burning the heavens. Saber light cut into the abyss. The darkness was split apart. When the two sides collided, it was like cold water being poured into a pot of boiling oil. With loud crackling sounds, an intense collision erupted. Terrifying strength wreaked havoc. The patriarch's avatar coldly snorted. He lifted a hand and pressed down. The damaged space channel immediately calmed down. Looking at the endless saber fire that seemed as if it would never be extinguished, the patriarch's avatar's eyes were ice cold. Scarlet sky. It seemed that the one who had blocked his will from descending was him. Although this person was a newly ascended undying, his cultivation was extremely formidable. Even amongst the undying ranks, he was ranked near the top. Moreover, the patriarch just happened to know that not too long ago, Scarlet Sky had fought with a master of his tribe for a treasure. Although the result ended in failure, his inextinguishable flame saber intent had caused that person to suffer greatly, and even now he still hadn't recovered. Afterwards, intentionally or unintentionally, Scarlet Sky had several more conflicts with the tribe. Information about this person was transmitted to the patriarch's avatar with a thought. According to the information gathered by the tribe, besides being formidable, Scarlet Sky was also extremely narrow-minded. The patriarch's avatar frowned even more. A cold chill flowed in his eyes. If Scarlet Sky really wanted to control the bloodline of the tribe that had wandered outside, he didn't mind using an undying to raise a flag so that all those who coveted it would know just what the consequences were of secretly acting against it. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The flames that recklessly burned in the dark abyss seemed to be sucked out of them, instantly extinguishing. Dragon City, 10 miles outside the Shadow Clan station, there was an inn that had been in business for several hundred years. Because of its cleanliness, elegance, and good service, its business was booming. Especially now that the arena was opened, the rooms were filled to the brim. No one knew that this coveted inn was the Dark Parliament's most important stronghold in Dragon City. This was because the meaning of its existence was to attempt to seize the mysterious altar that contained the power of time within the Shadow Clan station. Yes, that wasn't wrong. The Dark Parliament knew about the time altar in Dragon City, and besides them, there were even some other influences that knew about it. There was no wall in this world that didn't have a crack, much less the 7 great sects and the Shadow Clan that knew about the time altar. Of course, it was impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with this information. Those that had the qualifications to know also maintained their silence. There was no need for them to jump out and be targeted by the 7 great sects and the Shadow Clan. From top to bottom, one's gaze passed through layers upon layers of guest rooms, dining rooms, entertainment rooms, and then into the underground storage rooms and the open seclusion chambers. Then, after several hundred meters, the faint traces of an array formation appeared. Even if a cultivator swept through it with their divine sense, unless they carefully compared it inch by inch, it would be covered up by the power of the array formation. 1,000 meters underground, a series of underground buildings appeared. They were in the shape of rings that intertwined with each other, forming an even larger circle. This was an array formation used to seize the time altar. Although it had been built for many years, it was still incomplete and was in a state of constant adjustment. But today, this incomplete array formation had clearly been activated. The 27 interlocking rings flowed with a dazzling light. At the core of the array formation, a middle-aged man who loved to drink tea had an indifferent expression. He lifted his hand and crushed the control crystal in his palm. Bang! The entire array formation's strength was released to the maximum. Its target was the time altar within the Shadow Clan station. This was doomed to be an impossible attempt. It might even destroy the Dark Parliament's many years of preparations. But its purpose wasn't to seize the altar, but to enrage it and detonate the power of time contained within it. Chapter 768. When the tea-loving middle-aged man unsheathed his saber, the time-mystic realm instantly reacted. The endless grey space began to shake and cracks began to appear in the stable layers. In theory, these vibrations could easily kill a great Dao realm cultivator. But the moment they approached Qin Yu, they vanished. Within his soul space, within the half-hidden great sun phantom, a sharp light flashed in the little blue lamps in different eyes. In that instant, he found a way to save Qin Yu. As for whether or not it would work, he didn't have time to consider it. Following his instincts, the little blue lamp immediately responded. His aura erupted into the void, causing the time-mystic realm to shake even more violently. Another third party had taken action, as if they wanted to use the power of the time-mystic realm to kill Qin Yu. But this just happened to give the little blue lamp a chance to interfere and thoroughly muddy the waters. Now, all that was left was to see how Qin Yu's luck was. The great figure he was scheming against, the existence that had constructed the time altar, would proceed according to the predicted trajectory. No one knew what the result would be. Life or death was decided by a single thought. Celestial mountain banquet. Daoist scarlet firmament's complexion darkened. He could feel his saber intent being swallowed up by the endless darkness. Even after he revealed his identity and attitude, the other party was still so unyielding. Could it be that today's events were deliberately planned by that clan? From the very start, it was precisely because of his time altar, wanting to snatch it away as a type of warning to him? How hateful. Scarlet Firmament clenched his fists. Saber light crisscrossed in the depths of his eyes, blazing hot and cruel, as if it could cut apart the world. His thoughts raced. Those that could step into the immortal realm naturally weren't stupid. No matter how angry he was well aware of the disparity in strength between them. Although he had become an immortal and didn't fear any enemy with his saber in hand, facing that clan, he was doomed to have no chance of victory. Retreat. He could only retreat. This was because from the darkness that swallowed up his saber light, Scarlet Firmament could feel the other party's strength, their rock-firm conviction, and their thick killing intent. And this killing intent was actually able to stir up restlessness in his Dao heart. From this, it could be seen that this other party had the qualifications to truly threaten his life. Those that became immortal would have an infinite lifespan. They would no longer have to suffer the pain of their vitality being exhausted and their Dao fading away. In the future, there would be plenty of ways to take back today's humiliation. It was only a time altar. I'll give it to you. One day, I will have you repay me 10 times, 100 times over. Even if they were as powerful as that race, it wasn't like they didn't have any enemies in the entire universe. All Crimson Firmament needed was an opportunity. Behind the 6th white jade table from the upper left sat a woman dressed in an emperor's robe. She wore an emperor's crown on her head and looked graceful and luxurious. On her blurry face, only a pair of eyes could be seen clearly. They contained endless majesty and oppression. At this moment, she looked down at Daoist Scarlet Firmament and frowned. Although his aura concealment technique was incomparably brilliant, as his best friend, she could still faintly sense some of the changes in his aura. His lips moved slightly, and his voice sounded directly beside his ear. What happened? Kai Xiao exhaled and said calmly, "It doesn't matter. After the banquet, I will talk to female monarch in detail." The Empress nodded and raised her wine glass. "Cheers." Kai Xiao smiled and nodded. He picked up the wine glass, but before he could bring it to his mouth, the power of his 5 fingers burst out, shattering the glass into pieces. A blazing hot aura instantly burned away the wine. Surprised eyes gathered on him. Kai Xiao clenched his teeth. "You've gone too far." Just now, he felt a formidable strength erupt from the time altar. What the other party wanted wasn't the time altar, but to use it as a medium to display the laws of destruction and destroy his great Tao. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. The saber Tao that Kai Xiao cultivated was fierce to begin with. It had the potential to burn the heavens and boil the seas. Now that he was forced into a desperate situation, if he retreated any further, his Tao heart would be damaged and his future cultivation would be shackled. His thoughts raced. Daoist Scarlet Firmament made a decision. He would completely break away from that race. The Empress could feel the resolute aura coming from her good friend. She said, "Kai Xiao, you must consider everything carefully." Kai Xiao nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, female monarch. But today, I have nowhere to retreat." He stood up and swept his eyes around. Today at the banquet, Kai Xiao was the one who disturbed the mood of fellow Taoists. "This is my fault. Just now, the cultivators of that race attacked, wanting to secretly destroy the foundation of my cultivation. The entire mountain was silent. To destroy the Tao foundation of an immortal, wanting to throw them into the mortal world so that there was no chance for them to rise again. Comparatively speaking, this was even more terrifying than killing someone. As for the identity of that race, in the endless heavens and myriad worlds, there was only one existence that the immortals couldn't speak of. Kai Xiao's face was like ice. "Although my influence is weak, I will not sit here and wait for death to come. I will not be a sheep that can be slaughtered by others. Today, I will kill the cultivators of that bloodline and use their blood as a sacrifice. I will vow that from now on, I will be irreconcilable enemies with them." He lifted a hand. The vast galaxy of stars and moon instantly dimmed and lost color. A brilliant flame appeared, cutting across the horizon and vanishing into the endless nothingness. That race. If they want to use the time altar as an excuse to try and destroy my great Tao, then be prepared to suffer my wrath. Within the spatial channel, the Patriarch's avatar's eyes were ice cold. "You are courting death." With a loud shout, he lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Dazzling golden light appeared from nothingness and rapidly gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a golden sword appeared. It was only a translucent phantom, but even so, it still emitted a terrifying strength that froze space. He lifted a hand and slashed out. The golden sword phantom flashed. In the next moment, the spatial channel in front of him was directly split in half. Blazing flames crossed through space, descending with the intent of annihilation. Rumble rumble, the golden sword light cut into the flames. Trillions of saber lights appeared within. There was a heaven-shaking collision that erupted. The trembling time altar suddenly came to a standstill. In the next moment, the countless layers of duplicated space vanished from sight. All that remained was the interior of the altar. At first, there was a space the size of a house. But then, countless cracks appeared, rapidly spreading to every inch of the altar. A rich power of time erupted from within. It was like an erupting wave that gathered together, forming a heaven-shaking tsunami. Wherever it passed, nothing was destroyed. An illusory figure appeared in the destructive tsunami. Its appearance was unclear, but the aura it emitted was nearly the same as the bloodline hidden within Qin Yu's body. After struggling for several moments, it was thoroughly crushed. Flesh and blood scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was erased, forever vanishing from the world. Within the soul space, within the half-hidden sun, the figure became much more blurry. In order to simulate the aura of that race, he had consumed far too much strength. He no longer had any strength left over. Whether or not Qin Yu could survive, the critical moment was about to arrive. He could only hope that his actions weren't in vain. At the banquet atop the mountain peak, Daoist Scarlet Firmament lifted his hand and slashed out with heaven-burning flames. After a brief period of calm, the complexions of everyone present changed. In the next moment, the heavens split apart and a golden sword light crossed through space. Although it only locked onto Scarlet Firmament, everyone who saw it could clearly feel the destructive strength contained within it. Come. Scarlet Firmament laughed. With a thought, trillions of flames appeared in the air. These flames had their own spirituality and they condensed into giant flame giants or vicious beasts. They reared their heads back and roared into the heavens. Their voices billowed out and a terrifying heat burned all into nothingness. Chapter 769. A domain world was created by an undying with a single thought. It could be seen as real or as illusory. It overlapped with the main world and could change according to the thoughts of the ruler of the domain, whether or not it interfered with the existence of the main world. Thus, at this moment, the entire banquet site was enveloped in a world of flames. But to everyone apart from Daoist Scarlet Firmament, the raging flames in front of them were nothing but illusions that wouldn't harm them at all. Of course, with the strength of an undying, they could clearly feel the strength contained within these illusory flames. Once they erupted, it was enough to burn the entire celestial mountain into nothingness. But as long as Scarlet Firmament wasn't crazy, he absolutely wouldn't dare to let this battle affect the banquet. Otherwise, there would be no need for that clan to do anything and he would be in deep trouble. For today's banquet to be able to invite so many undying, the status of the guests naturally wasn't ordinary. The figures sitting behind the 3 white jade tables were powerful characters that could make the heavens tremble with a single movement. The inextinguishable world of flames rapidly dissipated, revealing Daoist Scarlet Firmament's figure. His face was pale and his robes had been cut open, dyed red. But his aura didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became even sharper and more powerful, as if it could pierce through the world. The great Empress's dignified eyes scattered. She cupped her hands together and said, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist. Your cultivation has been shackled for so many years, but today you have broken through and your boundary has risen yet again. Undying beings lived with the heavens and earth, no longer suffering from exhaustion. With a single thought, they could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in. Their strength was unimaginable. But on the path of cultivation, there was never an end. Even if one became an undying, they wouldn't dare say they had reached the peak. One had to know that the great Tao was boundless. To take another step in the undying realm, even if it was just a small increase, could produce an astonishing qualitative change. Daoist Scarlet Firmament's aura was weak at this time, but everyone present could clearly sense the changes in his body. Envy appeared in everyone's eyes. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Scarlet Firmament. Amongst the undying, Brother Scarlet Firmament can rank in the top 10. From now on, no matter how vast the world is, fellow Daoist Scarlet Firmament can travel it. One undying after another spoke up to congratulate him. Even though Scarlet Firmament was an enemy of that clan, they didn't need to care too much. Even if they were as powerful as that clan, they couldn't develop hostility towards them just because of a few words of congratulations. Otherwise, they would be attacked from all sides. Moreover, with today's breakthrough, it would be more than 10 times more difficult for that clan to kill Kai Xiao. There were many variables. Daoist Scarlet Firmament had a calm expression. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Just now, I killed the cultivator of that clan's bloodline and completely severed all ties with them. In the future, the Tao will be difficult, and I'm afraid I won't have the leisure to drink wine and watch the dance with fellow Taoists." He took out the wine pot. "I bid you all farewell with this pot of wine. If Kai Xiao doesn't die one day, I will personally hold a banquet and invite you all to drink with me." Kai Xiao gulped down the wine in one gulp and threw the wine pot to the ground, smashing it into pieces. He turned around and walked away while chanting loudly, "There are thousands of methods in the world, but I only love the blade. Even if I have to go through thousands of hardships, I will still cleave a path. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. I will not regret my blade." Crimson firmament battlefield, his voice reverberating between heaven and earth. The words "I have no regrets once the blade is unsheathed" reverberated in the hearts of all the undying beings. Perhaps this was the key to Kai Xiao's breakthrough in such a desperate situation. Putting himself in a dead end, he was able to come back to life without any hesitation. Perhaps this result wasn't suitable for everyone, but at the very least it gave the undying beings a direction they could try. This was the same as Kai Xiao leaving, sharing his breakthrough experiences with everyone in such an unremarkable manner. All the undying beings present today owed him a favor that wasn't too big nor too small. Kai Xiao's actions were perfect. In fact, they were even more perfect than what everyone saw on the surface. He had indeed lost a time altar, but he had also planted a seed. Perhaps in the future, there would be an extremely rich and sweet harvest. As he stepped forwards, Kai Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were far more serious than they appeared on the surface. If it weren't for his cultivation making a breakthrough, he wouldn't have been able to block the golden sword phantom. His mortal body might have been cut apart on the spot and his Tao would have been greatly damaged. However, as he spat out a mouthful of blood, he reared back his head and laughed. This was because his judgment had been correct. The seed had been successfully planted. There was a chance that this would become a turning point for his future great Tao. Within the space within the time altar, the destructive power of time that erupted suddenly became gentle. It rapidly gathered together, turning into a rainbow-colored seed that fell between Qin Yu's eyebrows and fused into it. Within his soul space, the little blue lamp's eyes erupted with light. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards, causing the rainbow-colored seed to appear in his hand. After a moment of thought, he flicked his fingers. From the rainbow-colored seed, 3 wisps of rainbow-colored light flew out, winding around Qin Yu's soul. It was like an aurora that crossed the horizon in a winter night, beautiful to the extreme. It caused Qin Yu's soul to seem a bit more ethereal and illusory. After finishing all of this, the little blue lamp no longer hesitated. It grasped the rainbow-colored seed and the sun phantom completely melted into space, vanishing from sight. This extremely dangerous calamity where death could arrive at any moment had finally come to a temporary end. As for what the future held, no one knew. The reformed spatial channel trembled and rapidly dissipated. This was because the source it locked onto had disappeared. This was the same as losing coordinates, and a transmission without coordinates was doomed to fail. That clansman who had comprehended the power of time had already died, and the one who killed him was Scarlet Firmament. The Patriarch's avatar was expressionless, but it was because of this that one could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from his body. "Those who kill my clan's bloodline must die." With a loud shout, the Patriarch's avatar followed the main body's thoughts and vanished from sight. In the Grand Hall, the Patriarch opened his eyes. "Pass down my order. From this day forth, immortal Daoist Scarlet Firmament will be placed on my clan's kill list." The man named Autumn's eyes widened. That clansman, the Patriarch, fell silent. Autumn was inexplicably sad. When he discovered that his clan's bloodline had wandered about outside, he didn't know why he was so concerned about this matter. Thus, he impatiently came to see the Patriarch without any prior notice. But what a pity, this was the final result. He died. It was unknown which bloodline he inherited and why he was wandering about outside, but the clansman who comprehended the Tao of time had vanished forever. Moreover, because he had already touched upon time, it was impossible for him to revive from the river of time. There was no way to save him. Autumn took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. "Patriarch, I have already served in the ancestral temple for 1,000 years. I ask that you appoint an elder to take over my duties as soon as possible." The patriarch frowned. "You want to do something?" Autumn nodded. "Since he killed someone of my clan's bloodline, as an elder of the clan, I cannot shirk my responsibility." The patriarch thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. But you must be careful. Daoist Scarlet Firmament's cultivation has made another breakthrough. He is no longer beneath you." Autumn turned and left. "I will bring his head back." Not too far away from the Shadow Clan's camp, in an inn that had been in business for hundreds of years and enjoyed a first-class reputation, in an elegantly decorated tea room. The water boiling array formation on the table was still running. The spirit water in the kettle was already boiling. With loud gurgling sounds, the smell of blood in the air became increasingly thick. A head that had lost all of its flesh and blood smashed open the lid of the kettle and fell on top. Hot white steam passed through its mouth and nose and gushed out from every orifice. That middle-aged man who loved to drink tea, had great ambitions, and was also skilled in scheming. He had smoothly unsheathed his saber, but he never imagined that this saber would be turned around by someone else, causing him to perish in body and soul, leaving behind only a skeleton. As for the descendant of that clan who had died, it wasn't enough to rely on Qin Yu's aura alone. There had to be the aura of fresh flesh and blood so that Scarlet Firmament could determine that he had truly killed him. But this person wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone, so his own aura was already involved. If the little blue lamp traced back to its source and took his life, then it wouldn't be an injustice. Those who wish to kill, do not complain even if they die. It was utter chaos. The Shadow Clan cultivators all had panic-stricken expressions as they looked towards the time altar. Even the shrewd and intelligent clan leader could not help but feel a chill from the bottom of his heart at this moment. Space cracks appeared, spewing out rainbow-hued light. Although they looked beautiful, they actually emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy all. This was because this was the power of time. The time altar that had been silent for endless years without any movement was now like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. And the Shadow Clan's camp was located on the crater of this volcano. Without a doubt, once the time altar released this strength, the entire Shadow Clan's camp would be erased from Dragon City. To the Shadow Clan, this would undoubtedly be a disaster. It would even cause irreparable damage to the clan. Just what had happened? This was the question that circled around the minds of all the Shadow Clan cultivators. Everything had been fine. If they really had to look for a variable, they could only look for that mysterious black-robed cultivator who had entered the spacetime mystic realm not too long ago. The Shadow Clan patriarch hatefully glared at the group from the Hidden Fog sect. But now wasn't the time to investigate this matter. He had more important matters to attend to. Immediately evacuate all the clansmen. Take away as much as you can. As the patriarch spoke these words, his heart dripped blood. The Shadow Clan had an inheritance of hundreds of thousands of years and their ancestors had lived here for generations. They had spent an endless amount of time and effort to build up their clan camp, but now all of that would turn to nothing in a single day. The patriarch swore to himself that if their clan camp was really destroyed, he wouldn't let this matter rest. At this time, the rainbow-colored light that was released from the ruptured space faded away like a tide. That terrifying aura that could destroy all vanished along with it. In the next moment, spatial fragments fell down, tumbling about and vanishing. It was like a broken mirror, revealing the true world below. All the noise instantly vanished. Countless eyes gathered. Shock, joy, anger, disbelief, all sorts of emotions wove together. As if sensing everyone's eyes, the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged moved. He slowly looked up and said, "Has a month already passed?" The time altar had completely vanished. Everyone had clearly sensed that terrifying aura just now, but Qin Yu was still safe and sound. If someone said there wasn't some other reason for this, no one would believe them. "Speak, what did you do? Why did the time altar disappear?" Elder One Eye roared. After being frightened for so long, no one would be in a good mood. Moreover, the time altar that had been perfectly fine had vanished like this. The Shadow Clan patriarch lifted a hand, preventing others from speaking any further. He said, "Fellow Daoist, can you give my clan an explanation?" Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He slowly shook his head. I'm sorry. Not long after I entered the time mystic realm, I gained some comprehensions and went into seclusion. I only just awoke, so I cannot answer Patriarch's question. Of course, this was a lie. In his mind, he had comprehended the Tao of time. Above his soul, there were 3 beautiful aurora-like powers of time that lingered. In addition, the little blue lamp had said that its goal was the time altar. It was clear that its disappearance was inextricably linked to the little blue lamp. With the Shadow Clan Patriarch's intelligence, he could guess that Qin Yu was lying even if he thought about it. But after hesitating for a long time, he slowly nodded. Since fellow Daoist doesn't know, it seems that something else happened that we didn't notice. He cupped his hands together. Today, the clan is in chaos, so I won't keep the hidden fog sect guests any longer. Someone, send our honored guests away. They were just going to let this pass so easily. Watching Qin Yu and the hidden fog sect leave, Elder One Eye's jaw dropped. Patriarch, how could you let them leave? What else could I do? Invite them to stay for a meal? The Patriarch glared at him. He looked at Qin Yu's back from afar, his eyes dignified. Before entering the time altar and after leaving, the feeling Qin Yu gave him was completely different. That sort of aura had changed, as if he were a completely different person. Through the Shadow Clan's secret technique, he could feel that Qin Yu was endlessly illusory and untouchable. And this sort of feeling was nearly the same as when he faced the time altar. The Shadow Clan Patriarch didn't want to provoke such a character. Although the time altar is a miraculous creation of the heavens and earth and possesses inconceivable might, in the end it isn't something that belongs to my Shadow Clan. Although it has brought some benefits to my clan over the years, there are still many who covet it. Destroying it today might not be a bad thing. The Shadow Clan Patriarch steadied his thoughts. He said in a low voice, "Pass down my orders. All clansmen are not allowed to discuss this matter and they are not allowed to make things difficult for the hidden fog sect. They are to pretend that nothing has happened." Although a series of changes had occurred, the good news was that the medicine needed to treat the Dark Star Ice Serpent had already been fused. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't want to speak too much about the time altar, the hidden fog sect people tactfully didn't ask any more questions. After confirming that the medicine was effective, they respectfully excused themselves. Seeing Yun Dai's sparkling eyes and her expression as if saying, "Teacher, I worship you so much, you are my idol," Qin Yu rubbed his temples. "I really don't know much about this matter. I know. The disappearance of the time altar has nothing to do with teacher." Yun Dai nodded again and again. "But why does it seem like you're even more certain that it's me?" Qin Yu was exhausted. He really hadn't done anything at all. But explaining himself was useless. He shook his head and said, "All right. Tomorrow is the arena finals. Hurry up and give the Dark Star Ice Serpent the medicine and end this matter as soon as possible." "Yes, teacher." Yun Dai blinked her eyes and finally responded. She quickly turned and left, her face flushed red. How shameful. She had actually been mesmerized by her teacher, but in truth, after teacher destroyed the time altar, he had clearly become more charming. As for teacher saying that this matter had nothing to do with him, she was certain that teacher was being modest. Teacher was the best, teacher was the most handsome, teacher was the most fierce. The only bad thing was that teacher refused to accept her gift of thanks. She really hoped that one day teacher would change his mind. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He felt that his disciple's eyes were becoming increasingly unfriendly as she looked at him. She had a feeling that she wanted to swallow him whole. He took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to contact the little blue lamp. But after several attempts, he wasn't able to obtain a response. As Qin Yu was considering whether or not he should continue, another consciousness suddenly arrived. "What happened just now? Why did your aura suddenly disappear?" the ancient slowly asked. Qin Yu's heart chilled. "Reporting to my lord, I entered a time altar not too long ago. Afterwards, there were some unknown changes that caused the altar to disappear. I think it is because of this that you were unable to sense my aura." "Time altar?" The ancient's voice was dignified. In the next moment, Qin Yu felt as if he was being scanned from top to bottom. Luckily, there isn't anything wrong with your body. You must be more careful in the future. You must remember that you are the only hope for the ancient race's revival. There absolutely cannot be any problems. Qin Yu bowed. Yes, my lord. The ancient withdrew. Chapter 770. Within the dark parliament, 6 flaming figures gathered around a round table. The senators were silent, the atmosphere solemn. The protector that had been sent to Dragon City to preside over this matter had already died. The Dark Parliament's secret technique hadn't been able to preserve even a fragment of his soul, and they didn't even know what he had encountered. But there was one thing that couldn't be doubted, and that was that this was inextricably related to the mysterious Ning Qin of Sky Declaring Pavilion. This was because before the Protector died, the Dark Parliament had just approved his proposal to detonate the Time Mystic Realm and borrow a knife to kill others. There was also another piece of news that couldn't be ignored. The time altar within the Shadow Clan station had already vanished. According to the Dark Parliament's information, the Protector's plan should have succeeded, but Qin Yu was still alive. When all of these matters were connected together, the Dark Parliament's regard for Qin Yu instantly rose by several levels. It seemed that behind Ning Qin, one could vaguely see a deep and boundless fog that shrouded him. I would like to know, during this period of time, have the senators managed to find out anything about Ning Qin's identity? Sage slowly asked. The Dark Parliament had tried to kill Qin Yu. Although their plan had ended in failure, it had also doomed the relationship between the two sides to be irreconcilable. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy could one be prepared to deal with them. No one wanted to face an unknown enemy. Jasmine said, Ning Qin's appearance was too sudden. Even now, we only know that he appeared in Sky Declaring Pavilion through Fengqing's connections. But if we want to continue investigating, it will be much more difficult. She paused for a moment and then continued, perhaps we should change our direction. For instance, why did Ning Qin help the Hidden Fog sect? Limitless' tone was cold. I have already ordered people to investigate this. If there isn't an accident, there will soon be news. No matter what their stance was, when it came to the Dark Parliament's vital interests, they would unite against outsiders. Oriel's childish voice was icy cold. Investigating this matter can be done in the future. The key right now is how to continue with the matters of Dragon City. She swept her eyes around. Everyone, although the Dark Parliament has pursued a policy of seclusion for many years and has never exposed itself to the world on its own initiative, every time a member is killed, the Dark Parliament will seek restitution for them. This is also the reason why the Dark Parliament has been able to grow stronger for so many years. She didn't say this, but she had already expressed her attitude. The Book of the Chaos cannot be lost. No matter who stands before it, they will only be destroyed, Lone Mountain slowly said. Sage nodded. On this point, I think all the senators should have the same attitude. If no one objects, then we will immediately start the second plan. No matter what, we must prevent the Hidden Fog sect from obtaining the position of first place. Seconded. Seconded. The Dark Council was on the move. Dragon City, Colosseum. There was still some time before the finals began. Practically all of the cultivators in Dragon City had already gathered here, waiting for the final battle. This year's Beast King War can be said to be full of ups and downs. The Hidden Fog sect originally had a chance to take first place, but the Blue Origin sect ruined their chance. A cultivator spoke. His tone seemed to be emotional, but his eyes revealed a hint of joy. The reason was simple. He was a supporter of Radiance Temple. If the Hidden Fog sect was eliminated early, then Radiance Temple had the highest chance of becoming the champion. As long as Radiance Temple won, he would obtain a gift from Dragon City. Benefits always came first. Qingyuan sect, which has always been on good terms with all parties and rarely offended anyone, would do such a thing of self-harm to kill 800 enemies. There must be a secret in it. Not to mention that the Blue Origin sect remained silent afterwards, so what if they investigated it? The result cannot be changed. This time, the Hidden Fog sect has suffered a great loss. What is there to discuss about being eliminated early? Everyone, why don't you all think about who will have the last laugh in the finals? It must be Radiance Temple. How laughable. Moonkeep Tower's spirit beast can interfere with yin and yang energy. It will definitely take first place. Haha, I think the Limitless Sword Sect's spirit lizard is the strongest. The cultivators of the three sides soon fell into a heated debate. The topic at the beginning had already been tossed to the back of their minds. The losers didn't have the qualifications to be noticed. The finals hadn't begun, but in everyone's opinion, the Hidden Fog sect had already been eliminated. Suddenly, the cry of a sword rang out. It seemed as if it came from the horizon, but also as if it were close to their ears. The hairs on everyone's backs stood up. They could feel a chill gushing out from the depths of their hearts. The noisy arena quickly quieted down. Limitless Sword Sect. Sharp and cold. Even if 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers overlapped in front of it, it could still cut them apart. Sword cultivators walked forwards in silence. Invisible sword intent gathered around them, turning into a boundless current. It came slowly, carrying with it a strength that couldn't be resisted. It wanted to smash apart all obstacles until it obtained the final victory. At this moment, everyone could feel the Limitless Sword Sect's belief in their victory. Shua, the void flashed. The Limitless Sword Sect's spirit lizard that had cultivated for over 5,000 years appeared. Its eyes were cold and indifferent, like a deep pool without any waves. This calmness was filled with pride and self-confidence. It wanted to become the victor of the Beast King War and trample all its opponents beneath its feet. Cold moonlight sprinkled down from above, awakening everyone who had fallen into the sword intent. They looked up to discover that at some unknown time, a full moon had appeared in the sky. The light dimmed a little. Threads of light fell down like a spring rain. They seemed to have their own intelligence. They gathered together like spirits, surrounding a moon-worshipping beast that had a crescent moon mark between its eyebrows. Quietly, Moonkeep Tower arrived. Unlike the Limitless Sword Sect's vast and mighty momentum, their silent movements seemed to have more confidence in themselves. If he is strong, then let him be strong, because in the end, victory will be theirs. The spirit lizard and the moon-worshipping beast's eyes met in midair. Without needing to move, their fighting spirit filled every inch of space. The Moonkeep Tower master lifted a hand. The moon-worshipping beast hummed and meekly lowered its head, allowing her slender fingers to gently stroke its soft fur. Swordmaster, even if we must fight, we should do so in the arena. I ask that you restrain yourself and not waste our energy. The Sword Sect Master nodded. What the Tower Master says is correct. Spirit Lizard, do not be impatient. Today, you will have the chance to display your skills. The Spirit Lizard lowered its sword. It closed its eyes in meditation, like a peerless swordsman preparing its own world-shaking sword strike. Before entering the arena, the performance of the Limitless Sword Sect and Moonkeep Tower had injected a stimulant into everyone's hearts. They were filled with awe and fear, but also incomparable excitement and urgency. But today, there was still the most crucial side that hadn't arrived. Even the supporters of the Sword Sect and Moonkeep Tower couldn't help but admit that just from the strength they had displayed, Radiance Temple's Phoenix Luan was incomparably formidable. She absolutely had the qualifications to compete for the Beast King title. Now that the Sword Sect and Moonkeep Tower had arrived, Radiance Temple wouldn't remain silent any longer. The general trend of the battle had to begin from the moment they entered the arena. It was impossible for them to allow the Sword Sect and Moonkeep Tower to gain the advantage. They are here. Loud shouts sounded out from the crowd. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up dust and causing everyone's robes to flutter. At the end of everyone's line of sight, the beautiful female cultivators of Radiance Temple appeared in front of everyone. This wasn't the overbearing confidence of the Sword Sect, nor was it the silent beauty of Moonkeep Tower. But in terms of attracting the attention of everyone, Radiance Temple's natural beauty naturally attracted the most attention. Many cultivators were dazzled, their eyes almost glued to their bodies. Radiance Temple's female cultivators were beautiful on one hand, but because of their cultivation methods, each and every one of their actions had the power to affect the hearts of others. The Radiance Temple Master Bei Cheong had a calm expression. Her pearl-like eyes swept over the audience. I apologize. I was delayed by some matters and came late. Not too long ago, Radiant's temple had undergone an internal debate. Finally, with a slight advantage, they had made a decision. Bei Qiong knew that her actions had aroused the dissatisfaction of some elders. But as long as she could win and allow Radiant's temple to rise to the top, all criticism would vanish. The Sword Sovereign's eyes flashed. North Qiong Temple Master, since Radiant's temple has arrived, where is your Phoenix Luan? The 7 great sects had a delicate relationship with the Shadow Clan, so they naturally had their own arrangements. Although it was difficult to investigate what happened at the time altar a few days ago because of the Shadow Clan's silence, there was still some news that had been leaked out. Radiant's temple's Phoenix Luan had borrowed the power of time to break through, but it had been interrupted by the Hidden Fog sect. One didn't need to be a genius to know that their situation wasn't good. If there was a problem with the Phoenix Luan, then there would only be the Limitless Sword sect and Moonkeep Tower left in today's battle. The Moonkeep Tower Master had a calm expression, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. Or, it could be said that she had enough confidence that no matter what happened to Radiant's Temple's Phoenix Luan, it wouldn't be able to compete with the moon-worshipping beasts. Bei Qiong glanced over and said, after entering the arena, the Phoenix Luan will naturally appear. The Sword Sovereign frowned. Was the news wrong? Radiant's Temple's expression didn't seem to indicate that there was a problem with the Phoenix Luan. This was different from what he had expected. His lips moved slightly as he transmitted a message to the spirit lizard. It nodded slowly, its expression calm. After cultivating the sword for more than 5,000 years, it had long since attained mastery over the sword heart, and no matter what kind of news it was unable to easily shake its mind. Swordmaster's heart calmed down slightly, and he said solemnly, since that's the case, let's enter. Let's wait, Bei Qiong said. Swordmaster's expression changed slightly. The Moonkeep Tower Master said, indeed, there is no harm in waiting. When the 3 of them conversed, they did not conceal their voices, so the surrounding crowd naturally heard them clearly. All of them froze, and their thoughts were in a knot. Today, all 3 sides of the finals had arrived, so what were they waiting for? However, those who were quick-witted had already reacted. They subconsciously widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Hidden Fog Sect. How was this possible? In the past, the Blue Origin sect's Blue Ape had challenged the Dark Star Ice Serpent. Everyone had witnessed the tragic scene with their own eyes. The Dark Star Ice Serpent was lucky to be able to keep its life. Could it have recovered in just a few days and even participated in today's finals? What kind of cultivation joke is this? Or could it be that the Hidden Fog sect had decided to switch to another spirit beast to participate in today's competition? This was possible, but if they really did this, wouldn't they just be asking to be humiliated? In the silence, there was the sound of footsteps. The first cultivator who saw the Hidden Fog sect group subconsciously cried out, his face full of shock. Following that, cries of alarm rose up in waves. The Hidden Fog sect master Hu Fu walked at the front. He seemed like a completely different person from before. He was incomparably old and his aura was decaying, as if he could die at any moment. Just what had happened that a dignified sect master, a great figure that ruled over the eastern plains, had fallen to such a state in just a few days? Since everyone has arrived, then let's enter. Hu Fu's voice was hoarse. Just a few words seemed to consume a great deal of energy. His complexion paled and beads of sweat covered his forehead. He turned around and cupped his hands together. Mister, my current condition is no longer suitable for today's matters. I ask that you manage the finals. Hu Fu didn't discuss this decision with anyone else. But, after a brief moment of surprise, the Hidden Fog sect group remained silent. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. All right. This finals concerned Yun Dai's fate, so it was better for him to personally manage it. Hu Fu revealed a happy expression. Thank you, mister. With the support of a disciple, he drew to the side, immediately highlighting Qin Yu's position. Countless eyes gathered on him. The mysterious black-robed cultivator from the Hidden Fog sect had already aroused everyone's attention. It seemed that he would be representing the Hidden Fog sect today. As they thought back to the day of the struggle for first position and the stunning result of breaking 10 rings, everyone was startled. Did the Hidden Fog sect still have a hidden card in their hands today? Bei Qiong deeply looked at Qin Yu, suppressing the anger and resentment in her heart. This person had a mysterious background and possessed remarkable abilities. It was best not to form any great enmity with him. But if there was a chance in the future, she didn't mind taking action and sending this black-robed person to eternal hell. Since everyone has arrived, let's not waste any more time. As her words fell, she stepped forwards and led the female cultivators of Radiance Temple into the arena. We can definitely win. Radiance Temple will win. The supporting cultivators all followed suit. The Sword Sect Master looked at the incomparably old Hu Fu and then at the black-robed Qin Yu. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, sword energy tore through the air like a bolt of thunder. It landed on the Limitless Sword Sect's platform. Qin Yu felt a gaze fall on him. He frowned and looked up, meeting the Moonkeep Tower Master's eyes. The other party had a calm expression. She nodded and said, "Since the Hidden Fog sect is the last to arrive, then you will also be the last to enter." The moon-worshipping beast roared. The moonlight that sprinkled down lifted everyone from Moonkeep Tower into the arena. This move caused cries of alarm to ring out once more. The moon-worshipping beast's control over the power of moonlight seemed to be stronger than expected. Moonkeep Tower will become the champion. Ha ha, the collective gift of Dragon City will belong to us. The supporting cultivators all laughed out loud. Qin Yu looked away from the people from Moonkeep Tower. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt as if those eyes just now were filled with pity and condescension. Turning around, Qin Yu swept his eyes over Hu Fu. His expression tightened and there was a bit of nervousness in his eyes, as well as a bit of hatred. Sensing his gaze, Hu Fu immediately restrained his emotions. But Qin Yu had already noted this change in his heart. It seemed that there was something else going on between the Hidden Fog sect and Moonkeep Tower. Qin Yu didn't care about the squabbles between the two sects. He lightly said, "Let's go." After entering the arena, Qin Yu didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he suddenly felt as if he had an inexplicable connection with this place. He could faintly feel an incomparably powerful strength deep beneath the arena. But when he focused his mind, he couldn't discover anything, as if it were just an illusion. Frowning, Qin Yu landed on the round platform. He didn't have any more time. The finals were about to begin. As the four sects entered the arena, a sphere of light appeared on the arena platform. It rapidly spun, emitting red and blue light. Shua, the sphere of light stopped. The red light pointed towards Radiance Temple and Moonkeep Tower, and the blue light pointed towards the Endless Sword sect and Hidden Fog sect. The drawing of lots was over. Rumble rumble, there was a rumbling sound from deep within the arena. The entire arena was divided in half, becoming two identical arenas. The finals of the four sects would be held at the same time. Whoosh, a sword light flashed and the spirit lizard landed on the arena stage. The sword it held swallowed up sword intent, constantly cutting through the air and emitting explosive sounds. It lifted its sword and pointed it at the Hidden Fog sect. Even though there was the strength of the arena isolating it, one could still feel the cold intent contained within. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He clapped his hands together and ripples appeared in the air. In the next moment, the temperature between the heavens and earth crazily fell. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's giant body slowly emerged from these ripples. It first looked at Qin Yu and then lowered its head in respect and gratitude. Then, it turned to the sword-wielding spirit lizard, its eyes indifferent. The spirit lizard suddenly drew back. At the same time, the sword in its hand danced. Where it had been standing, the stones on the ground shattered and sharp ice spikes shot out. At the same time, a pale white energy appeared in the air. This energy contained a terrifyingly low temperature. Just a tiny bit of it was enough to freeze an entire river. Chapter 771. With every step it took, the cold energy around the spirit lizard's body would spread out along its footprints, turning the entire arena into a world of ice and snow. The temperature in the air crazily fell. The terrifyingly low temperature was like an invisible blade, piercing through flesh and blood. But the spirit lizard's eyes remained calm, without any hint of panic. Suddenly, A radiant sword light flashed in the depths of the spirit lizard's eyes. It cut through the heavens like a waterfall. It stopped retreating. For the first time, it took the initiative to attack. It raised its sword and thrust out. There was nothing fancy about it. This ordinary sword strike caused that wild pale white energy to suddenly come to a standstill. Immediately after, the layer of ice covering the scales on the surface of its body directly shattered. Then, the ice in the arena cracked and dissipated. The extreme coldness that filled the air was swept away, and there was even a hint of heat emitting from it. With just a single sword strike, the limitless sword sect's spirit lizard had proven its own strength. Good. This sword strike seems ordinary, but the truth is that it is wondrous to the extreme. It would be impossible to have such an effect even if it was half an inch slower or faster. Not just that, but one sword must be incomparably formidable in order to shatter the ice like a great sun descending. The limitless sword sect's morale rose. Although the initial panic and apprehension they felt when they encountered the Dark Star Ice Serpent had been swept away, they now had a great deal of confidence. But in the eyes of those in the arena, for the Dark Star Ice Serpent to recover so quickly after suffering the suicidal attack of the Blue Origin sect's Blue Ape and even participate in the finals was unbelievable to begin with. No one was blind to such a serious injury. It was nearly impossible for it to recover in just a few days. But soon, everyone thought of Hu Fu. In these past few days, he had suddenly turned into his old appearance. Could it be that he had used some sort of arcane technique to treat the Dark Star Ice Serpent and suffered a backlash? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If this was true, then this hidden fog sect master was truly crazy. In order to help his sect seize the position of champion, he didn't even care about his life. But, was being the champion of the arena really so important? Was it worth a sect master giving up his life for? This was a question that not even the cultivators of the hidden fog sect had been able to answer, so it was naturally impossible for them to find an answer. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's massive body slowly emerged from nothingness as the cold was dispelled. But at this moment, its figure that remained by Qin Yu's side burst apart like a bubble. It had ink-black scales, a silver-white horn, and a pair of cold eyes. It was like a giant beast at the top of the food chain, looking down at its prey. Even if the spirit lizard's sword strike was breathtaking and nearly stabbed into the Dark Star Ice Serpent's body, it still wasn't able to create any pressure on it. None of the spirit beasts were a match for it in today's final round. The outcome had been decided from the beginning. The spirit lizard could feel the formidable confidence coming from the Dark Star Ice Serpent, as well as the pride of having no rival in this world. It did not feel angry or humiliated. Instead, it tightened its grip on the longsword in its hand. Ever since it first developed its spiritual wisdom and followed the previous sword master to cultivate, this sword had followed by its side. For 5,000 long years, it had never left its side for even a moment and had long since become an extension of its body. As it grasped the sword hilt, the spirit lizard could feel an endless strength that calmed its heart. It didn't fear any powerful enemy. The Dark Star Ice Serpent was a powerful enough enemy. The spirit lizard took the initiative to attack. Its long sword thrust out once more. It was the same as before, ordinary and without any fluctuations. All of the sword intent and strength gathered into a single point. The moment it stabbed into its opponent, it would completely detonate. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's massive body was both its advantage and its weakness. Facing the spirit lizard's sword that had reached such a profound level of sword intent, it was nearly impossible for it to dodge after it revealed itself. Thus, its decision was to directly use its own defense to resist the sword edge. With a deep roar, the silver-white horn on its head began to shine and a layer of ice rapidly condensed on the surface of its body. This ice was only a thin layer, as if it could pierce a hole with just a gentle poke. But, it had gathered the Dark Star Ice Serpent's path of ice and was nearly its strongest defensive strength. Ding! There was a light sound, like the wind blowing a bell from a tree. Large cracks appeared on the surface of the Dark Star Ice Serpent's body, spreading outwards in a ring. The sword tip was blocked, but the spirit lizard's expression didn't change. It thrust out its sword a second time. The target of this sword strike was the center of the broken ice, the place where the previous sword strike had landed. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's massive body began to move. Although it couldn't avoid this sword strike, it could still avoid damage to its defense. The Spirit Lizard's sword intent was stronger than it had expected. It feared that it was still hiding some of its strength. Thus, even if it believed that even if the second sword strike fell in the same place, it still wouldn't be able to pierce through its ice defense. The Dark Star Ice Serpent still dodged. It was right to be confident, but arrogance wasn't. The intelligence of a high-level spirit beast wasn't any weaker than that of a cultivator. This is bad. This Dark Star Ice Serpent has such a strong defense. Moreover, this layer of ice has a self-recovery attribute. If it can't break through it in one go, it will be in an invincible position. The ice attribute focuses on attacking, but the Dark Star Ice Serpent can actually display such a formidable defense. It is truly fierce. If the current situation continues, it will be impossible for the Limitless Sword Sect's Spirit Lizard to win. If it couldn't win, it would naturally be defeated. The Limitless Sword Sect supporters all revealed gloomy expressions. Many Limitless Sword Sect cultivators subconsciously frowned and looked at the sect master. What they saw was the Sword Master's calm face. He didn't reveal any worry because of the current situation. This calmness and composure was like a boulder that calmed the hearts of the Limitless Sword Sect cultivators. But in truth, the Sword Master wasn't in a good mood right now. He was well aware of the Spirit Lizard's strength. Although it hadn't erupted with its full strength, there was still a limit to what it could hold back. Moreover, looking at the Dark Star Ice Serpent's relaxed appearance, it likely hadn't erupted with its full strength yet. Damn, the Hidden Fog Sect's Spirit Beast's strength had actually risen again. The Sword Master's heart sank. He clenched his fists beneath his sleeves and hesitation appeared in his eyes. He didn't wish for the Spirit Lizard to use any forbidden methods. Because while it could obtain a formidable strength for a short period of time, it would come at a heavy price. In fact, it might even endanger its life. The Sword Master calmly let out a deep breath and suppressed all the fluctuations in his heart. He had already decided that if he couldn't win today's battle, he would act at the critical moment and prevent the Spirit Lizard from destroying itself with him. Even if they lost the position of champion, with the Limitless Sword Sect strength, they wouldn't allow others to bully them. After 50 years, the Spirit Lizard had already become a true member of the Limitless Sword Sect. It had known the current Sword Master since childhood and had formed an extremely deep friendship with him. And at this time, the Spirit Lizard had already thrust out 13 times. A sharp light flashed deep in the Sword Master's eyes, like an oil lamp suddenly exploding. He knew that after this sword strike, there would be a change. This would be the first time the Spirit Lizard would attack with its full strength. Whether or not it could defeat the Dark Star Ice Serpent would depend on this moment. Sure, 14th sword strike. The Spirit Lizard and its sword suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, a deep rumbling sound filled the arena and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Chapter 772. The sword light was like a raging flood, shattering the world and annihilating all life. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's eyes flashed with a cold light. With its strength, how could it be willing to be stabbed 13 times? Since it did this, it had its own reasons. And now, the Dark Star Ice Serpent had finally waited for the Spirit Lizard to attack with its full strength. Now was the time. Catcher on the surface of its body, the ice that had withstood the 13 swords of the Spirit Lizard and hadn't shown any signs of collapsing began to fall apart. But these pieces of ice didn't fall to the ground. Rather, they were wrapped up by an invisible strength and floated in the air. The Dark Star Ice Serpent roared. Pieces of ice flew out to meet the flood of sword light. There were gaps between the pieces of ice, but at this time, there was a translucent blue membrane covering them. Each piece of ice was like a fulcrum, holding up a giant net that wrapped around the endless sword light. The Spirit Lizard's complexion changed. In the next moment, the blue net fell down, wrapping around it along with all the sword light. Rumble rumble, there was a deep rumbling sound, like the roar of thunder coming from deep within the thick cumulus clouds. Looking through the translucent blue membrane, besides the wildly erupting sword light, one couldn't see anything else. The entire Limitless Sword Sect was deathly silent. Whether it was the supporters or the limitless sword sect cultivators, all of them subconsciously widened their eyes, incredulity on their faces. This was a complete suppression in all aspects. There was no room for resistance at all. The Dark Star Ice Serpent actually possessed such terrifying strength. Although the limitless sword sect spirit lizard was strong, it wasn't on the same level. It had been defeated. At this moment, everyone was enlightened. From this point on, this battle was already over. Or, it was more accurate to say that the result of the arena finals had already been decided. It wasn't just the limitless sword sect, but the cultivators of Moonkeep Tower and Radiance Temple, as well as their many supporters, all had similar thoughts in their hearts. Bang! With a loud explosion, pieces of ice and membrane flew out in all directions, revealing the spirit lizard's figure. The limitless sword sect robes it wore were now torn to shreds, hanging on its body like strips of cloth. On its exposed body, massive scales were broken and wounds of varying depths crisscrossed each other. Because there was still residual sword intent in the wounds, it wasn't able to heal for a time. Blood flowed out from the wounds, constantly dripping onto the ground. Soon, a shallow puddle of blood formed on the ground. The spirit lizard's current condition seemed even worse. The sword master suddenly stood up. He took a deep breath. Before he could finish his words, he was forced to stop by the spirit lizard's stern gaze. The sword master frowned and said slowly, "So be it. The limitless sword sect hasn't fallen to the point where you have to risk your life to survive. Moreover, so what if he lost today? There will be a chance in the future to get it back." The spirit lizard shook its head. "I don't have much time left." Swordhead's body stiffened. "Impossible. With your strength, it is easy for you to live for 10,000 years. The spirit lizard had a gentle look in its eyes as it shook its head and said, "I'm just an ordinary lizard beast. I was lucky enough to cultivate with the previous swordmaster, which allowed me to gain spiritual wisdom and step into the sword Dao. But when I entered the Dao, I was already at the end of an ordinary lizard's life. Being able to live for 5,000 years is already a great fortune. That's why I've taken the initiative to fight in this Beast King battle. Because this will be the last thing I can do for the sword sect, and it's also the only way I can repay the sword sect. Don't stop me. This battle will be the conclusion of my life. If I can die in battle, that will be the best result for me." The sword master gripped his fists, using his powerful will to suppress his trembling hands. He looked at the spirit lizard and said, "All right, I won't stop you." The spirit lizard nodded, "Thank you." It looked back at the Dark Star Ice Serpent. All of its gentleness instantly vanished, leaving behind only a solemn and respectful expression. "You are far stronger than I expected. You do indeed have the qualifications to seize the position of champion of the arena. But I have a reason why I must persist. Even if I know I don't have much of a chance, I must still fight with everything I have. I hope that you will not pity me and allow me to fight you fair and square. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Because I will be using a secret art that will allow me to erupt with an extremely formidable strength for a short period of time." The Dark Star Ice Serpent's mouth moved. A deep voice came out from its mouth, "I will fulfill your last wish." The spirit lizard smiled. "Good." It raised its sword. Its tattered sword robe was twisted to pieces by an invisible strength. Puff air puff, massive amounts of blood gushed out from the crisscrossing wounds. In this way, the remnant sword intent was forced out from its body. As the wounds closed, the spirit lizard's aura began to rise at an astonishing rate. The heat in the air rapidly rose, leaving one's mouth parched. At this moment, there wasn't the least bit of light emitting from its body. But the feeling it gave off was that of a blazing sun. Even though they were separated by the arena's barrier of strength, they could still feel the burning heat in the air that could ignite at any moment. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's massive body rapidly coiled up. The silver-white horn on its head began to shine with runes. The temperature around it crazily fell. Massive icicles spun around it and fell from the sky. The ground rapidly turned a frosty white color. Then, the icicles piled up and thickened, forming a thick layer of frost and snow. The martial field was divided by a line in the middle. Two completely different worlds appeared. One side was like a blazing sun, and the other side was like an eternal night, freezing cold. Tit for tat. Where the burning heat and freezing cold met, loud popping sounds constantly rang out. Vast tracts of white fog rose up, but this fog couldn't spread out. As it approached the spirit lizard, it was instantly evaporated. As for the dark star ice serpent, it was frozen solid. The atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. Space nearly froze over. Although the battle between the Lwan Phoenix and the moon-worshipping beast was still ongoing, everyone's eyes were drawn towards it. Sure, without any warning, the spirit lizard lifted its sword and slashed down. Because it wasn't able to completely control the rising strength within its body, the sword intent leaked outwards, causing a phenomenon to appear. It was like a golden crow had flown out from a great sun. Its wings spread out and swooped down. Wherever it passed, space rapidly twisted, tiny cracks appearing in its wake. Flames appeared out of thin air, causing the image of the golden crow to become even clearer. As it broke into the world of ice, it was like boiling oil being poured into cold water. A violent reaction erupted. There was a grating sound, causing one's scalp to tingle. The falling icicles in the sky suddenly went wild. They rapidly gathered together, forming sharp claws of ice and snow that grasped at the golden crow sword light. But the golden crow was too strong. The moment the claws of ice and snow touched it, they melted away. The sword light cut through the dark star ice serpent like a hot knife through butter. The spirit lizard looked up. It stepped forwards and its body shot forwards. It raised its sword and a brilliant sword light erupted, covering its body. Man and sword became one as they shot forwards like an arrow, following the golden crow sword light and recklessly burning flames as they broke into the world of ice and snow. The spirit lizard's secret technique was based on the limitless sword sect's taboo technique, fused together with its own talent. After using it, its strength would rise, but it was destined that it wouldn't be able to continue for too long. Thus, the spirit lizard couldn't calmly wait like the dark star ice serpent. It had to end this battle in the shortest time possible. Everyone thought that there would be a fierce struggle between tigers and dragons, but this wasn't the case. This was because the spirit lizard had already decided that victory or defeat would be decided in the next breath of time. Either it would win by a fluke, or it would die here and now. Following behind the golden crow, the spirit lizard's eyes were calm. It adjusted its breathing and the sword intent within its body had been brewed to the peak. What came next would be the strongest sword strike of its life. The golden crow sword light that rushed forwards, tearing apart the ice barrier and opening a path finally exhausted its strength. It shattered and dissipated. But it had already completed its mission. This was because the dark star ice serpent's figure had appeared in front of the spirit lizard. It was very close. So close that when the spirit lizard attacked, it could erupt with its full strength. So, the spirit lizard lifted its sword and thrust out. At this moment, the world was overshadowed. All that was left over was the sword light that pierced through space. It was so brilliant that one couldn't look straight at it. The air was cut apart. Pitch-black cracks appeared, rapidly spreading forwards, advancing without stopping. The spirit lizard gasped for breath. This sword strike had emptied all the strength in its body. An incomparably weak feeling gushed out, causing its vision to blur. Large swathes of darkness began to appear in its vision. It knew that because it had used a secret technique and crazily erupted with strength, its great limit had arrived ahead of time. But, the spirit lizard still kept its eyes wide open, forcing itself to maintain a trace of clarity. It wanted to see with its own eyes the result of the strongest sword strike of its life. The sword light cut towards the dark star ice serpent. The black line that tore through space touched the spirit lizard's body. Then, a rich black light appeared. It was pure and deep, like all the darkness in an endless abyss had been condensed. Like a great maw, the sword light was swallowed up. The darkness tumbled several times before slowly returning to tranquility. It was finished like this. Everyone in the arena who had been stunned by the spirit lizard's sword strike before its death widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They could clearly feel the formidable strength contained within this sword strike. It was because of this that they were shocked. The darkness scattered, revealing the dark star ice serpent's figure. Its eyes revealed a bit of weariness as it looked down at the fallen spirit lizard. There was a trace of self-deprecation on its face as well as a bit of gratitude. Before its body fell to the ground, it had already closed its eyes. With one side dead, the result of the battle was decided. The isolating strength of the arena immediately vanished. Shua, the sword master, instantly arrived. He held onto the spirit lizard with both hands, not caring at all about the wounds that flowed with blood because its consciousness had dissipated. He allowed his sword robe to be dyed red. His complexion paled. He looked up at the dark star ice serpent and slowly said, "I thank you on behalf of the spirit lizard." With the strength that the dark star ice serpent had erupted with at the end, if it wanted to, it could have ended the battle before the spirit lizard had even used its sword. The sword master turned and flew back to the platform with the spirit lizard in his arms. "Let's go." Whoosh, whoosh, the sword sect cultivators followed behind him. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. The cultivators that supported the limitless sword sect were all silent. Even they couldn't say any words of complaint at this time. The spirit lizard had already done its best. It had even paid the price, dying in the arena with what little life it had left. If one had to blame something, they could only blame the dark star ice serpent for being too strong to the point of leaving others in despair. And at this time, the battle between the Phoenix Luon and the moon-worshipping beast was still continuing. The two formidable spirit beasts were evenly matched, each minute and every second an intense battle was occurring. But looking at the current situation, it wouldn't be possible to determine victory or defeat in a short period of time. Radiant's Temple Master North Jade furrowed her eyebrows. The Dark Star Ice Serpent was far more powerful than she had imagined. Even if she had made additional preparations, if she continued to fight with the moon-worshipping beast, she feared she wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. At that time, she would be in great trouble. The Moonkeep Tower Master was expressionless. Her ordinary face became increasingly unlikable. She glanced at the hidden fog sect's platform that was filled with jubilant cheers. A trace of ridicule and pity flashed deep in her eyes. What a pitiful group of people. The Moonkeep Tower Master lowered her head, concealing the gazes of everyone. Her lips moved as she sent a sound transmission. Across from her, the Radiant's Temple Master's complexion changed. Her complexion was cloudy and uncertain. After several breaths of time, she nodded. The Moonkeep Tower Master lifted a hand. "We admit defeat." Her words were simple and direct, without any explanation. As for the moon-worshipping beast that had been fiercely fighting with the Phoenix Luon, it didn't resist at all. With a deep roar, it forced back the Phoenix Luon. Then, it stepped on moonlight and flew out of the arena, returning to Moonkeep Tower's platform. There was an uproar. In particular, behind Moonkeep Tower, the massive number of cultivators that were supporting them couldn't accept this result. How could you do this? What is involved today isn't just the interests of Moonkeep Tower. If you do this, just where do you think I am? Look at the limitless sword sect's spirit lizard. Even if it dies, it will still stand until the end. Now that we are evenly matched, it actually admits defeat. This is going too far. The Moonkeep Tower Master had a calm expression. She lightly said, "The moon-worshipping beast's strength is limited. It cannot compare with the limitless sword sect spirit lizard. If it doesn't admit defeat now, it will be dangerous for it to face the Dark Star Ice Serpent." She swept her eyes around. It is indeed Moonkeep Tower's mistake to betray everyone's trust. But, we were also forced to do so. I hope that everyone can understand. Moreover, to all of our supporters today, Moonkeep Tower will send a gift to express our apologies. The restless crowd fell silent. That was right. Even the strong spirit lizard had died in battle. So what if the moon-worshipping beast won? With reason and evidence, in addition to Moonkeep Tower's gift, as well as the tyrannical strength of the 7 great sects, everyone chose to give up. Her decision was decisive and effective. On the other side, everyone from Radiant's Temple had green complexions. The Moonkeep Tower Master had clearly stated the situation. She believed that it would be dangerous for the moon-worshipping beast to face the Dark Star Ice Serpent. How could the Phoenix Luon, whose strength was on par with it, have a good ending? The trace of joy that he instinctively felt disappeared in an instant. Bei Qiong's complexion sank. She had inadvertently been played by the Moonkeep Tower Master. Not just that, but she would have to pay a great price in exchange for Moonkeep Tower to admit defeat. Feeling the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, the Radiance Temple Master became increasingly depressed. She took a deep breath and was barely able to suppress her tumbling thoughts. She said in a low voice, "I believe that the Phoenix Luan will have a chance to win. As long as they won, all distrust and blame would vanish. The price that Radiance Temple had to pay would be doubled." 3 flame figures stood together. The one who spoke was a petite figure. Her voice was filled with innocence and immaturity. "Limitless, Lone Mountain, since you and I have gathered together, there is no need to beat around the bush and waste each other's time. Let's get straight to the point. We are all certain that the Chaotic Sky Chronicle cannot be lost. Anyone who tries to interfere with us must die." Limitless darkly said, "Yellow Oriole, since you're going to get straight to the point, speak your mind. Beating around the bush isn't your style." Yellow Oriole looked at Lone Mountain. Lone Mountain said, "As long as I can obtain the Chaotic Sky Chronicle, I will stop at nothing." "Very good." Yellow Oriole giggled. "That fellow sage's plan is perfect and has a high chance of success. But what we want is a foolproof plan. We cannot allow any mistakes. The Chaotic Sky Chronicle is on that little girl Yun Dai's body, and the only one preventing us from obtaining it is Ning Qin. As long as he dies, there is no need to care about the result of the arena." Limitless said, "If we do this, we will violate the Council's agreement. Even if we succeed, we will arouse the dissatisfaction of Sage and the others." Yellow Oriole said, "I will bear all the consequences. Then I have no problems." Lone Mountain smiled. "I also have no problems." Yellow Oriole looked at the two of them. "I don't need to explain what will happen next. You should already be able to guess what will happen. Let's go now. Be careful and don't disturb Sage and the others. I don't want any accidents to occur." The 3 of them turned and walked into the depths of the Dark Hall. As the gathering place of the Dark Parliament, this place wasn't just used for simple meetings. With 3 senators taking action, it was more than enough to mobilize some interesting strength to create a death package for that hindering Mr. Ning Qin. Yellow Oriole smiled. Thinking about it, that scene would surely be very interesting. Beast Fighting Arena. The Limitless Sword Sect and Moonkeep Tower had been eliminated one after another. Now, only Radiance Temple and the Hidden Fog Sect were left. Next was the battle for the Beast King. Whoever won would be the last one to laugh and obtain extremely rich rewards. The martial field that had been split in 2 fused together once more. As if setting off the importance of the Beast King battle, 4 stone statues rose up from the ground around the martial field, each standing in a corner. These 4 stone statues each had their hands outstretched. They looked down at the entire martial field, as if they were referees of this battle. The finals began. There was no time to rest or recover. But, this in itself was fair, because both sides were receiving the same treatment. If one had used up too much strength to defeat their opponent in the semifinals, causing them to be incomparably weak now, then they could only blame themselves for being too weak or having bad luck. So, when the arena combined into one, the Phoenix Luan and the Dark Star Ice Serpent faced each other. Their eyes met, a cold chill radiated from them. Hu Fu struggled to stand up and suppress his desire to cough. His cloudy eyes stared at this scene, his emotions tumbling in waves. After so many years, he had finally waited for this day. As long as the Dark Star Ice Serpent became the Beast King, he would have the chance to break the shackles of the Hidden Fog Sect and complete the mission that had been passed down through the generations of the Sect Master. With Mr. Ning Qin here and such a formidable Dark Star Ice Serpent, he could definitely win. He could definitely win. Hu Fu looked up at the black-robed Qin Yu. But at this time, the shadow beneath him began to wriggle like a living creature. It rose up and swallowed him whole like a giant mouth. Banger in the arena, the Phoenix Luan and Dark Star Ice Serpent's battle erupted. The moment he was plotted against, Qin Yu guessed that it was the Dark Parliament that did this. It seemed that they weren't prepared to keep their promise and had directly flipped the table. If this were before, Qin Yu might have felt this situation troublesome. But now, his heart was calm. Even though his consciousness was wrapped in darkness and was constantly sinking, as if it were about to be sucked into an endless abyss, he didn't panic at all. The reason was simple. He had already found an extremely reliable backer. If so, then being locked onto by the ancient in the hell mystic realm wasn't a completely bad thing. Qin Yu believed that when he was plotted against, the ancient had already sensed it and would certainly help. There was no reason for this, but this intuition was incomparably strong. The sinking consciousness finally stopped. It stepped onto the hard ground. It was also a deep darkness, flat and smooth, like an incomparably massive mirror. "Welcome, main body." A deep and low voice echoed from all directions, carrying with it a carefree and insolent feeling that came from being released after a long period of repression. Chapter 773. Everything in the world had two sides. There was a sun in the sky, so there were shadows that fell upon the earth. They were completely opposed to each other, but they were born from the same source and could not be separated. Perhaps this was the most mysterious aspect of the world's great Tao. The moment Qin Yu's eyes met the demonic smiling face on the ground, he instantly knew who it was. It was like an instinct. "You recognize me?" Qin Yu's smile became even brighter as he reflected on the ground. He said, "I never thought I would be able to meet with my main body so soon. I really must thank those good people that provided me with extra strength. After I lock you up here and replace you, I should go and properly thank them. For instance, I'll let them die a little more painfully. This can be considered revenge for my main body. So, there is no need for you to feel unwilling. I have been very good to you." Qin Yu's eyebrows rose up. He slowly said, "Although this is the first time I've learned of your existence, it is best not to use such inferior psychological attacks. You and I are strictly speaking the same person, and you know all of my experiences. So, you should be well aware that this is useless to me, so why waste our time? Qin Yu's shadow, this should be the most appropriate name." The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a cold and gloomy expression. "My main body, I know all of your experiences, but you might not remember them. You are so incompetent and ignorant, so what qualifications do you have to obtain control of your body and walk between the heavens and earth?" Qin Yu frowned. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." "Ha ha ha ha, how pitiful and sad. Even now, you still haven't discovered your missing memories?" "That's right, I do know those things, but why should I tell you?" The shadow laughed hysterically, his face distorted. Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. From the time he was born until the time he was adopted by Auntie Ji Yu, his memories were indeed blurry. He originally thought that it was because he was too young and his experiences were too difficult, so he instinctively forgot about them. But now it seemed this wasn't the case. The shadow snapped his fingers. "All right, chat time is over. We should get down to business." He spread out his arms, his lips curling up in anticipation. "Next, I should leave this place and embrace this evil and unjust world." A black aura gushed out from the ground, invading Qin Yu's feet and spreading upwards. It was like he was wearing a suit of black armor. A cold and gloomy aura crazily seeped into the soul space. The soul opened its eyes. One eye was normal and the other was pitch black. This was a very strange feeling. His consciousness was being pulled out, but he could clearly feel the changes in his soul, as well as the process of him gradually losing control. Qin Yu helplessly discovered that he didn't have any ability to resist the shadow's attacks. He was completely in a passive position. Or rather, he had yet to grasp the method to resist the invasion of the shadows. If this situation continued, barring any accidents, he would definitely not be able to hold on. He was afraid that he would really be replaced, and his consciousness would forever sink into this dark world. Sure enough, everything in this world could be looked at from two different perspectives. What was originally thought to be a disaster or a trouble could actually be a lifesaver at a crucial moment. Qin Yu began to ask the ancient for help. Even if he was confident that the other party had already sensed what he was experiencing, he couldn't gamble on this. In particular, he wasn't sure how long he could last. But soon, Qin Yu's heart turned cold, as if he had fallen into an icy lake. He didn't receive a response from the ancient. Forcing himself to calm down, Qin Yu began to analyze this situation. There were two possibilities. One was that the ancient, for some reason, was unable to sense what he was experiencing right now. Even the connection between them had been cut off, just like what had happened in the time altar. The other possibility was far more terrifying. The ancient already knew everything and had received Qin Yu's distress signal, but he had chosen to ignore it. Qin Yu couldn't determine which situation this was, but he didn't have time to confirm it. The shadow was rapidly eroding his will. The darkness that rose from the ground had already reached his knees. Without thinking too much, Qin Yu summoned the little blue lamp. As for whether or not he was exposed, as well as all sorts of dangers that might appear afterwards, he had to put these things aside in the face of life or death. An even more terrifying matter occurred. Qin Yu could feel the existence of the little blue lamp, but it seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber and didn't respond to his summons. This was far too troublesome. When his consciousness had first been sucked into the darkness and sunk deeper and deeper into the abyss, all of that had now vanished. There was no one that could remain calm and rational in the face of death. If there was, it was absolutely an act, or if there was something wrong with their mind. As for the nonsense that the shadow had said that he would be imprisoned here, Qin Yu didn't believe a single word of it. He inevitably fell into a state of panic. Because of the existence of the little blue lamp, Qin Yu always had an inexplicable confidence. Even in the face of danger and hopeless situations, he was able to calmly deal with them. But now, the little blue lamp seemed to have been stripped away. He could only rely on his own strength to struggle for a chance at survival. Don't panic. Calm down, calm down. Qin Yu closed his eyes and took deep breaths, trying to restore his ability to think. But the shadow wasn't willing to give him this chance. It sneered, "Are you desperate? Are you afraid? I know all of your trump cards very well, because you are me, and I am you. Since I dare to make a move now, that means I have absolute confidence in myself. No one can save you. Believe in me, there is no point in struggling. Staying in this world of darkness isn't death for you, but a kind of deep sleep. Perhaps many years from now, I will awaken you and give you a chance to be reborn. But the premise is that you don't create too much trouble for me. Otherwise, I guarantee you that you will regret it." The shadow's voice became even louder, drilling into Qin Yu's mind. "So, make your choice. Give up all resistance and allow me to occupy your body. This is your only way out." Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. "If you really had absolute confidence in yourself, you wouldn't have said so much to me." The shadow's voice came to an abrupt stop. It sneered, "If that's what you want to think, then do as you please." Then, it closed its mouth. The darkness that extended upwards from the surface of Qin Yu's body became even faster. Qin Yu faintly grasped something. His thoughts raced. "As you said, I have no secrets from you. Then, I should know what you are worried about. The little blue lamp and the ancient's consciousness are my two trump cards. Now, they have lost their use, so what you fear isn't them. But if I want to escape, the only thing I can rely on is their strength. So, there should be something that I have that you don't that can be used to draw them out. The little blue lamp can be eliminated. There is no reason for it to choose you and abandon me. Then, there is only one possibility." Qin Yu spoke quickly. His eyes became increasingly bright, like a gambler in a casino who only had one last chance left. If he won, he could take back everything. If he lost, everything would be over. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He did his best to mobilize the strength within his body that he had just touched upon. His consciousness rapidly weakened. Qin Yu could feel a terrifying suction force descending, as if it wanted to tear him apart and swallow him whole. This was because he was trying to use a strength that he didn't have the qualifications to control with his current cultivation. "You are seeking death." The shadow roared. Its corrosive speed increased. Qin Yu didn't care. He endured the terrifying suction force. He had already placed his bet and there was no turning back. After an unknown period of time, just as Qin Yu felt that his consciousness would fade away at any moment, a strange fluctuation spread out from his body. In the world of darkness, space twisted. But, this was only a superficial phenomenon. The true reason was that the flow of time had changed. Although it was only a tiny change, in the eyes of certain existences, it was no different from a lighthouse lighting up in the darkness. Bang! A formidable strength suddenly descended from above. The shadow's angry and unwilling roars echoed in his ears. In the next moment, the world of darkness tumbled and shattered. Arena, hidden fog sect's platform. Sitting on the highest stone chair, Qin Yu stuffily coughed. The darkness that wrapped around his body shattered like an eggshell and fell away. Then, countless cries of alarm spread into his ears from all directions. Mister, are you all right? Hu Fu's anxious voice echoed out from behind him. Qin Yu gripped the armrest with both hands, barely ensuring that he wouldn't fall over. He slowly shook his head. I'm fine. Although he said this, he couldn't conceal the weakness in his voice. Hu Fu had an anxious look on his face. He didn't know what had happened. Just a moment ago, the darkness had swallowed up Qin Yu and then shattered and dissipated. From start to finish, it had only been a breath of time. But Qin Yu's current condition was clearly poor. Although the Dark Star Ice Serpent had displayed a formidable strength, Hu Fu was sure that Qin Yu was the key to the hidden fog sect's final victory. Qin Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Deep within his body, the holy light hidden beneath his bloodline began to circulate on its own, constantly producing strength to supplement his weakened body. The ancient's voice sounded out in his mind. I know that you are angry about what happened before, but to me, you or your shadow, no matter who controls your body and walks through the world, you are still the true ancient. There is no difference in this. And I believed that your shadow's personality would be more suitable for the great cause of revitalizing the ancient race. But since you have touched upon the path of time, I guarantee you that something like this will never happen again. I will do my best to help you grow as quickly as possible. This was something that couldn't be explained to begin with, so the ancient's words were spoken in a straightforward manner. But the more he spoke like this, the more open and aboveboard it seemed. But to this, Qin Yu only wanted to say, go f***ck yourself. On the surface, he could only silently nod in understanding. The ancient's consciousness fell silent. The cracks had already appeared, and both sides were well aware of this. It was just that they were intentionally concealing the current situation. What else could they do? Turn hostile? If they did that, then the one to suffer a loss would be them. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He looked up towards the arena. The Dark Parliament clearly wanted to flip the table. Even if he won today, would they really give up? Outside the arena, in the camp of cultivators supporting Radiant's temple, a strange light surged in the eyes of a cultivator. As he saw Qin Yu be swallowed up by the darkness and then break apart, he clenched his fists in his sleeves and cursed out loud. Bastard! When this matter involved the chaotic Sky Chronicle, the Dark Parliament placed an incomparably high importance on it. Naturally, some great figures would personally come to pay attention to any changes in the situation. This cultivator was nothing more than a puppet being controlled. Things were starting to spiral out of control. Today, this debt would surely be placed on the Dark Parliament's head. There was no possibility of reconciliation between them and Ning Qin. And Qin Yu's mysterious background and strength likely represented a great deal of trouble. Although the Dark Parliament didn't necessarily fear him with their current strength, if this matter was blown out of proportion, the entire Dark Parliament would be dragged out from the shadows and exposed to the sunlight. This was the greatest problem. In the headquarters of the Dark Congress, in the depths of a dark hall, the tightly shut door suddenly opened, and 3 flaming silhouettes flew out. Bang with a dull thud, they crashed into the ground. The flames that formed their figures instantly dimmed. Cough cough cough. There was a violent cough, accompanied by pained gasps. We actually failed. This is far beyond my expectations. It was Lone Mountain Councilman. His eyes formed from flames didn't reveal any panic, but rather excitement. What a madman. Limitless cursed inwardly. His tone became even gloomier. There must be some great secret hidden on Ning Qin's body. I fear we will be in trouble. Oriel screamed. How could he possibly block it? The dark strength deep within the headquarters hall required at least 3 councilmen to act together in order to activate it. Over the countless years of inheritance, the Dark Parliament had encountered several crises. But by relying on this hidden card, they had been able to turn misfortune into fortune. Even if one truly stepped into the divine Tao, after being swallowed up by the darkness, they still wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Limitless glanced at her with dissatisfaction. This crazy woman was indeed unreliable. At this time, don't speak such meaningless words. The problem is, what do we do next? At the start, Auriel had guaranteed that if there was a problem, she would bear the consequences alone. Auriel fell silent. After several breaths of time, she said, "Even if I step forward and take responsibility, do you really think you can completely escape from this?" Limitless' tone was icy cold. "What do you mean?" Auriel lightly said, "It's simple. From the moment we chose to act, we became an inseparable whole." She swept her eyes over Limitless and Lone Mountain. "But you don't need to worry. This matter was indeed done by the three of us, but Ningqin doesn't know of it, so he will blame it on the entire Dark Parliament. If he doesn't have any background, then we won't need to worry at all. Even if he has a great background, when facing the pressure of the outside world, the Dark Parliament must be united. The Sage and the others won't have a chance to cause trouble." Limitless coldly snorted. He had actually been schemed against. This wasn't a good feeling. Lone Mountain coughed twice. "I'm actually looking forward to what will happen next." His figure began to fade away. "And, to a certain degree, this is also a good thing, right?" Ningqin had torn apart all pretense of cordiality with the Dark Parliament. Victory or defeat in the arena finals was no longer important. In other words, even if the Hidden Fog sect won first place, the Dark Parliament could continue to steal the chaotic Sky Chronicle. The battle between the Phoenix Luon and the Dark Star Ice Serpent reached a white-hot climax. This Radiance Temple Spirit Beast had hidden its true strength. Moreover, it clearly controlled some arcane skill that could rapidly increase its strength for a short period of time. Facing the Dark Star Ice Serpent's attacks, although it was at a disadvantage, its defense was still watertight. The arena was covered in ice and snow. Strong blue winds roared and wind blades cut through the air, emitting muffled crackling sounds. The Radiance Temple Master grit her teeth in hatred. She had seen everything that had happened to Qin Yu's body just now and was able to easily guess that it was those people who had secretly taken action. Unfortunately, they had failed at the last moment and hadn't been able to kill this person, otherwise things would have been much easier. She looked up at the Phoenix Luon. Although it didn't seem tired at all, Bei Qiong was well aware that most of its arcane skill's effect had already passed. It seemed that she could only use the trump card they had given her. Light flashed in her palm and a translucent black jade card appeared. Bei Qiong hesitated for a moment and then crushed it in her fingers. On the arena, the Phoenix Luon suddenly screeched. Black spots began to appear on the feathers covering its body. Then, like a drop of ink falling into water, they spread out at an astonishing speed, engulfing the Phoenix Luon's entire body. Tiny blood vessels bulged out because of the rapid increase in blood. This caused the Phoenix Luon's eyes to turn blood red. Its screams became increasingly urgent, revealing a pained expression. Who? Chapter 774. Heavenly Tribulation. One of the cultivators exclaimed. Many cultivators inside and outside the Colosseum had a drastic change in expression as they looked at the gradually darkening sky with fear in their eyes. Ascension. This is the major heavenly tribulation to break through to the great Tao realm and touch the divine Tao. Hurry up and leave. Don't get caught up in it or we'll die. One by one, the cultivators turned around in a panic, wishing that they had an extra pair of legs as they fled for their lives. These people were cultivators whose cultivation had reached a bottleneck and could trigger the heavenly tribulation at any time. Because they were not confident of transcending it, they forcefully suppressed their cultivation, causing the heavenly tribulation to arrive a little later. Now that they were tempted by the aura of the heavenly tribulation outside, their cultivation was restless. If they did not leave quickly, they would not be able to control whether they wanted to transcend the tribulation or not. That would truly be tearless. As they ran out, they gritted their teeth. Who didn't prepare over and over again to transcend the tribulation and consider all aspects? Then, they would invite their good friends, teachers, and seniors to watch over them in case of any accidents. Who would transcend the tribulation just like that? It was simply unreasonable. After running for more than 5 kilometers, they felt the restless cultivation in their bodies gradually calm down. Only then did the fleeing cultivators heave a sigh of relief. I'm so lucky. I've finally escaped. At this time, in the pitch-black sky, the tribulation clouds had already finished brewing. With a deafening roar, tribulation lightning descended like a waterfall. There were so many of them that it was like a rainstorm. Lightning filled the entire field of vision, making it impossible to see the situation below clearly. Such a heavenly tribulation was clearly not normal. Most of the people present were people with high cultivation and had dealt with major tribulations more than once or twice. They were extremely experienced. Ordinary heavenly tribulations were weak to strong. Moreover, the number of tribulation lightning was limited. Basically, one would fall after another. This was the first time many people had seen a heavenly tribulation like this. However, they did not have to be puzzled for too long before their questions were answered. Demonic tribulation. This Phoenix Luon is possessed. The cultivator who roared was a white-haired old man with 2 young men behind him. At this moment, he turned around and flicked his sleeves, sweeping the 2 of them away. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the heavenly tribulation with fear. Demonic tribulation was a kind of heavenly tribulation. It was especially used to descend upon demonic beings. Its power was terrifying and its goal was not to test one's cultivation, but to kill them. Demonic beings were hated by the heavens and earth. They would be bombarded by thousands of tribulation lightning until their bodies and souls were extinguished. But if they were the heavenly tribulation, then their bodies and souls would be destroyed. In this world, there had once been a terrifying existence that had resisted the demonic tribulation. His mind had been invaded by killing intent, and he had turned into a monster that only knew how to kill and destroy. Thus, a reign of terror had arisen. Phoenix Luon cultivator of the Luon spirits and the Luon tribulation cultivators would have been killed. He heaved. He, Tao, the Luon dove, and the heaved the cultivators, died. Originally, this was something that only existed in various records, yet now it was happening right before their eyes. How could the cultivators here not be terrified? If this Phoenix Luon was killed by the demonic tribulation, then it would be fine. However, if it survived, then all of them would suffer greatly. They might even be killed and devoured. After the panic passed, countless eyes glared at Radiant's temple. Although this was a group of beautiful and pleasing women, no one cared about their demeanor right now. Does Radiant Light Temple not know that this Phoenix Luon is a demonic cultivator? Anyone found to be demonic, regardless of their status or identity, must be killed on the spot. This is an iron law recognized by the world, yet you dare to openly violate it. If this Phoenix Luon causes a calamity, then Radiant Light Temple's crimes cannot be forgiven. The group of beautiful women paled. Even they didn't know that the Phoenix Luon would be possessed by the demonic Tao. Looking at Bei Qiong's calm face, it was clear she knew all of this. The women could no longer suppress their anger. Sect Master, what is going on? You must give an explanation. If this matter is not handled properly, then the 100,000-year foundation of my Radiant Light Temple will be destroyed. The Radiant Light Temple Master lifted a hand to stop them from asking any more questions. She looked around and said, "Everyone, please rest assured that this Phoenix Luon has not been possessed by the demonic Tao. Rather, it is because the bloodline of the abyss flows within it, thus it has triggered heavenly tribulation similar to the demonic tribulation. Even if it succeeds in crossing this tribulation, it will not become a killing monster. I can guarantee this. Everyone, please do not panic." The Moonkeep Tower Master lightly said, "It is not the demonic tribulation. Fellow Taoists, there is no need to panic." The 2 sect masters guaranteed this at the same time. The chaotic and turbulent situation gradually calmed down. But looking at the crazy bolts of tribulation thunder that came crashing down, everyone couldn't help but feel their hairs stand on end. Could this Phoenix Luon really withstand it? Would it be struck to death on the spot? If so, then the Hidden Fog sect would have picked up a great bargain. Otherwise, according to this momentum, once the Phoenix Luon successfully crossed tribulation, its strength would likely rise dramatically. At that time, it would be hard to say just who would be the final victor. Hu Fu and the others revealed looks of joy and anticipation. No matter how they obtained it, the leader was the leader. Moreover, the Dark Star Ice Serpent had already displayed enough qualifications to contend for the position of Beast King. It didn't fear being laughed at by others. Just a bit more ruthless, beat it to death. At this moment, all the hidden fog sect cultivators were cheering for the heavenly tribulation. On the stone chair in front of them, as the holy light replenished him, Qin Yu gradually recovered. He looked at the Phoenix Luan submerged in lightning and shook his head inwardly. Those from the hidden fog sect were likely celebrating too early. He could faintly feel that although the Phoenix Luan's aura had been weakened by the heavenly tribulation, it didn't show any signs of decline. Rather, it became even more tenacious, as if it were about to erupt. Without accident, this terrifying heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to take the Phoenix Luan's life. But in fact, Qin Yu was only half correct. Not only would this heavenly tribulation not take the Phoenix Luan's life, but it would instead be used by it, becoming a horrifying attack method. When the heavenly tribulation arrived, the Dark Star Ice Serpent vigilantly retreated far away. But now, a look of shock flashed in its eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out a breath of cold air that froze the void. In the next moment, a bolt of thunder arrived. With loud cracking sounds, cracks appeared in the frozen void. It had almost been broken. Then, without giving the Dark Star Ice Serpent any time to react, more tribulation thunder roared towards it. Wrapped in blinding lightning, the Phoenix Luan burned with black flames. Its feathers were damaged in many places and its flesh and blood had been destroyed by the flames and tribulation thunder. There were even some places where its bones were revealed. At this time, the Phoenix Luan no longer had its previous proud and elegant appearance. It was like an undead spirit that came from the yellow springs of hell, but its eyes were calm, without the slightest hint of pain. Its eyes locked onto the Dark Star Ice Serpent as it constantly flapped its wings. It was unknown what method the Phoenix Luan had used, but it was actually able to guide the aura of the tribulation thunder, causing it to instantly change directions and bombard the Dark Star Ice Serpent. This scene immediately aroused cries of alarm. All of the worries that the Phoenix Luan had fallen to the demonic path had completely vanished. Those that had fallen to the demonic path had lost their minds and only knew how to rely on their instincts to kill. How could they possibly control tribulation thunder to bombard their opponents? What followed was all sorts of incredulity. Tribulation thunder was a test of heavenly tribulation. It was aimed at the person crossing the tribulation. Unless they were sucked into the heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't implicate anyone else. This Phoenix Luan of Radiance Temple could actually use tribulation thunder to attack its enemies. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. The abyssal bloodline within this Phoenix Luan isn't ordinary. I fear it's an Overlord-level bloodline or even an Abyssal Master-level bloodline, otherwise it would be impossible for it to have such an ability. It looks like this heavenly tribulation won't be able to affect it at all. Once it smoothly passes it, the Phoenix Luan's strength will surely rise. The hidden fog sect rejoiced for nothing. It's hard to say just who will be the champion.